Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 204 Tripping or Reality 800. SC has just been transferred into your bank account from the SGA bank. Much better. Satisfied by the many egos in his bank account, Felix nodded his head with a pleased smile. He didn't remain in the broke gang for even a second before turning into a multimillionaire again. This was the beauty of having an SG wish in his possession. Whenever he felt like in need, he just needed to wish for it now. That I have enough coins. I can start the third game, Felix said, smiling. Before, he was planning to play the third game after the series he invested in gets released and started pumping some life in his bank account. He didn't want to start the third game without having Asna's purified energy as a backup source. He didn't want to get cocky and jump right into the games without preparing all of his cards right. However, before heading into the markets for buying those energy stones, Felix still had another important matter to handle. The Bloodline bottles he got from Badidi. He was delivered 4 Tier 5 Epic Bloodline bottles. A bottle short than the last time. However, Felix wasn't complaining as he understood that Mr. Goaty was going to start having difficulty getting more and more of those bottles if he kept buying them in bulks like this, and in such short intervals. Thus, he hoped that he could reach origin purity before Mr. Goaty starts having difficulty securing even one bottle from his hunters. Hopefully, I will get enough to close up the gap. Felix wished softly while beaming the 4 bottles and the necessary materials on his bed. Currently, he was at 76 integration. This meant he needed 23 sharp to reach origin purity. Felix wasn't delusional to wish for that amount at once. He got lucky last time and found 25 in 4 bottles. And he knew that was just a lucky strike that was bound to not repeat for a long time. 10 minutes later, this one is empty as well. After hearing Asna's disheartening news, Felix let out a long sigh with his eyes closed shut. As he expected, the same result as before was hard to repeat, as this time he only managed to find 12 in 2 bottles, while the other 2 turned out null. Alright, please return it to its bottle, Felix requested while removing the injection needle from his heart. He cut a wound on his index finger. Then he placed it above one empty bottle. Asna started manipulating the bloodlines in his body, making the filtered useless bloodline return to its original bottle from his right finger. Just like this, Felix finished separating the 12 of the JR Monk Ender in one empty bottle while the 4 original bottles remained the same. After finishing the filtration process, Felix beamed those bottles in his spatial card, leaving only the JR Monk Ender bottle. Instead of rushing integration, Felix kept staring at it in silence, not knowing the amount he was going to use. He wanted to integrate using 5, but from how the last time went, he understood that was too much of a risk. You better use 4. I am tired of screaming in your mind to stop you from fainting, Asna warned him in irritation. If the pain is going to keep increasing the further I approach 99, I doubt 4 is going to be easy. Felix frowned his eyebrows. There is only one way to figure this out. Without further ado, Felix extracted 4 from the bottle, leaving 8 for later. He put the needle on his chest and injected the dose into his beating heart. Then, he drank all the necessary potions. After so, he took a leather belt from beside him and put it on his mouth, biting on it hard. The rooms weren't soundproof to hold his screams, and he had no plans into heading towards the designated area for integration as it was being monitored 247. A couple of minutes later, Felix's eyes snapped open as he bit on the leather belt as hard as he could while letting out muffled noises. His fingers were digging deep into the concrete floor, making him sit stiffly in his place. If he didn't do so, he would have started thrashing everything in sight to alleviate just a tiny bit of his anguish. After seeing his reaction, Asna knew that she needed to be on tiptoes and save him from fainting. She might enjoy watching him squirm and scream in pain, but she was always ready to stop him from fainting in the middle of the integration. 14 minutes later, Felix's handsome visage was nowhere to be seen, as tears, snort, and saliva were all gushing down his chin. With his twisted expression, his face couldn't get any worse. Yet Asna wasn't laughing one bit at the way he looked, as she was completely engrossed in cheering him up. "Come on Felix, only 43 seconds left. You can do it." Just as she opened up the connection between their minds, she heard a high-pitched shriek resembling the same one Felix let out during the time she took his ass virginity. Oof! She swiftly reclosed the connection, not wanting to bleed her ears. Felix might not have been screaming in his room, but he was sure screaming internally at the top of his voice. 10 seconds Felix, 7 seconds, you can do it, 4 seconds. 1 second, she kept shouting with her fist in the air, acting just like a cheerleader. The instant Asna finished counting, the pain withdrew at once, leaving Felix feeling absolutely nothing. Thank God. His eyes rolled at the back of his head as he slammed face first at the floor. The belt was released from his mouth, showing deep teeth marks on it. Damn it, next time use one. Exhausted and annoyed, Asna sat down on the bed while waving her hand at her face. She was shouting for 14 minutes straight, making sure that Felix feels like he wasn't alone. "I worked too hard today. I must reward myself with half a day of sleep." She wiped a single drop of sweat from her forehead with a fatigued expression, not bothering herself with the passed out Felix. She closed her eyes and started snoring softly. She was truly the prime example of laziness. 2 hours later. Arg my head just like last time. The moment Felix regained his consciousness, his head was hit with the worst headache he ever experienced before. He swiftly started drinking rejuvenation potions, one by one, until the headache was alleviated. The hell, Asna, are you seeing this as well? Shocked silly, Felix shouted in his mind while pointing his shaky finger at the air in front of him. His shock was understandable, as two humongous violet eyes with thin slits, resembling exactly his eyes, were gazing at him, akin to a god gazing at an ant. Felix's breaths quickened as the dreadful eyes were getting bigger and bigger in his vision until he began to feel like he was about to be engulfed by one of those horrifying slits. However, the moment he blinked, those eyes were nowhere to be seen in his room. Felix's senses kept telling him that he was all alone in the room and he was merely hallucinating. Regardless, Felix still walked forward step by step with a flustered expression. After reaching the wall of the room, he waved his hand back and forth continuously, yet he felt nothing. "Asna, please tell me that you saw that as well." Bewildered and somewhat spooked, Felix retreated to the bed and started gazing at that spot, wanting to see if the eyes were going to re-emerge. "Asna, did you sleep again?" Felix could only guess, so after having his questions get ignored twice. If it was another time, Felix would have left her to sleep in peace. However, he couldn't do so now, as he needed to know if he was tripping or what he saw was a reality. Thus, he immediately closed his eyes and entered his consciousness. Asna, wake up! Felix kept poking her forehead with his finger, trying to annoy her into waking up. "Leave me alone." "Too bad," she just murmured softly while covering her entire body with bedsheets, not letting a single part of her skin exposed. "It's a serious matter." Felix got close to her head and said with his voice cracking a bit, "I think I just saw the J.R. Mungander gazing at me." J.R. Mungander? What? The instant Asna heard what he said, she exposed her face, which was showing a dumbfounded expression. However, it soon was replaced with a solemn expression, making Felix gulp a mouthful as he rarely saw Asna being this serious before. "Are you for real?" she asked while sitting up. "That's why I am here." He pointed at his temple and clarified, "I need you to see my memories and check again." "I see." Asna nodded her head in understanding. Without further ado, she closed her eyes and dove within Felix's latest memories. Since the memory was still fresh, it didn't take her even a millisecond before she snapped her citric eyes wide open with clear agitation in them. "Felix, I think you were screwed." She gave him a bitter smile while closing her eyes. "No, we are both screwed big time." Chapter 205 Revisiting Fuzzy Stone Shop. "You're joking, right?" Felix couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. "I wish." She removed the bedsheets, exposing her cute furry pajamas while speaking with a serious tone. "What you saw wasn't in your imagination, but a tiny piece of J.R. Mungan's consciousness waking up for a split second before returning to sleep," she sighed. "And if you keep integrating and adding more of his essence into your body, He will wake up for real and none of us is going to like the outcome of that happening. What do you mean? Felix clasped his hands on his head as he said. I understand that I am nothing but dirt in front of such a being. But you are one of the superior beings just like him. He asked while looking deeply into her eyes. So why are you worried about him waking up? Of course. I will be worried, she yelled. If he wakes up, he will either destroy your soul, killing me with you, or be a nice beast and start living with me in this tiny consciousness, she sulked. None of those options are good for me, nice beast. Felix shook his head at such a far-fetched idea. He was more inclined into believing that the J.R. Monkender wasn't going to let go of such a free method of revival. This meant he would need to kill them both, as there was no way he would prefer sealing himself inside Felix's consciousness with the whiny Asna. What now? He passed his hand through his hair with a thoughtful expression. Am I supposed to halt my integration? Not really. Asna shook her head as she clarified. I believe that the consciousness will truly wake up only after you reach 98 to 99 in your integration. She stretched her arms above her head while yawning. So, you can carry on your integration like normal. Just stop at 96 or 97 until we think of a solution. That's some good news at least. Felix sighed in relief. Oh, now that I think about it, she reminded him. Don't integrate more than 2 at each time. I think that the reason you feel a headache after each integration is due to the J.R. Monkender's attempts to keep his consciousness up for as long as possible before sleeping again. She explained. Your mental strength is too weak to handle his oppression pressure. No wonder. Felix smiled wryly. He understood that he and Asna might have one soul, but their social status was further apart by light years. This meant the J.R. Monkender's oppression had no effect on Asna. However, for him, just a single thought, word, or a gaze with intention of harm, was enough to seal his fate. Asna had no way to help him out to fend this oppression feeling, as it was aimed at his consciousness, not at their soul. If you wanted to avoid all of this together, he had to start integrating with 2 per 2. Either from 2 days to 2 days or 3 to 3. It all depended on his choice. Sigh. I should have known that integrating with a primogenitor isn't going to end well. Felix sighed while shaking his head. Obtaining full manipulation of the poison element, he knew that it was too good to be true. However, he actually never had a chance to think deeply about it since Asna gave him only a couple of seconds to make a decision during his awakening. She told him the benefits of awakening with this bloodline and the negatives which she knew about, like the fact he needed to hunt for its essence. Only now did the real dangers of awakening with a primogenitor bloodline resurfaced. At this point, he didn't know if there were still more or not. Thank you. Get some rest. You worked really hard today. Unbothered by his sarcastic tone, Asna flipped him the finger while closing her eyes. Returning to her sleep, Felix chuckled and left his consciousness. 4 hours later, Felix finished his daily team practice routine, and now he was taking a quick shower at the end of the hallway's bathroom. After a while, Felix finished showering and was returning to his room, wearing only a towel, which was covering his nether region to his knees. Oh my, he is at it again. If he didn't already have a girlfriend, I would have already jumped on him. Shush. He will hear you. The girls, who saw him walking like that in the hallway, kept giggling and gossiping with flushed cheeks. Well, their eagerness to hit it off with Felix wasn't out of nowhere, as he was currently being coined on the internet as the new Mr. Perfect, robbing Adam of his title. But this teenager's nuisance just made Felix fed up and use a girlfriend excuse as a shield. After seeing that he was almost near them, they offered him the most beautiful smile they could muster, hoping to attract his attention. Unfortunately for them, Felix had his head buried in a hologram, showing the current prices of sand element stones in the public markets. Of course, they couldn't see the hologram, and that made them a bit upset, thinking that he was ignoring them. But did Felix give a shit? Nope. Slam. Felix closed the door of his room behind him and went to the closet. After getting dressed, he laid on the bed wearing pajamas and continued to browse the prices of the sand element stones, from medium grade to peak grade. Medium grade 1000 SC in the Alexander Kingdom, 2000 SC everywhere else. High grade 10,000 SC in the Alexander Kingdom, 30,000 SC everywhere else. Peak grade 40,000 SC in the Alexander Kingdom, 120,000 SC everywhere else. After seeing that the prices weren't really that different from the poison stones, which he bought before, he smiled bitterly. He knew that to reach a 100 affinity rating from 1, it was going to take a while plus a huge amount of high-grade stones. Felix didn't even consider using peak-grade stones, as they were extremely hard to get in public markets. They only get circulated between the upper echelon or inside auctions, getting sold by bulks. The only accessible way to buy them for him currently was using game points or a wish. That being said, Felix had no plans on wasting either of these two on merely energy stones. Let's see how many stones will I need. Felix created 2 side holograms. One was displaying the number of poison stones he needed to reach 100 from 59, and the other showing the number of coins spent in the process. After doing a quick calculation, he found out that he needed 500 high-grade stones to reach 100 from 1. This result was considering the fact that Asna took half of the purified energy from his first affinity enhancement. If he bought each stone using the lowest price tag, he would need a total of 125 million SC. Sadly, Felix wasn't optimistic about believing that he would get even 3,000 stones with that price. Thus, the total should at least triple. I can't be roaming kingdoms and getting spit at again. I need to invest in a mining company. Felix rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought on which mining company did it strike it rich in the future by finding rare minerals or high concentrated energy mines. Unlike his investment in movies and series, which he clearly remembered extremely well due to him being a cinema lover, the mining industry on the other hand, wasn't really part of his interest in his previous life. After all, there was an infinite amount of news trending on daily basis just in the Mariana Empire from all industries. Unless Felix narrowed his daily news intake to the mining industry only, he could forget about understanding what was going on in their world. Unfortunately, Felix's daily news was centered mainly on the SG both in his previous life and now. His lack of knowledge was biting him now in the ass, as no matter how deep he dug within his memories he remembered not a single mining company name. Though he clearly understood that his memory was actually shit, and even if he probably saw some news, which went trending empire-wide about the mining industry, he wouldn't be able to recall it no matter how hard he tried. That being said, Felix had a super memory search engine living in his consciousness that could solve this problem. Asna can yo. Forget it. Felix shook his head and tucked himself in the bedsheets. He wanted to sound his request, but he didn't want to ruin her sleep 2 times in a row, as he knew that if he went and did so, she would act spitefully and ignore his request. Queen, please log me in. 10 minutes later. Inside Fuzzia's stone shop, Felix was sitting on a comfy armchair while drinking a cup of coffee, waiting patiently for JD, the shop owner, to finish his business deal with another customer. Thankfully, he wasn't left waiting for long, as that customer shook JD's hand and left through the door. After seeing that JD was approaching him, Felix stood from his seat and extended his hand forward with a polite smile. Long time no see, brother Felix. Delighted, JD straightaway went for a hug instead of shaking Felix's hand. To treat Felix this friendly, he must have gotten the shapeshifter penis from Luby's shop. For a man with problems down there, to get the shapeshifter penis was the greatest wish he could ever ask for. After a quick hug, JD let go of Felix and requested, "How can I serve you, brother Felix?" He smiled confidently. "Just say the word and it shall be achieved. I need 500 high-grade sandstones." "When do I take them?" Felix asked while blinking his eyes innocently. "You said 1,250 stones, right?" JD drew closer to Felix as he asked with a tingle of disbelief. "Nope. 500. And I need them as fast as possible." Felix coughed with shifty eyes. "I believe getting them won't be that hard for you with your wide network, brother Felix. Stop jesting." Troubled, JD had creases on his forehead as he leaned back on his chair. "I don't know why you need such a high amount again, and I honestly would rather not ask. However, I can't give you all that amount at once, and you know it already." He smiled wryly. "We discussed it before." "Well, you told me to ask what I need." Felix shrugged his shoulders. "That's what I did." Felix knew that JD wasn't going to sell him that amount even if he somehow managed to secure it. JD's shop was most of the time empty wasn't because he didn't have clients. But in fact, he had hundreds upon hundreds, all with business contracts. Some signed a contract entailing that JD had to deliver 100 high-grade stones each month, while some were signing 10 or 500 per 3 months. All it mattered was that the limit was 1,000 stones per 6 months. This meant that JD's stone stock would never be enough to give each customer what he asked for. Felix was well aware of this, but he couldn't help but want to tease him a bit as he was always overly excited whenever he saw him. 1,000 is not doing anything for me. Felix took a small sip. Can you recommend me to one of your mining companies, brother Felix? I hope you understand that those companies never deal directly with customers. JD informed him with good intentions. You will just waste your time trying to convince them into selling you what you seek. I am planning on investing in one of them, but am not really that familiar with the elemental stones mining industry, Felix said. Very serious. I see. May I know which elements do you require the most? JD asked. Poison and sand, Felix replied. JD nodded his head and started tapping on his bracelet. In a moment, a hologram displaying 5 names was shown to Felix. Those are the companies best known for mining stones for those 2 elements in the kingdom. JD pointed at the one in the middle and suggested, do consider investing in this company, as I own some shares in, and so far it has been rising in a steady manner. I appreciate the recommendations. Pleased, Felix smiled while pointing his bracelet at the list. Wanting to copy it? It's nothing. JD waved his hand dismissively while asking, are you planning on buying only the 1K high-grade stones? Or should I throw in medium grade as well? Give me both. Felix answered. Medium grade might not help much in increasing his affinity, but at this point, Felix would buy anything related to sand element to hasten the affinity enhancement. Please sign this. JD sent him a standard contract, which Felix signed after reading it carefully. After the payment was wired and the serial codes were given, Felix stood up and extended his hand with a polite smile. I will show myself out. You are always welcome. JD smiled and let go of his hand. Chapter 206. Maybe battle format. 5 hours later, Felix was back in his Androxa house after he spent the last 5 hours jumping from a shop to a shop and from a city to a city, securing whatever sandstones he saw in sight. He also bought poison stones to be purified by Asna and used as a backup energy source. He wasn't a retard to use sandstones for that purpose. As for the 5 companies, he already gave a call to Mr. Igris, his investment manager, and gave him a mission to investigate those companies first before buying shares of the best one. He wired him 200 million SC as capital and warned him that he expects to have at least 4 of shares. This left Felix with 500 million SC in his bank account. Felix didn't want to go full ham on shares, as he wasn't relying on his memories, but on JD's recommendation. Thus, he didn't know if they would go up or not. Plus, Felix was simply aiming to get priority on high-grade sandstones by being a shareholder. After he finished buying the amount needed, he would put his shares back on sale with the same pricing. Just like this, he wouldn't be putting his coins in a company with an uncertain future, though he would expect a quite delay before his coins get back to him. The only reason he wasn't investing in other big league companies that had their stocks surge to the roof in his previous life was due to the fact his capital and expenses were always holding him back. After all, when compared to movies or series, which get released pretty quickly, giving Felix his returns within a couple of months, the company's stocks were going to raise only after creating an astonishing product, found a mineral-rich planet, or had in general an incident that made their stock smash through the roofs. Those incidents weren't instantaneously, as the earliest one that was going to happen for a company, which Felix had his eyes on for a while, was in the next year or so. Felix didn't have enough capital to support him. Don't even mention putting hundreds of millions in stocks that were going to raise only a year later. That being said, after the series My Love Rival Is Me gets aired, making him earn billions of profit, he would start putting some of his capital on those stocks and leave them be until they bore fruits. After Felix took a shower, he sat in his usual spot in the living room. He took a deep breath and opened his profile interface. Immediately after, he scrolled down and clicked on a new game. The 2-month cooldown had already ended 7 days before. Now that Felix was expecting the energy stones to reach him in 3 days, he decided to roll the game wheel now, as there were still 5 days of preparation before the game start. A moment later, he was transferred to a web page, where the same green start button was at. Maybe battle format this time, just maybe, he murmured to himself while pressing the button. Click. The moment he pressed the button, the same color wheel with tens of formats started to span rapidly before him. He left spinning for 3 seconds before ordering it to stop. Ting! 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 Needle sound continued to resound in the living room, as it kept passing one format by the other until it completely froze on a format. Finally, the moment Felix saw the format, he could help but shout with his fists clenched tightly. Congratulations on picking battle format, as they say, 3rd time's a charm. Though, Felix was bound to land on the battle format sooner or later, as it's one of the formats with the most games. With an eager expression, Felix pressed the second green button, making the wheel with hundreds upon hundreds of games to spin again. A second later, he paused it and started focusing on the needle that was slowing down until it was stopped at a golden-colored game. Tiring. Congratulations on picking the King of the Island game. Not bad. Felix grinned widely in delight, as he played this game before in his previous life. Well, obviously he didn't win it, but still, he had some experience playing it. Without further ado, he looked to his right and started reading the hologram details of the game. Game format: battles. Game name: King of the Island. Participants number 97. Still increasing. The integration allowed from lesser purity to peak stage 1 of replacement. Ranks allowed: silver and bronze. This is a silver game. Maze map: random virtual generated map. Surprise edition. Yes. Prizes: pool high grade stones, peak grade stones, instant recovery potion, vial of blank minds, potion of phantoms, scourge shard. Rules of the game: 1. Players get dropped randomly on one medium-sized island. 2. Creating alliances is allowed. 3. A golden crown appears on top of one random player's head after the first 5 minutes of the game. 4. The crown's holder location gets transmitted every 15 minutes. 5. The transmission lasts for 5 minutes before disappearing. 6. The game duration is 2 hours. 7. The crown floats in the air after the original holder dies. 8. The first ever holder of the crown is allowed to throw it. The rest cannot throw the crown after picking it up. 9. To pick the crown, you need to touch it for 5 seconds straight. 10. Getting hold of the crown results in immediate small distance teleportation. 11. Game points can be earned from eliminations and the duration of holding the crown. 12. The last player with crown after the duration passes wins the game. For more information, please open your SD profile interface. Good luck to all participants. Everything is the same, except for the number of players. Felix rested his chin on his hand as he thought of the time he played this game. The numbers of players were fewer than this, as he played it when he was in gold rank. All he remembered was that it was one of the wildest and hellish experiences he ever had. The moment a player gets hold of the crown, he will get collapsed at by tens of players coming from all sides of the island, and it was impossible to hide in some corner as the location transmission was implemented to stop that. The fact that the crown could only be dropped after killing the original holder just made the game deadlier for the players. Do you want to win? Just hold the crown until the duration passes. Simple as that. However, Felix still remembered that no one actually dared to touch the crown in the first hour or so. Even the first holder threw it the instant he got it, like he was throwing a hot potato. This totally made sense, as no one was that retarded to make themselves a target for 100 players during the first minutes of the game. That being said, the SG8 put a quite worthy incentive to tempt the players into holding the crown during the first minutes. That was making the crown holder get 500 GP every 10 minutes that the crown remains in his possession. Felix didn't know if the amount was going to remain the same or change in this game. The only way to find out was by asking in the game hall. As for the hidden edition, Felix already knew what was about to be added, as he experienced it firsthand in his game. After rereading all of the rules again, Felix waved the wheel and the game details from his face. He then requested from the Queen to search online for his game. A second later, A list that had a whopping 10 King of the Island games was displayed before him. Felix ignored the games, which were played in other human empires, and focused on the Mariana Empire's games. Soon, he found the one he was at and clicked it, making it display all of its public details. Just like always, Felix went straight for the players list. Participants list Farforce 5 and 8 and 44 silver rank. Low tier wins 6 losses 16. For more details click on the name Alphatech with 4 fire 90 cents silver rank. Mid tier wins 5 losses 10. 4. Clusterfire 7 934 silver rank. Mid tier wins 7 losses 13. 4. Unpaid Landlord 6 7 996 bronze rank. Peak tier wins 2 losses 0. 4. Biohunter 6 to 687 silver rank. Peak tier wins 9 losses 7. 4. Grimmine 10,222 silver rank. Low tier wins 6 losses 17. 4. After scrolling to the bottom of the list, Felix found out that he was the only bronze player in the entire list, while most of them have 3 times losses than wins. Asna asked with a playful look. Isn't it obvious? Felix clarified with a hint of sympathy in his voice. They were the losers. Add-ons. Who wins games only if by luck or getting their some of their favorite formats. Oh, just like you. She chuckled at his trembling lips. You lost at least 15 games until you finally made it into gold rank. Felix didn't even lash at her, as it was his fault for falling in such an obvious attempt of teasing. It was clear that she read his memories and knew beforehand, but asked to make fun of his garbage performance in his past life. Though, mentioning so brought him some unpleasant memories, like the fact he had to pause his integration in peak first stage of replacement until he got out of silver. The Supremacy games wasn't merciful at all to losers like him, as it set a specific range of strength between ranks that couldn't be broken. For example, the integration allowed in bronze to silver was from lesser purity to peak first stage of replacement. This meant the players in silver rank, who broke through the second stage of the replacement, would not be allowed to play in the platform anymore, as their strength outclassed their rank. The platform could add specific silver games, where those with second stage or replacement could compete in. But why would they do so? They were trying their best to minimize the number of players in this overcrowded platform, and by being proactive in keeping those losers, it would defy what they were seeking. Obviously, the players didn't want to be kicked out of the platform, as it meant heading to the real universe to do clan missions, hunting beasts, and such for gathering their resources. They would rather halt their integration than ending up with such a fate. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining about this, as the more games one plays, the more experience he gathers, making him enhance his chances of gaining victory. As long as they continue to survive and grit in the games, they would definitely get out of their rank at some point. The same happened to Felix in his previous life, as he had his integration halted in peak first stage of rep for at least 3 years until he finally made it out of silver rank. That being said, everything had an opposite. Just like there were losers in the games, having a trash 30 win ratio, there were winners, who had either a 50 win ratio or above. Solar Mist, Spirit Visage, Hound Stench, and the rest of the hardcore players in the shuffle maze were those winners. Felix knew that he had to watch out for players like them in the upcoming game. Thus, he swiftly started scouting the players with the highest win ratio, spending hours marking the players' names and their abilities in his mind. After he was done, he went to the garage and took his car out, driving towards the training center. He wasn't planning on wasting those 5 days without practicing strategies and tricks to win the game. He was aiming higher than just winning the game. Chapter 207 The Bounty and the Map. 5 days later, 1 hour before getting teleported into the game, Felix was wearing his usual landlord outfit while sitting in the living room, browsing the daily news in the Mariana Empire. Unsurprisingly, Felix found that his name was currently being mentioned by many of his fans in the network. Using the hashtag landlordies back, I bet everyone thought that you died somewhere, Asna said, laughing. Heh, some news platforms actually wrote so. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry after reading some news, claiming that he got killed by hitmen sent by Master Mania, or he was found drowning in his own puddle of blood on a deserted planet. Well, the news platforms were just trying to milk as much attraction as possible from the fact that Felix was gone an extra 7 days. Everyone assumed that he was going to start another game immediately after the 2 months reset. But when they saw that he was nowhere to be found day after day, rumors started to circulate in the network, starting small then ending up with Felix getting killed. If Felix bothered to create a social media account, he could inform his fans when he was planning on joining another game, just like the majority of the players do. Too bad, he had no interest in social media. Speaking of Mastermania, let's see how much bounty did his agency put on my head. Curious. Felix waved the news hologram away from his face and created another blank one. He wrote in the search engine a guide on how to access the SG Bounties website. The website was in the dark network. Or in other words, it was not indexed by and, therefore, accessible via the search engine. Since the website owner didn't give Felix permission to gain access to his website, he couldn't just request the Queen to find it for him. That being said, the guide that he searched for was extremely helpful as it was created to facilitate for players like him to locate the website. He used it before in his previous life, but he forgot about it as he never bothered to hunt for bounties or was too important for others to put one on him. After a couple of minutes, a pitch-black hologram was displayed before Felix, showing a human skull right in the middle while underneath it a search bar. This was the website appearance for individuals without membership. Just a basic search bar. Nothing more, nothing less. Unbothered by this, Felix typed unpaid landlord 6996 his full SG identity. After clicking enter, the bounty placed on his head resurfaced. While written boldly with dripping blood, 500. My reply must have pissed them off. Felix laughed in amusement like his head wasn't worth $500 million inside the games. You did tell them to go FCK themselves. Asna giggled while covering her mouth. I guess it won't matter much in the next game. Felix chuckled while closing the hologram. He knew that everyone would be coming at him the moment he secured the crown inside the game. So, nothing much changed. Asna, prepare the cards. Felix closed his eyes as he smirked. We have to carry the tradition. Delighted. Asna's sun-like eyes brightened up as she created a deck of cards in one hand while getting out of bed. So far they played cards 2 times during the last hour before Felix get teleported to the game hall. And if they kept doing so, it wouldn't be far-fetched to call it a tradition. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Inside a giant ancient-looking hall, which had many crystal chandeliers hanging from above, lighting every corner of it, and a wooden stage with the podium placed right in the middle. Players started to get teleported one by one, filling the empty hall rapidly until 100 players were all standing under the stage. Expressionless, Felix kept looking around while walking towards a corner of the hall, planning to sit there until the MC arrives. He knew that it was going to take a couple of minutes. The players he passed through didn't make it difficult for him as they smiled politely while opening a path for him. This was a pure demonstration of respect for one's strength. Felix guessed that probably all of the players had either an extensive idea about him or a slight idea. After all, he was the only bronze player in this game with 2 wins. So, even if the players didn't follow the news and heard about him, they would have done it out of curiosity after seeing his low rank and 2-win streak. After sitting with his back against the wall for a couple of minutes, light particles started to take shape in front of the podium. Felix, who was paying attention to what goes around him, saw a tall, beautiful, thin man with purple hair made into a bun suddenly appear after the light of particles disappeared. I never saw him before. Felix tilted his head slightly in confusion. Well, it was obviously impossible for Felix to know every MC as there were millions of them just in low. Good morning, my lovely players. A merry feminine voice was released from the MC's glossy lips, making some players confused whether he was a man dressing like a woman or the opposite. However, the majority still knew that he was a man, who swung in the other direction. I am Meliodas, and I will be your judge in this game. Meliodas smiled charmingly and said, let's not dilly-dally and get into the game. Explanation. He clapped his hands twice, and the same large screen descended from above. Behind his back, Felix raised his head and saw that the screen was already on and displaying the current map of the game. It was a medium-sized island, stretching tens of kilometers from one end to the other. Rather, end shouldn't be used as a term for describing it, as it was shaped like a circle. Yet, none of the players cared about this, but the fact that the island was split into two zones, each with a completely different environment, and whether the southern zone was a rainy forest made out of trees from all kinds of species, painting a gorgeous piece of nature. The only thing they share was their towering height, reaching hundreds of meters into the dark cloudy sky. Meanwhile, the northern zone had only one humongous volcano sitting at the very center of it. The volcano's mouth was closed shut, appearing just like a dormant black behemoth. Felix ignored the top and focused on one enormous tunnel in the volcano, probably leading to the underground. Tisk. At least I'm used to training in a forest environment. Felix clicked his tongue in criticism at the sight of the island. During his practice in the past 5 days, he had to improvise and create many maps, each with a different environment. Since the game clearly stated that the map was randomly generated, that meant it could be anything. Thankfully, his daily training most of the time include a forest environment, since he knew that it was used quite heavily in the games. Based on the gloomy expressions of the majority of players, it seemed like none of them nailed the map design in their practice rooms. As you can see, the map that was generated has only 2 environments. Meliodas pointed at the volcano tunnel, making the screen display where it was leading. Surprised, Felix raised his eyebrows at the sight of a complex labyrinth of tunnels connecting to each other, making it almost impossible to not get lost in them without a passive or active ability to help. Thankfully, they were dimly lighted, making visibility not a major issue. Meliodas didn't put too much focus on the tunnel, as he swiftly replaced it with a sea of lava at the bottom of the volcano. While the rainforest is friendly, the volcano on the other hand isn't, he informed them playfully. During the last 15 minutes of the game, the volcano will erupt at a random period of time. It can be at 15 minutes sharp or at the last minute of the game. Even I don't know when. He warned them with a grin. So don't be near it when it happens. Unsurprisingly, the players weren't really that shocked, as they knew that most games with randomly generated maps have some kind of perk to make them more deadly for the players and entertaining for the spectators. Though, the SGA would never take it that far and make the entire map turn into hell for the players. That's why they left the rainforest untouched and peaceful. Oh, and you will be getting 2 minutes warning before the eruption. You will know it when it happens. Now, into the hidden edition. Meliodas pressed a button, and the center of those 2 zones suddenly had a beacon of light projected into the sky. The volcano had a red beacon that was placed right before the tunnel, while the forest had a green beacon in the middle of it. Those beacons are teleportation circles that allow only the crown holder to teleport. Meliodas said. Nice, this makes it a bit easier for the crown holder. Not bad. I just need to escape to the teleportation circles now. As expected, unlike the players, who were exclaiming out loud in surprise and joy, Felix merely scratched his chin nonchalantly. He knew about it beforehand, as this addition was live in the game he played in his previous life. The moment a surprise addition gets added in a game, it would either stay permanently or removed after not achieving its intended purpose, which was obviously entertaining the spectators. Shush down for me, please. Meliodas showed a sulking expression, making the men in the hall to avoid having eye contact with him at all cost. Besides the girls giggling, not a single sound was heard in the hall again. Good boys. Meliodas smiled and continued. Those teleportation circles do not teleport players randomly on the map, but to the other teleportation circle immediately after hearing so. The players' delighted eyes dimmed instantly. They understood that those teleportation circles weren't escaping routes, but gates to hell itself. Life isn't so easy. Felix couldn't help but chuckle at their expressions. Chapter 208. Here we go again, so use them at your own risk. Not wanting to clarify what he meant, Meliodas pressed another button, and a golden crown, embodied with colorful gems, was displayed on the screen. This is your key to victory. Hold it until the game ends and you will be crowned as the champion. He looked at his bracelet and said, I need to go back to my bunnies. so be quick with your questions. After receiving a confirmation to start the QA, the players started raising their hands above their heads. They still had a lot of doubts about the rules. You, the pretty boy, fire away your question. With an enthralled expression, Meliodas pointed his finger at a burly handsome man, making him tighten his ass cheeks at that invading gaze. Cough. May I know the range of this small distance teleportation after we get hold of the crown? The burly man asked while looking at his feet. Good question, darling. Agitated. The burly man trembled after getting praised in such a head-up manner. However, he still didn't raise his head as he listened to Meliodas' answer. 500 meters in any direction, so just pick up the crown and try your best to survive the first 5 seconds. No one else disappointed? Meliodas asked after seeing that all of the men in the hall lowered their hands the moment they saw how the burly man was treated. After seeing that only the girls had their hands in the air, Meliodas pouted and pointed at one randomly, making her ask if the crown holder used a teleportation circle and got teleported to the other. Can he use the one he was teleported to again? Of course not, he clarified. The moment you get out of a teleportation circle it gets locked for 30 minutes. Thank you. Next, can you clarify the 11th rule in detail please? Every 15 minutes passes with crown in your possession you earn an extra 1000 GP. Meliodas answered. Oh, Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise at hearing this, as he noticed that an extra 5 minutes increased from what he knew of. However, the number of points also doubled, so he wasn't really complaining. Next, are we allowed to mark positions inside the tunnel labyrinth? Yes, this is not a puzzle game. You can mark the entrance or the exit, or even share your position with others. Do what you want. Next, may I know what's the name of this game's unique title? And how can we get it? I am too lazy to create one, so I will just use this. Meliodas pressed a button, displaying a specific time on the screen, and told them that anyone who could hold the crown longer than the current known record will get the title. Record breaker 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Hard but doable. Felix looked at the record with a thoughtful expression. If only the rest of the players shared his confidence, the hall wouldn't have descended into a deafening silence. Felix believed that he might pull it off. But for them, they honestly weren't confident in even holding the crown for 5 minutes before getting caught and barraged by tens of abilities. This game had only two sides playing it: the crown holder vs everyone else. Thus, unless one was completely certain in his chances of escaping with crown, it was better to just give up in this game and wait 2 months to start another. Heck, they knew that even the current record holder was caught eventually and got killed, so he might have gotten the record. But he traded his life for it. That got you quiet, huh? Meliodas giggled for a second before adding, as for the MVP title, sadly, I already gave it away a year ago. No one reacted to such saddening news. As to whether the MVP title was there or not, they were not going to get it anyway. Meliodas clapped his hand twice and said, the QA is over. I will see you, my lovely players, on the island. Oh, I remember. Meliodas suddenly waved his hand at Felix, who was at the far end of the hall, and said with a grateful expression, thank you, love, for kicking down that BTCH Zoe from her high horse. Displeased, he huffed through his nose while breaking down to small particles. She was stealing all the attention from him. What the? At loss for words, Felix kept gazing at the empty stage with parted lips, not knowing how to respond. PFFFF must be nice being called love, Asna said, laughing, unbothered by her and the mocking looks he was getting from the players. Felix's eyes kept roaming in the hall, searching for the players that he marked 5 days before. Every time his head faced a player, he forces him to lower his head, not daring to meet the darkness in place of his eyes. Biohunter, Rosanna, Cyber Sky, Frosty Lance, Brutalite, all here. He kept murmuring each name until 8 players on his list were all checked out. After so, he closed his eyes, waiting patiently until they get teleported to the island 1 hour later. He had no plans on proposing a wager, as he knew that the moment he gets on stage, the players would start throwing shoes at him for trying to scam them out of their points, as he did to Solar Mist and the rest. Landlord, landlord, landlord. For the first time ever, Felix opened his eyes to the sound of his name getting chanted all around the stadium, making the players in his sight give him envious and jealous looks. They couldn't fathom how much his popularity had grown to such a state and in such a short amount of time. For God's sake. It wasn't even a year, and Felix fans were already crowding the stadium. Just the fat tickets revenue he would be getting from them was enough to make this game worth playing without even bothering with the championship. Not bad at all. I could get used to this. Content by the attention he was getting. Felix smiled faintly while waving his hand, giving the spectators the response they wanted. Kaya, I love you. My lord, kill them all. Landlord, I bet my entire fortune on you to win. The crowd went bonkers, each screaming at their own expense, making Meliodas' expression to turn a bit unsightly. The more attention Felix got, the harder his job got. So Zoe was dealing with this in her game. In the end, Meliodas just sighed dejectedly at the notion of his inability to interview Felix when he was clearly the most popular player in the game. Though he felt terrible about it, he didn't bother attempting to use the loophole that Zoe utilized against Felix. Zoe's fate was more than enough to show him that using tricks on Felix only had a bad ending. Thus, he completely ignored Felix and interviewed the rest of the players, showering them with usual genetic questions. That being said, he was smart enough to include Felix's name in some questions, such as, how confident are you to try and take the crown from landlord's hands if you met with him, or do you have countermeasures for his pitch-black inducement? He might not be able to interview Felix, but asking questions related to him was harmless to anyone, except for the players getting asked. But who gave a shit about them? Apparently no one, as the spectators were loving those questions. Before long, the 30 minutes allocated to the interview segment finished in a jiffy, making the players exhale in relief. They were really about to lose their shit if they heard Felix's name one more time. Good luck to you all, Meliodas said as he flew in the air, returning to his commentary table. The moment he sat on his armchair, he snapped his finger, making the players teleport into the sky, thousands of meters above the island. Whoosh whoosh. Felix's clothes kept flailing by the raging wind of being at such a high altitude, but he didn't show any sign of fluster, as he kept looking at the rainy forest underneath him from the small openings of the gray clouds. He lifted his head and saw that the 100 players were spread 50 above the rainforest and 50 above the volcanic zone. Those who were near him all had different expressions clouding their faces as they kept looking underneath them. Some were displaying signs of joy and relief at being placed in their best environment, while some were frowning their eyebrows in irritation for the opposite reason. Turn up the lights, Meliodas shouted in pure delight as he pressed on a small screen, making the center of the two zones to release a towering beacon of colored light into space immediately after seeing that everything was in place. Meliodas displayed the 30 seconds countdown on the large screen and requested from the spectators to do the countdown after it reached 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Stirred and excited, everyone shouted with their hands raised above their heads. Here we go again. Felix smirked while being pulled down by the gravity, making him feel like he was skydiving. Without a parachute, of course. Chapter 209. Dear God, why me first? Felix spread his arms and legs wide open as he kept free-falling into the rainforest, bursting into the gray clouds for a couple of seconds before his vision was brightened up again. His eyes were narrowed as he was focusing on the center of the forest, where the beacon of light was at. His destination was clearly the teleportation circle. Well, at least getting as close as possible to it. He turned his head to the left and saw that at least 20 players were all diving towards the center as well. Some were nosediving to increase their speed and reach faster, while some were trying their best to slow their speed just like Felix. He turned to the right and saw the exact same thing. They were quite close to him, but Felix wasn't really worried about being attacked or such, since he knew that as long as they were in the sky no one was allowed to use their abilities. After all, it was an unfair advantage given to the wind elementalist or those with flying abilities. 1,000 meters. 700 m. 500 m. The towering trees were getting closer and closer, making Felix pay close attention to which tree was the largest one of those closest to him. That one. Soon, he saw a tree that was resembling coast redwood, but with literally red leaves, reaching 200 meters in height or so. He immediately changed his falling positing to nosediving, hoping to edge closer to the tree. 100 m, 50 m, 10 meters just as Felix was about to collide with it. He guarded his face with his arms while drawing his knees closer to his chest. Appearing like a human grenade, boom, he smashed right into the humongous stem of the tree, creating a deep hole within. Yet, the tree only trembled slightly, making the leaves rustle for a second or two. That was fun. Thrilled by the experience, Felix jumped from the hole and landed on one of the branches with a pleased smile on his face. I want to try that as well, Asna murmured dejectedly while eyeing Felix, enjoying his time. You will get your chance soon enough, Felix promised while cracking his neck. Asna smiled charmingly and stopped bothering him, letting him focus on the game. Without a single second wasted, Felix looked at his bracelet and voiced his request. Queen, make 3 separate alarms. One for the first 5 minutes, second for every 15 minutes after, the third for 5 minutes of the transmission. As you wish. The queen did as she was told, making 3 alarms each with a different sound and ring 10 seconds before the mentioned periods. Satisfied by the end result, Felix nodded his head and started climbing into the top of the tree, jumping from a branch into the other akin to a monkey. Before long, he reached the top of the tree and stood on a small branch while holding the tip of the tree with his hand. I'm still quite far, he pondered to himself, as he noticed that the green beacon was still a couple of kilometers away from him. Let's see if there are any free targets on the way. He activated his infrared vision and pushed it to the limit, making everything in half a kilometer disappear, except for 3 humanoid ordas, each displaced on a tree. Felix managed to guess so easily by the fact they were standing midair. A couple of seconds later, Felix turned off the passive, not wanting to get a headache. If it wasn't for him increasing his integration from 51 to 84, his mental energy wouldn't have increased, which in turn made the range of the limit increase 100 meters to a half kilometer. Of course, his energy capacity and physical strength were increased moderately as well. Felix wasn't lazing around during the past 5 days, as he added 4 on his 80, taking Asna's advice and integrating 2 every 2 days. After the game, he planned on finishing the last 4 in the bottle. Asna, did you note their position? He asked while jumping down the tree. Yes, she informed him. The closest one is about 150 meters away from you. Time to hunt. Felix licked his lips while having his slits narrowing into a string, completely engrossed in jumping from a tree's branch to the other. Hopefully, the crown land in the forest area. A short man with gray furry ears instead of human ears was pondering on top of a branch while gazing at the green beacon in utter focus. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly his furry ears quivered at the abnormal rustling sound of the leaves behind him. Heh! Trying to ambush a wolf, he snickered without turning his head, acting like he didn't notice the ambush. However, his human's nails were in the process of morphing into long metallic nails, gleaming under the rays of sunlight. Whoosh whoosh. The moment his furry ears picked up the sound of approaching objects, he immediately turned around with a cocky smirk on his face, planning to cut them into 2 with his sharp nails. He was clearly confident in his ability to achieve so. Too bad, the sight that greeted him wasn't like he expected, as he saw 2 acid green bombs closing in on him with horrifying speed. Dear God, why me first? Terrified by facing the owner of those bombs, he couldn't help but cry in his mind while dodging narrowly one bomb, leaving the other to hit him right in the thigh. Poof poof. Sadly for him, Felix exploded both of them at the same time, making him get engulfed from behind as well as the front before Felix could smile at having 200 GP secured with only 2 bombs. He frowned his eyebrows at the sight of his prey getting encased in a metallic gray fur, making the corrosion less effective than before. Heavy metal uses his best defensive ability. Metallic fur. How is Landlord going to carry on his offense? Meliodas wondered out loud. Landlord, the game has just started. There is no need to drain our energy for such a needless fight, Heavy Metal suggested while crouching down on a branch, with his back and head facing Felix. After seeing his form, Felix knew that whether he accepts his proposal or reject it, the bastard was planning to escape either way. But so what? During those first 5 minutes, where the crown still hasn't emerged yet. Players were free to do as they please. Felix had no plans to chill in this duration, as he wanted to obtain game points every chance he got. Oxidification inducement. Felix created 2 bronze-colored bombs in his hands with a devilish smile. You either buy your life or die. He hurled the bombs towards heavy metal while saying, "There is no in-between in my dictionary, poof poof well. FCKU." Then the player cursed him while bolting away. Having absolutely no plan on fighting Felix alone, he saw enough footage about Felix in the network to let him understand that Felix wasn't a player, but a monster wearing human skin joining the games to terrorize them. Why do they always run? Felix murmured in annoyance, as he chased down his prey, who was running in direction of the green beacon. It seems like this chase is going in landlord's favor, Meliodas commentated passionately while watching Felix catching up to heavy metal rapidly. The spectators were in favor, as Felix's movements were quite fluid, making it seem like he was actually traveling on the ground instead of branches. Felix, always trained in this kind of environment, as he knew that the SGA loved using huge forests in their games. Heck, the first ever practice he had in the training center was in a forest almost the same as this one, thus he knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, the same couldn't be applied to heavy metal. As the weight of the metal fur was hindering his speed significantly, it was obvious that he didn't have movement-related abilities or even a super strength passive to let him handle the weight properly. He couldn't even remove it, as the threats of getting hit by an acid bomb was always on his mind. Those little things, little details, were what caused his furry ears to tremble at the sound of rustling coming from above, making him quiver in fear all over. Landlord is above me, this thought coursed in his mind as he lifted his head, witnessing the most horrifying image in his entire life. A humongous brownish sphere, falling from the sky akin to a bronze coffin descending to seal his fate. Whoosh thud. Felix landed exactly 2 meters in front of the petrified heavy metal, intercepting his path forward. Why did you run? Felix smiled warmly as he tightened his fist and bashed him right in the stomach. If heavy metal wasn't wearing that metal fur, that punch would have launched him or burst his internal organs. Cough. Unfortunately, it just made heavy metal merely cough. However, the sight didn't discourage Felix at all, as he snapped his finger, creating a light yellow bomb right next to his head. FCKM. Heavy metal immediately closed his mouth shut, not daring to inhale after his cough, even when it felt extremely uncomfortable holding it in. That bomb made him terrified about the consequences of doing so. Yet, what was making him despair even more was the brownish aura that he was inside. He wasn't feeling much from the sphere. However, the metal fur that he was wearing kept getting rusty gradually, weakening it to the limit. Bam bam. With Felix's upcoming barrage of punches and kicks, the fur was getting obliterated continuously until heavy metal's clothes were started to get exposed. //DAEUFC Kerr, driven mad by getting cornered like this, heavy metal gave up on defending and switched on full offense, waving his rusty metallic long nails left and right in a mindless manner. His retaliation forced Felix to keep stepping back while evading those last effort attacks to the best of his ability. Snap. Snap. This back and forth kept going for merely 5 seconds before snapping sounds resounded in the area. Oh no. They broke. Meliodas exclaimed out loud at the sight of those rusty nails breaking into 2 pieces the moment they landed on Felix's forearm. Poof. Immediately, Felix snapped his fingers with one hand while delivering a heavy punch with the other at heavy metal's despairing face. Bam. Cough. Cough. Not able to hold it anymore, heavy metal was forced to breathe in the light yellow inducement after having his nose bashed like that. He froze stiffly with blood dripping down his chin and widened eyes packed with raw emotions, displaying his fear and despair at what's about to come next. Good fight, Felix said, smiling. The image would have appeared nice and all if his index finger wasn't deeply ingrained in heavy metal's forehead while saying so. Thud. After removing his finger, heavy metal fell backward with his eyes turning gray and dim until the last shimmer of light was sapped out of them. Peep peep. A second later, the first alarm that Felix set out went off abruptly, making him glance at his bracelet. Chapter 210. Hiring the players right on time. Felix grinned as he saw that 5 minutes had passed since he dropped. I do hope that the crown lands on me. The spectators didn't know whether to applaud his fight or mock him for getting too cocky and wish to carry the hot potato at the start of the game. But who could blame them for mistrusting Felix's absolute confidence? The best-known record was 1 hour and the holder still died. Yet, Felix was hoping to hold the crown for 2 hours and survive it, unique legendary bloodline or not. There was absolutely no way for Felix to survive against 99 players in this game all by himself. Not to mention, all of them were a peak first-stage bloodliner. No one entertained the idea. Not even his most loyal fans, after waiting for 30 seconds and still seeing that the crown didn't show up above his head. Felix sighed in disappointment and carried on his journey towards the green beacon. Just like everyone else, he was heading there to camp, in case the crown didn't land in the rainforest zone. 14 minutes later, on top of a towering tree, reaching hundreds of meters, Felix was sitting on a branch with his back leaning against the stem. Meanwhile, his eyes were focusing on the ground, where a giant green circle with mesmerizing inscriptions was drawn on the floor. He was able to see it clearly as the bright light disappeared the instant he got this close to the circle. Felix switched his vision to the 28 players or so, all standing around it. Some were grouped up as 5 or 6 while some were just a party of 2 players. None of them were standing alone. 14 minutes was more than enough to meet and create alliances or partnerships for the upcoming hunt. Only 30 seconds left before the first transmission. Felix did a quick glance at the time while thinking, I should probably check on the newcomers now. He turned on his infrared vision and scanned the entire area around the teleportation circle. After a couple of seconds, he turned it off while sighing in disgruntlement. He saw that the number of players hiding had increased to 20 in total. Adding that to the 28 or so on the ground, this made him conclude the unlikeliness of the crown holder being in the rainforest zone. No one was retarded enough to hold the crown and stay close to the majority of the players. However, Felix didn't lose all of his hope, as he believed that it was still possible for one of those players to throw the crown somewhere in the forest during those past 14 minutes. Peep peep. After reaching 10 seconds before the location of the crown gets transmitted, Felix's bracelet started vibrating. Felix stood up while having his eyes roam around, paying close attention to where the place of transmission will come from. He wasn't the only one doing so, as every player in the map quieted down their chatter and heightened their vigilance to the max. Everyone had only one thought going through their mind, and that was the countdown to 0. 3, 2, 1, go go go. The moment a golden beam of light emerged in the sky above the rainforest, every player next to the circle dashed toward it, completely giving up on their camping plan. Good shit. Thrilled by the sight of the static golden beam that was 10 kilometers or so away from him, Felix let out a booming laugh while sprinting on the branch he was on. Whoosh! Without a single hesitation, he jumped the instant he reached the edge of the branch, aiming to land at the nearest tree below him. However, the distance was still a bit too much for Felix's knees to handle. Thus he caught thin branch midair and swung himself to another, smushing into every giant green leaf in his path. Thud. By the time he made it, the rest were already ahead of him. Yet, Felix wasn't worried about it. He knew that since the golden beam was static, it meant that the crown was thrown by the first holder. This meant unless those players were confident in their ability to survive getting chased by everyone, no one would dare to touch it. 5 minutes later, the golden beam of light disappeared from the sky. Despite so, not a single player was bothered about it, as they already memorized its location, or at least the area it was at. After running at his top speed for a while, Felix started to slow down, as he noticed that all of the players had their heads facing a direction without moving an inch. Thud. Felix landed on a tree's branch and rolled forward 2 times to stop the momentum. After getting hold of himself, he cut down a giant leaf and put it on top of him while lying on his stomach. Oh, intrigued, he gazed with his red shimmering eyes at 5 humanoid auras surrounding the crown. The golden light that the crown was releasing appeared as clear as crystal in his eyes. After finding what he wanted, he turned off his infrared vision and started approaching the 5 players in a sneaky manner, not wanting to expose himself. So far, not a single player saw him, as he made sure that he was either behind them or way above them. Those who met him during the last 20 minutes didn't live to tell the tale. It seems like they are talking. Felix closed his eyes and focused deeply on what they were saying, hoping to pick up their conversation. Thankfully, they were speaking out loud. Miss Rosanna, I apologize but I can't accept your offer. I am simply here to represent my alliance, said a broad-shouldered man with green facial hair while shaking his head towards a tall gorgeous red-haired lady, who was wearing a dress made of red roses and thorns. Are you certain, mister? Bio Rosanna smiled alluringly. 50 million SC for each of you is quite a lot. Seeing that he was still unmoving in his decision, Rosanna sighed and asked the other 3 alliances leaders. How about you guys? Nope, not interested. Thought a warrior-like man with a naked upper body full of scars smashed the butt of his heavy sword at the branch, drawing everyone's attention to him. Make it 100 million each and my 6-man alliance will be at your service, he said in a straightforward manner. Deal without a single hint of hesitation or showing signs of disapproval at the price getting doubled. Rosanna offered a delightful smile as she projected a huge holographic contract, showing all of its details to everyone. Even Felix, who was quite far, managed to read the terms. UBTCH. I curse you and your filthy rich mom. Felix couldn't help but curse in his mind after reading that she was giving 100 million SC to every player who signed this hiring contract. By signing it, Rosanna would be getting the protection from the alliance and the help needed to win the game. This was the same as hiring a mercenary squad inside the game or bringing goons from the outside for hardcore players. Obviously, none of them would give a shit about this crap. But for losers, who already figured that they had no chance to win the game, they will damn sure sign it and secure such a freebie. Retreat. Vexed and agitated, Biohunter ordered while jumping down the branch. He wasn't a retard to stay next to Rosanna, who was about to get another 6 players to her side while she already had 5 in her alliance. That's right. She already bought 5 players with 50 million each. This summed up the total spent by her to 850 million. Go back. Withdrew. The rest of the leaders soon ordered the same thing, leaving only the proud Rosanna and the warrior-like man next to the shimmering golden crown, which was floating in the air. There she goes again. Meliodas sighed in annoyance as he said, is she planning on continuing her winning streak forcefully by spending her mother's money? Meliodas didn't give a crap about mincing his words when he was dealing with girls. He only acts nicely to men and especially cute ones. That being said, his criticism was applauded by the spectators, as they also didn't like what they were watching. They were expecting an epic battle royal for the crown between the alliances and the partnerships. Yet the end result was this anticlimactic situation. Boo-oh, they couldn't help but start booing at Rosanna and her goons, who lacked the backbone to play the game like it was supposed to. Meanwhile, Felix was staring in focus at Rosanna, who was gesturing with her hand for her alliance to draw closer to her. Before long, her entire alliance was standing all in one branch, putting her and the crown in the center of a defensive formation. Meliodas, my darling, you better capture this image perfectly. I pay 850 million for it. Rosanna winked at the sky while approaching the golden crown. Chapter 211. Lighting up the fuse. Not on my watch. Felix sneered as he created 2 mustard yellow bombs. He removed the giant leaf and stood up, exposing himself to the players near him. All of them felt a sudden chill course on their spine at the thought of being this close to the predator of the game. Without their knowledge, they immediately jumped to another tree, putting as much distance as possible. Though, they didn't leave as they were eager to watch the upcoming battle and see if they could take any advantage. They weren't the only ones eager, as Meliodas, who had Felix in his eyesight all the time, switched the camera from Rosanna to Felix, putting him back on the large screen. Whoosh whoosh. The moment Felix appeared on the screen, he was shown throwing the yellow bombs at the alliance formation, targeting the biggest cluster, which was behind Rosanna. Poof poof. Before the sound of the bombs approaching them could register in their mind, the bombs exploded right within their ranks, making those with horrifying reaction speed to hold their breaths reflexively while jumping backward, trying to leave the mustard yellow mist. Fortunately for Felix, only 2 players reacted this way. As for the affected 3, who were in the contact zone, they stood stiffly, completely paralyzed while feeling like the world was spinning around them. That's right, the mustard yellow balm was a merged inducement created from combining paralyze and dizziness inducement. Felix, being at 84 integration plus with Asna's backup energy, finally made him feel comfortable to use merged inducements without worrying too much about being cost efficient. Bloodryod, take care of him with your alliance. Displeased by having her pictures ruined, Rosanna ordered the warrior-like man while pointing her finger at Felix, who was rushing at them while holding 2 acid green bombs. Consider it done. Bloodryod and his alliance narrowed their eyes in focus and charged towards Felix, preparing to dodge the bombs at any moment. Too bad. Felix was never aiming at them. Poof poof. Abruptly 2 acid green bombs exploded exactly on the crown, encasing it in a green misty cloud. Rosanna's expression turned unsightly as she was forced to back away from the crown, not daring to have her skin touched by the acid. Now, even if she wanted to hold the crown, she had no way to approach it unless she had an ability that could protect her against the corrosion. Bastard. Infuriated, she gritted her teeth while glaring at Felix, who escaped the moment he threw those bombs, dragging with him Bloodryod and his alliance. After seeing that she lost half of her army, while the other half had most of its members poisoned, Biohunter's eyes lighted up as he ordered, Go kill everyone, but she is worth more alive. Don't let any more approach the crown. Kill whoever you see. The rest of the alliances and partnerships hidden in the area all started to leave their shell as well, aiming unsurprisingly not at the crown, but at each other. All of this was part of Felix's plan. He understood that making the first move was all he needed for the fuse to light up and make the situation descend into a one-for-all chaotic battle. The only reason no one made a move before was because the alliance's leaders were not trusting in each other to combine their strengths and attack at once. No one dared to make the first move as he would be attracting the most attention and hate. Seeing Felix jumping from a tree to another while being chased by Bloodryod and his alliance was enough proof. Don't lag behind. Bloodryod ordered his allies as he kept swinging his heavy sword at the giant leaves, which were blocking his sight from spotting Felix. The spectators noticed that Felix's speed was strangely slower than he displayed when he chased down heavy metal. They believed that based on those 6 players' speed, Felix should have been out of their sight by now. Yet, there was always 40 meters or so between them that couldn't be bridged no matter how hard Bloodryod and his allies pushed themselves. This carried on until 5 kilometers was put between them and the crown. I think I am far enough. Felix glanced behind him with a hidden glint while slowing down his speed gradually until he finally entered the attacking range of the elemental rangers. Scatter sand. Bloodryod shouted as he aimed his palm at Felix's back, releasing sand blasts, which started to split into multiple fragments. The rest of his allies each used an elemental ability, showering Felix at the same time. Phew whoosh. Without turning his head and checking on the approaching salvo of elemental abilities, Felix bent his knees on the branch he was on and hurled himself to a dangling thin tree branch, catching it with his arms due to his great momentum. The thin branch swung Felix away from the impact zone. Boom bam. Without losing composure by the loud explosions behind him, Felix let go of the thin branch after reaching its peak velocity, making him fly into another tree branch. Since he was swung in a weird position, he did a backflip in the air to make his feet be the first to touch the branch. But after landing, he rolled 2 times and crouched on the branch for a second before standing up and starting to dust his clothes. Whoa! The spectators cheered after seeing such a fine maneuver that made their blood boil in excitement. Strangely, they weren't the only ones excited, as Bloodryod and his allies kept gazing at Felix with an abnormal fervor. Felix grinned faintly at those looks, as he knew what they were aiming for. Hee, they are looking at you like a piece of gold, Asna said in amusement while taking the large sips from a can of Coke. Want my head for the bounty? Indifferent, Felix asked out loud while having his hands in his hoodie's pockets, hiding 2 pitch-black bombs. If it wasn't for it, I wouldn't have dared to hunt you. Bloodryod looked at Felix with a stoic expression. But the 500 million on your head is too much to pass by. In 30 seconds, you will change your mind. Felix snickered as he snapped his finger, engulfing himself with a white aura, hindering their vision. Sicko. Moonsight. Go block his retreat path. After seeing that Felix wasn't planning on running anymore, Bloodryod decided to surround him first before collapsing on him from all sides. However, the two players had an unwilling expression as they kept gazing at the white ore without blinking. Greedy morons. Bloodriad understood what was on their minds. They were worried that after they leave, Felix would have already gotten killed by Bloodriad and the rest. Based on their alliance's contract, those without contribution wouldn't get any part of the reward. The bounty will be split evenly, Bloodriad shouted. So move your FC King asses, sickow. And Moonsight stopped hesitating any further after hearing so. They gave Felix one last glance and went both in one direction. However, the moment they jumped on a tree that had fewer leaves than the rest, two pitch-black bombs rushed from the white mist, heading in their direction. Poof poof, just like they were hit by homing missiles. One bomb exploded half a meter above the head of Sickow while the other exploded in front of Moonsight. Scared shitless, they both held their breath as they guarded their skin against black inducement. Alas, it was already too late, as all it took was a single particle touching them, and the 20 inducements started raging inside their bodies and minds. It didn't take even a split second before their bodies started to disintegrate into black particles, drifting by the wind and utterly disappearing from existence. The sight was so mind-blowing that the spectators and the players near Felix all had their mouths left agape, too shocked to close it. Bloodriad's hand, which was holding the heavy sword, started to tremble, expressing his extreme fear at what he'd just witnessed. He always believed, just like everyone else, that Felix's black inducement was usable only after he activates his ultimate ability. This conclusion wasn't his own, but belonging to the majority of Supremacy Games analytics in the network. They watched and analyzed Felix's second game frame by frame, second by second, and after seeing the numerous missed chances of Felix using the black inducement, they deduced that he wasn't able to use it without activating his ultimate ability first. This gave the players in the game, who clearly done their homework on Felix, the belief that he would only use the black inducement when he gets heavily injured. This conclusion might not sound that convincing, but it was the only logical explanation that could be extracted from the available information about Felix in the network. So, neither Bloodriad, the players, nor the spectators anticipated the emergence of the black inducement this early in the game. Stop clowning around in my presence. Felix's nonchalant voice resounded from within the white aura, breaking everyone from their daze. Come at me all at once. Felix smirked while snapping his finger, removing the white aura. My time is too precious to waste on you idiots. Ruan, wait. What? Unfortunately for Felix, his taunt didn't make the players as humiliated and mad as he anticipated. Instead, from the remaining 4 players, 3 turned around and bolted as fast as possible, with horrified expressions like they just saw the devil himself. The only one who was left behind was Bloodriad, who kept gazing at Felix without blinking his eyes even once. Sigh. I guess it's just me and you, Mr. Blood. Felix looked at Bloodriad in his eyes and praised him. At least, you are a man enough to fig. Whoosh! Before Felix could finish expressing his approval for Bloodriad, his lips started twitching at the sight of him breaking down into sand particles, drifting into the air, making him feel like a retard talking to himself. The F-Seeker wasn't even here in his real body. Pffffff cough cough. Asna immediately spew a shower of cola from her mouth and nose as she tried to laugh while gulping down a mouthful. Yet, even with cola dripping down her nose and tearful eyes, she was still laughing out loud at Felix, making his irritation increase threefolds after what just happened. He didn't think that his black inducement would scare everyone into bailing away, not caring anymore about the fat bounty on his head. FCK me. I should have downplayed my strength more. Felix could only cry in his mind as he chased after them 5 times the speed he was escaping with before. The sight of him approaching with such a dastardly speed scared the shit out of the players. By now, they already figured that Felix wanted to bait them away from the main battlefield to take care of them all at once without hindrance. Split up. Terrified, one of them shouted as he turned right, leaving his allies' formation. The rest figured that his plan was truly the best one. Thus each chose a direction and hoped that the predator behind them chose one of their allies instead of them. Since you proposed it, you will be the first. Peeved, Felix ignored the rest and chased after the player, who took the right direction. He truly should have kept his mouth shut and escaped as one herd. Alas, It was already too late for regrets after getting marked by Felix. And now only his pain screams resounded in the forest, making the rest of the players sweat buckets down their chins. Chapter 212, buying her life to actually turn into the hunter after being a prey for merely a couple of minutes. Meliodas smiled wryly as he praised. Only when spectating, landlord. Will you see those kinds of scenes? Felix fans puffed out their chest in pride while cheering at top of their voices. Turning the stadium into their house, it was clear that at minimum 5 of the spectators were Felix fans, belonging to his club. The 2 months between the games were more than enough for Felix fan club to gather tens of millions of new members, especially when Felix went viral for an entire week in the Mariana Empire after his second game. Right now, the natural spectators, who either still had no idea about Felix, or simply didn't give a crap about him as they came to cheer for their own people, started to feel the burn of having those fans breathing and screaming down their necks. Alas, they could only complain in their minds and continue watching Felix hunting down the closest players one by one. In the main battlefield, near the crown, the entire forest was utterly ruined as trees had their huge branches snapped and lying all over the ground, and leaves of all colors and shapes were either burnt or still burning. If the tree stem wasn't humongous and steady, the trees would have been cut down and fell into the ground by now. Boom crack. The natural beauty of the forest was nowhere to be seen, as tens of players were battling each other using destructive abilities, ranging from using small fireballs to medium-sized lightning storms, striking down with an impartial accuracy. Yet, throughout all of this, the golden crown remained floating in its position without a single blemish on its lustrous surface or the gems attached to it. Heck, the branch, which the crown was floating on before, was already destroyed to oblivion. But still, the crown remained floating 100 meters midair without support. As long as no one took hold of it, it would stay like that until the game ends. Can any one of you losers still fight? Rosanna knitted her eyebrows in disgruntlement as she turned her head, eyeing the wounded 3 players, who survived the first onslaught with her. Earlier, when Felix left with Bloodriad and his allies, all the players in the forest collapsed on Rosanna and her goons, managing to kill 2 players and wound the rest. She was only able to emerge unscathed due to her element and bloodline. After so, she went into hiding and sent a message using the queen to her allies to group up with her. Now, they were watching the chaos unfold before them, not daring to make a move. But for how long could they stay like this? The players were falling akin to flies near the crown, downsizing the numbers each second. Before long, a player with a flying ability or other similar abilities would take advantage of their shortage and steal the crown. Damn it. Why is Bloodriad taking so long? Rosanna kept looking at her bracelet, noticing that 7 minutes had gone by since she was contacted by him, informing her about his battle with Felix. Currently, she was waiting just for him in order to dive back in the battle, with the advantage of having more players in her alliance. Whoosh, speak of the devil and he shall appear, as sand particles started to gather and form in front of Rosanna, making her yelp in surprise while pointing her green shimmering fingers in his direction. It's me. Bloodriad rubbed some sand particles off his shoulder, as he stood in a composed manner. Where is the rest? She titled her head, looking behind him, hoping to spot his allies. Unfortunately, Bloodriad's response made her heart sink. I am the only one who made it here. He closed his eyes, not wanting to display his fear and dread after remembering that chase. What the hell are you talking about? She shouted with flushed cheeks. You told me that 4 of you escaped successfully from him. Indeed. But we totally forgot that he had that overpowered eye vision. His upper lip trembled as he said, whenever we believed that we had lost him, he suddenly pops up from behind us and starts throwing bombs at us. And the FC cat up part. He was 5 times faster than us. He massaged his eyelids as he kept speaking. Every time he caught one of us, he engulfs him in his acid aura, making him beg for mercy just to have his head explode by a punch or a kick. By the time I made it to the main field, I believe that only Sierra had escaped since she went in the opposite direction from us. Horrified and aghast, the wounded players behind Rosanna gulped a mouthful after hearing him retelling what happened like he was telling a ghost story in a camp. However, They believed every word that came out of his lips, as they saw what a FC King Psycho Felix was inside the maze shuffle. Then how did you escape, she asked. There is no reason for me to tell you. Bloodriad wasn't a fool to explain his abilities to other players. Tiskrasana clicked her tongue in annoyance as she ordered. Whatever. Get ready, we will join the fight in 1 minute. Argouch. Pained. The players kept growing out loud as they tried to stand while putting pressure on their heavy wounded areas. Some had their back or chest completely burned off while some had a long bloody wound on their limbs. Keep groaning all day long. You losers are coming with me. Rosanna gave them a cold glance. Sadly for you. None of you are going anywhere. Whoosh before the shock of hearing a stranger's voice within their hiding spot set in their minds. Their vision was suddenly blinded by the bright yellow color, making them want to close their eyes reflexively. Alas, their eyelids were as unresponsive as ever. What's going? Arg! My head. Rosanna didn't manage to finish even one thought before the world started to spin rapidly, making her feel extremely dizzy. Thud, thud, thud. The only sound that was going through her mind was the noise of hard objects colliding. A few moments later, which felt like years to her, the bright yellow mist was removed from her sight. However, the paralyze and dizzy effect still lasted for 5 seconds before she regained her senses back. Just as she tried to activate her escape ability, she felt her neck getting clutched and tightened, making her face turn purple. After feeling the strength of the hand around her neck, she knew that her life could be ended faster than thought. How much do you think your life is worth? Felix asked with a faint smile while gazing at her behind the darkness of his hoodie. She kept making muffled noises while looking at him with bloodshot eyes, trying her best to let him know that she was having difficulty breathing. How was she supposed to answer when he was strangling her like that? Some of the spectators had this thought coursing in their minds. Use the queen to give me your price. Felix's faint smile was wiped out of his face as he said coldly, You have 3 seconds to please me with a good price before I snap your neck. He warned, Don't attempt to activate an ability. I know that your plant elemental abilities require at least a second to activate. You hateful prick. Rosanna could only curse in her mind as Felix's knowledge of her abilities was spot on. She was a plant elementalist with a legendary bloodline with abilities more oriented towards battles instead of support like Olivia's. As Felix said, her abilities require plants to manifest first, and that required time she didn't afford currently, hence, she could only drop any attempt to escape and laid down her price. I only have 500 million in my account after I spent all the rest hiring those useless scum. Show me your bank account. Felix asked out loud, not giving a shit if the spectators heard him or not. If it was another player, they would have used the queen for such a sensitive matter, as the spectators didn't like seeing players' life getting sold. After all, if every player was caught and given the choice to buy his life with tens of millions or even 100, what would be the point of them buying a ticket to come to watch the games, when all they would be seeing was players buying and selling each other instead of killing each other? Hence, unless the price offered was worth the risk, the players rarely choose to head in that direction. Felix never bothered with offering this option to the rest of the players, as he knew that most of them couldn't afford to get him even a 100 million SE. He wasn't going to ruin his reputation in the SG, which was going to make him billions of stream revenue on higher ranks due to momentary greed for those millions. However, Rosanna was a special case, as she was being known as a walking cash pig in the games due to her mother's booming business in the UVR. This made everyone, even Felix, to try and milk her out of her coins instead of killing her and getting 200 GP. Without sounding a single complaint, Rosanna showed her bank account details, making Felix's eyelids twitch at the sight of hundreds of millions getting sent to her by the same account every month. Without needing to ask, Felix figured that account belonged to her mother, sending a monthly allowance for her to play with. Only now did the facade of being born in a rich family wore off, making Felix feel like he was born a poor commoner instead. Chapter 213 Snatching the Crown. See, I'm not lying. Rosanna sent another message. Give me the contract to sign and get it over with. She was truly used to this situation for her to be this cool-headed, not wanting to waste time as well. Felix quickly sent her a mined contract, entailing that she would pay 500 million for her life, and they will not interact with each other in the game after. After the queen delivered it, Rosanna confirmed accepting the conditions and terms to the Queen, making the contract officially valid without signing with the UVRID. Glad to do business with you, Sister Rosanna. Felix unclutched her neck, making her drop to the ground while coughing her lungs out. Her purple face soon started to regain some of its natural colors. After feeling a bit all right, she raised her head and glanced around her. The sight that greeted her didn't please her in the slightest, as corpses of her allies were lying around the area with a bullet-like wound on their foreheads. You bastard, why did you kill them? They are worth 50 million each. Unfortunately for her, no one responded to her irked curse. Landlord bewildered. She looked behind her back and saw that Felix was already gone. The moment he got 500 million out of her, she lost her worth in his eyes. Rosanna, what are we going to do now? Out of nowhere, sand particles started to reform again in the shape of Bloodriad in front of Rosanna. You useless pig. The moment she noticed him, she started throwing all kinds of insults and curses. UFC Kerr led him to us and left me all alone against him, she asked while clenching her fists. How dare you appear now after he left? What do you want me to do? He shrugged his shoulders with a careless attitude. He had your life in his hands. If I showed myself, I will just complicate it more, he added. If I attacked, I doubt you will live to see the end result of it. You are still a useless pig. Although she knew that he was right, she would never admit it. She stood up while dusting her dress. Then, she approached the edge of the branch and lowered her head, gazing at the untouched crown that was 100 meters below her. Who would have thought that her hiding spot was exactly above the crown, and who would have thought that Felix didn't leave far from her position, but head even upward, reaching the tip of the tree 5 minutes left before the second transmission, wholly camouflaged by leaves. Felix kept glancing at his bracelet, then at the crown. I will make a move after it ends. He already created a plan to snatch the crown. It might take a lot of guts and a hint of craziness to pull it off, but Felix was still going for it. That being said, Felix didn't want to hold the crown right now, as 5 minutes was nowhere enough of a head start to run away before his locations start getting transmitted all over. He wasn't worried about someone taking the crown in this duration, as the game was still in its early phase. The only player with a solid chance to get the crown and actually survive while holding it was Rosanna due to her Mega Alliance's protection. However, after Felix got rid of her army and ruined her plans, the game was reset back to the start now that Landlord has gotten rid of the greatest threat. What's gonna be his next move? Meliodas pointed the camera at Felix as he wondered what was on the spectators' minds. 9 minutes later, the golden beam in the sky, which was displaying the crown's location, only had 1 minute before it turned off. The fights near the crown stopped at once the moment the transmission started 4 minutes ago. Now, not a single soul could be seen in the area as everyone went on hiding. Too bad. In the eyes of Felix, everyone's hiding spot was on full display. So far, only 30 players or so were left behind from the previous 50. They were all licking their wounds in utter silence, not of any thoughts of carrying on the battles. After a short while, the second transmission has ended. Meliodas proclaimed out loud the moment the golden beam withdrew back to the crown. The spectators held their breaths in anticipation, ready to watch round 2 of the battles. Unfortunately, no one made a move, as the silence in the forest remained unbroken. It seems like the alliances have decided on a truce. Meliodas sighed in dejection, as he knew that probably no one was going to aim for the crown until the last 30 minutes in the game. Man, this is so boring. Meliodas switched the camera to other zones. Switch. After hearing the spectators chanting so, Meliodas took a step further and split the screen into 2 halves, displaying in one the crown and in the other the teleportation circle of the volcanic zone. After seeing that 50 players or so were split into multiple groups, camping the teleportation circle without fighting each other, Meliodas shook his head in disappointment. In the end, Meliodas made the screen display only the crown after showing the spectators that nothing much was happening. Seconds gone by, then minutes. The players in the volcanic zone were waiting for the teleportation circle to deliver them the crown holder. The spectators were waiting with bored expressions for any fight to occur. The players near the crown were waiting patiently for the last 30 minutes in the game to arrive to make a move. Everyone was waiting and restraining themselves. Except for one. It's showtime. Felix smirked faintly as he stood with his hands in his pockets at the very tip of the tree. The raging wind kept blowing his clothes. Yet it never managed to shake him even an inch. Meliodas, who just gave Felix' small screen a side glance, had his entire attention stolen by Felix's confident smirk. His senses tingled that Felix was about to do something extraordinary, and MC's senses were rarely wrong. He swiftly pinned the camera on him while saying with anticipation, "Is landlord going to make a move?" The spectators all quietened down their chatter after seeing Felix on the screen, cracking his neck and knuckles. Then, he took a deep breath through his mouth and jumped shell-shocked and in utter disbelief. Meliodas and the spectators all had their eyes widened at the sight of him nosediving from 300 meters or so with his fist extended in front of his head, bursting into any obstacle in his path towards the crown. Thin branches got broken, giant leaves were torn apart, his fist got bloodied and clearly cracked. Yet nothing managed to stop his descent. "We will move 10 minutes earlier than th. Whoosh." Rosanna, who was explaining her plan to Bludriad next to her, suddenly stopped talking as the sound of the wind coming from above was too loud to miss. What the FCK? The instant she raised her head, she saw Felix bursting through a giant leaf and continuing his journey down below without sparing her a single glance. Felix was wholly focused only on one target, and that was the floating crown in the air. 150 meters. 100 m. 50 m. The closer he got to the crown, the clearer his path got from the obstacles, as the previous battles between the players almost destroyed the entire area, leaving only the stems of the trees and some large branches still standing proud. Almost there, calm and collected, Felix opened his bloody fist with a bit of difficulty, and extended the other hand forward next to it, making him resemble a football player wanting to catch a ball. 20 meters. 10 m. 5 m. 1 whoosh. Cluck. Some players, who were staring at the crown before, blinked for a split second, and the sight that welcomed them after made them doubt their eyes. Felix catching the golden crown with his hands while still descending down to the ground without stopping, just as the spectators wanted to cheer at Felix's astonishing play of snatching the crown. They were suddenly reminded that Felix didn't have a single ability to slow his fall or protect him from the collision with the ground. Confused, they saw him do a front flip in the air, making his legs face the ground first. They thought that he had a plan, but through the booming sound of his body smashing into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that hurled dust and dirt everywhere, left them at loss for words. Everyone had their eyes glued at the cloud of brown dust, blocking their sight from seeing Felix's situation. But, from the loud sound of the collision, they knew that he was definitely either dead or crippled. Seconds went by in utter silence until the cloud of dust drifted in the air, exposing a humongous hole resembling an empty meteor crater. Empty? Where did he go? Before this question could take root in their minds, the players and spectators were suddenly reminded of the 5 seconds rule. As long as a player kept holding into the crown for 5 seconds, he would get teleported randomly in 500 meters radius. Felix was falling for 2 seconds after catching the crown, and 3 more after landing on the ground. Everything was calculated beforehand. Holy shit! Meliodas' feminine voice was nowhere to be seen as he screamed in excitement like a burly man. The play was too godly. His true gender took over the wheel. Whoa! Meliodas' excitement was shared by the entire stadium, as everyone was screaming at the top of their voices, using whatever gadget in their hands. They didn't think for even a second that Felix was daring, ballsy, and seeking nuts to actually jump from 300 meters without having a single safety on him. They always knew that his plans were always on the risky side. But this was the next stage of craziness. Is it just me, or did we really just lose the crown under our noses? Biohunter murmured with a hint of disbelief next to his allies, still not able to comprehend what had he just witnessed. Alas, his allies behind him were just as shocked and aghast as he was. They believed that no one was going to touch the crown this early, and even if a player was stupid enough to attempt so, it was impossible to do it without being noticed by them. After all, some of them had abilities related to vision, so invisibility and such were totally useless in this situation. All of this without mentioning the fact that the crown was floating hundreds of meters above the ground without anything near it, since the branch that it was on before was completely snapped from the battles. This meant anyone who was retarded enough to make a move would be spotted from miles away. This increased the difficulty to snatch the crown by tenfolds. All of those obstacles made the players certain that a final battle was needed to decide who would hold the crown. Yet, all of those thoughts were thoroughly uprooted from their minds by Felix's unorthodox plan. They were waiting, but he was planning chapter 214, reaching the volcano's zone. Meanwhile, 500 meters away from the previous position of the crown, Felix was lying on the ground with his limbs all pointing in different directions, resembling a broken doll, especially his legs, which were clearly beyond shattered. If it wasn't for his chest rising and falling ever so slightly, Meliodas and the spectators, who were watching this on the large screen, would have assumed that he messed up his calculation. It was clear that the fall might not have taken his life, but it left him in truly unenviable shape. Though, Felix already planned for such an end result when he jumped from the tree. Revitalization. With his eyes closed shut, Felix activated his fourth passive after engulfing himself with a mustard yellow aura. Archie groaned in pain after his shattered bones were starting to get affixed back to their original shape. Since he didn't use the corruption inducement, the revitalization process took a full minute instead of 10 seconds. The potency of 2 inducements wasn't the same as 20 stacked at once. Never doing that shit again, Felix mumbled to himself while trying to stand up on his feet. His legs kept trembling as he was feeling numbness all over his legs. Felix knew that he could have avoided all of this by simply waiting until the final battle starts 1 hour later and snatch the crown during the chaos. However, he never was focusing on the win only, but on getting as many points as possible while doing so. In other words, securing the crown as early as possible was a must in order to start gaining 1000 GP each 15 minutes that passed after the pain withdrew completely. Felix stretched his limbs, cracking his joints. Oh, as he cracked his neck, he noticed that the golden crown was slightly hovering above his head. He didn't notice it before, as its bright light was reduced to the bare minimum as well as its size, making it fit perfectly in his head. Not bad. Satisfied, he smiled while touching the smooth gems decorating it. Unfortunately, he didn't get even a second to enjoy the crown before it got ruined by the sight of 2 humanoid red auras approaching him from the front. They were extremely close to him as he noticed them without pushing his infrared vision to the limit. Felix looked behind them and saw that the path they came from was leading to the humongous volcano. It seems like they are part of the other half, he thought to himself while climbing up a tree. He didn't go to the top as he hid merely on the first branch. He was planning on ambushing them since they weren't part of the rainforest players. If they were, Felix would have escaped in a heartbeat. After all, who knows if they were sent as scouts by an alliance to locate him? If that was true, they would easily send Felix coordination by using the queen. A couple of seconds later, thud thud, Felix took out his fingers from those 2 players' foreheads and wiped them clean from the blood. The ambush went smoothly without a single hiccup, not taking Felix even 2 seconds before ending those 2 poor players' lives. After dealing with the obstacles, Felix pushed his infrared vision to the limit while turning his head all around. Immediately, he spotted 4 players rushing in his direction while having the green beacon behind their backs. The rainforest's players were here, not planning to meet up with them. Felix turned off his vision and started sprinting in direction of the volcano at his top speed. His destination clearly, the tunnel leading to the labyrinth, as he understood that if he wanted to survive the entire duration, he could only pull it off inside the volcano. The island was merely medium-sized, and no matter where Felix ran in the forest, he would eventually get found out by the majority. And worse of all, get surrounded from all sides. Even the volcanic zone players would take part in. The only reason they didn't bother to aim for the crown this early was due to seeing its location being static 2 times in a row while being in close proximity to the green teleportation circle. However, when the next transmission goes off and they notice that Felix was on the move, those players wouldn't hesitate to ditch camping the teleportation circle at that point. Felix would be dealing with everyone on the island chasing him in such an open area. But If he entered the labyrinth, the story would be narrated in a completely different manner. In the labyrinth, Felix knew that he would be the hunter, and they would be his prey. He licked his lips in anticipation at the thought of it, sending chills down the spine of the spectators who saw it. It's clear that landlord is putting his faith of survival on the volcano's tunnel. Meliodas looked at the time and wondered, but will he be able to reach them before his location starts getting transmitted? Felix fans were also worried about so, as they could see that Felix might have gotten rid of most players in the forest area after getting teleported randomly. But the players in the volcanic zone were gathered near the red teleportation circle that was on Felix's path to enter the tunnel. If the transmission went off before entering the tunnel, he would be literally delivering the crown right in their hands, saving them the trouble. 12 minutes later, Felix was hiding on top of one of the last trees, which were separating the two zones from each other. After those trees, there was only a flat black ground stretching for a kilometer or so, leading to the humongous black volcano. Felix narrowed his eyes in concentration at the humongous tunnel, which had a giant red circle engraved right next to it. He looked at it for a second before switching his vision to the parties of players, which were spread around the circle. Some of them were sitting on large black boulders near it, while others were standing further back, keeping their distance. The alliances had zero trust in each other to remain that close. They might be certain that no one was going to make a move, as it was simply stupid to battle without a purpose. But they still preferred keeping their distance. This led to the tunnel having only a couple of players beside it. No one bothered with the tunnel as the crown in their eyes was still in the forest, especially when the next transmission was about to start in 2 minutes. Due to the constraint on time, Felix spent only 1 minute to come up with a somewhat unreliable plan, which could help him bypass the players and rush into the tunnel before his location gets transmitted. Hopefully this works. He sighed and snapped his finger, engulfing himself in a milky white aura. Then, he jumped down into the ground and sprinted in direction of the tunnel. He was still far from the red circle and the players. Thus, everyone who was looking in front of them managed to notice only a tiny white sphere advancing towards them. What is that? They raised their eyebrows in surprise as they pointed their fingers at it. Is that an aura ability? I believe so as well. Before long, everyone was staring at the approaching white sphere, guessing what it was. And unsurprisingly, a lot of them managed to land on the right answer. What the hell is landlord up to? Meliodas facepalmed as he said. Did he forget that other players have an infrared vision just like him? He shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. They will notice the crown on top of his head and inform the rest. By then he won't escape even if he has 8 legs. The spectators couldn't help but agree with him on this one. They didn't know if Felix was simply getting cocky and believing that his existence by itself would deter all of those players, or he had another plan in mind. Whatever it is, they were about to find out. As Felix was getting closer and closer to the tunnel, which had a 6 players alliance standing on a giant black rock right next to its entrance. I think that's landlord. The hell, why is he wasting his energy like that by now? The players already figured that Felix was the one approaching them, as his white aura was iconic to him. Yet, from what they saw about Felix in his previous games, he didn't have the habit of wasting energy for fun. They weren't retards to not see that Felix was hiding something. And in this game, what was there to hide beside the crown? Visionary, please check if he has the crown or not. A stunning blue-haired man with an icy cold stare ordered one of his 5 allies, who were standing right behind him on top of that giant rock. Nonchalant, Visionary walked in front while removing his glasses, exposing reptile-like eyes. Though, he didn't turn on his ability yet, as Felix was still 40 meters away from him. He had only an intermediate infrared vision that allows him to see infrared objects within 20 meters. Such an abyssal radius was, even from an epic tier 2 bloodline, a huge contrast to Felix's infrared vision. After Felix saw that he was about to reach 20 meters from Visionary, he snapped his finger, creating a pitch-black bulb on top of his head. Immediately after, he made it explode, engulfing him and the crown. Meliodas and the spectators all tilted their heads in confusion over his play. They had no idea what he was aiming to achieve, as they were still able to see him with the crown. However, After seeing the clear confusion on Visionary's face, they were reminded of something. The large screen was displaying everything with an omnipotent vision. Meliodas turned it off in split second, and changed it to infrared vision, making the large screen display exactly what was appearing in Visionary's eyes. The crowd immediately drew a deep breath in shock and awe at the sight before them. The crown was gone. Chapter 215. Booby trapping the tunnel. So does he have the crown, or not, Mr. Frosty asked Visionary. He doesn't have it. Visionary scratched his head in confusion as he said, I'm only seeing a normal humanoid red ore. Watch out, poof poof. 2 pitch black bombs exploded on top of the large rock, one next to Visionary and the other at the party behind him. The strike was so sudden. By the time Visionary heard the warning, he was already engulfed inside the bomb. He didn't see it coming, as he was still using his infrared vision. Visionary, are you alright, Mr. Frosty shouted while inside a dome made of ice. His allies were all hiding inside of it as well. He is not alright. Felix's frigid voice came out of the white aura as he dashed through the tunnel. None of you will be if you keep pestering me. Frightened, the players near the red circle either gulped a mouthful or took a step back at the sight of Visionary turning into drifting black particles. Those with thoughts of chasing Felix in the tunnel completely uprooted them and were on the verge of slapping themselves for even thinking of willingly approaching that monster. In their eyes, it was only worth antagonizing Felix if he had the crown. However, from Visionary's answer, it seemed to them that he wasn't carrying it. Their gut feeling was screaming at them that something was fishy about Felix. But still, no one dared to put their lives at stake just to fulfill their curiosity. Just like that, Felix swagged in the guarded tunnel while wearing the crown under the eyes of 48 players. The spectators were speechless, not knowing to react to this situation. They really didn't anticipate his plan to work. Honestly, some of them still had no idea why the crown was hidden from Visionary's infrared vision. Thankfully, Meliodas figured it out swiftly and explained it to them. The crown does not release heat from within like living beings' bodies, but simply glow brightly, emitting rays of light. Meliodas praised Felix with a pleased smile. Landlord exploded 2 pitch black bombs on the crown, which absorbed the rays of light, making it completely disappear in the eyes of those with infrared vision. Meliodas might have explained it nicely, but the VIP spectators knew that Felix's plan only worked due to his oppressive strength. If it was another player trying to pull that shit off in front of 48 players or so, Mr. Frosty wouldn't ask Visionary to spot the crown, but instead jump with his allies and gang up on the player. However, Felix was too terrifying and Mr. Frosty wasn't a retard to use his alliance's well-being to scout for the other alliances and partnerships. He was certain that Felix was going to at least take 3 or 4 with him before going down. The sight of what remained of Visionary drifting in the air just further highlighted that his decision was the best to make. Inside a well-spaced tunnel that was leading to the underground, Felix was sprinting with buckets of sweat dripping down his chin. He already removed the white aura, as he couldn't afford to have it active for even an extra second. His energy tank wasn't even 30 full after using the white aura as camouflage for so long and the corruption inducement many times. Asna prepared to start pumping the purified energy. Felix informed Asna while wiping his sweaty forehead with his sleeves. He wasn't sweating due to the nervousness of deceiving an army of players, but the hellish heat that was smacking him in the face the further he went down the tunnel. After all, he was literally inside an active volcano. Alright, she suddenly reminded him. But do notice that you only have about 200 of purified energy instead of 500 like before. When Asna gave Felix the purified energy in the shuffle maze, she pumped purified energy that she got from 5k of high-grade poison stones. However, during the last 5 days, Felix brought her only 2k high-grade mixed stones. He only obtained that amount due to the fact Asna didn't require a specific element to purify energy. That should be enough. Felix smiled in a confident manner. However, after glancing at the time in his bracelet, he couldn't help but frown his eyebrows. Only 20 seconds remained till the next location transmission, and he was still quite far from the tunnel labyrinth that was shown in the game hall. He knew that the distance between him and the players was still crossable by some players with movement abilities. Let's put some traps. Instead of fretting over it, Felix started creating ruby red bombs and threw them to the ceiling while running. However, before the bombs could collide with the surface, Felix would make them stop forcefully and let them hover midair, totally hidden as the tunnel was dimly lighted. After hiding 20 bombs on the path, Felix started to huff in exhaustion as his energy was getting drained each second to control those bombs and make them stay in their positions without exploding. Asna, understanding what he wanted, Asna started pumping her purified energy until Felix's tank was only 40 full. Since the energy was purified, Felix was actually back to having 101. 3, 6, 80. Focused, Felix kept counting the meters while running from the booba trapped zone. Peep peep the moment he heard his bracelet's alarm of the incoming transmission. He went to hide behind a medium-sized rock that was next to the right wall. 150 meters. Immediately, he pushed his infrared vision to show him only the distance that he calculated. After preparing everything, Felix took a deep breath through his nose with his eyes closed shut. He could hear his heartbeat increasing each second that passed, showing that he might seem confident, but deep down he was still agitated and nervous by having everyone in the game chasing him down for the remaining duration of the game. Easy, Felix. Just play it easy. He kept trying to keep his emotions in check. In the underground, you are the hunter and they are the prey. You are the hunter. In desolate silence, Felix kept repeating this phrase over and over again until his eyes snapped open at the last second of the alarm, shimmering with a dangerous vibe that it would make anyone tremble by a single glance. Peep, a sudden golden beam emerged on top of Felix's head and broke through the ceiling, heading into the sky. The players outside of the tunnel all turned their heads with dumbfounded expressions, gazing at the golden beam that was merely a couple of hundreds of meters away from them. They instantly recognized that Felix had duped them. However, before they could even feel ashamed and humiliated by it, they saw that the beam of light was static in one place. That meant only one thing: landlord is not running, kill him, mister. Frosty shouted as he jumped from the large rock, followed by his allies. They were the closest to the tunnel, thus they already had a head start over the rest. FCK chased them down. Don't let anyone touch the crown buff. My speed. Complete chaos has erupted near the red circle as the Alliance's leaders voiced their orders to rush into the tunnel, ignoring everything else. The players with movement abilities were the first to enter the tunnel after Mr. Frosty's alliance, followed by the rest. Everyone was focusing only on the crown, not bothering to address the strange reason why Felix decided to go through all of that effort just to stop moving. Unfortunately, they should have given it a second thought, as the moment Felix saw with his infrared vision that most of the players were running down the booba-trapped path, he snapped his finger with a wide grin, making all the ruby red bombs drop down from the ceiling and explode amidst the players. Poof, 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 startled by red misty clouds raising all over the tunnel. Most players activated their defensive abilities reflexively while holding their breaths. Sadly, there were still some players who were slower to react, as they inhaled the inducement thoroughly. The spectators, who weren't familiar with Felix's inducements, believed that his trap had failed since most of the players got out of the booba-trap path without losing a single hair strand. However, the moment they saw that the affected players had actually activated their offensive abilities and started barraging everyone on sight akin to madmen, those thoughts were removed from their minds. Boom phew bam. Don't fight them back. They are hallucinating, mister. Frosty screamed at his allies, who were trading abilities with the poison players. Alas, his voice didn't reach far as the tunnel was filled with explosion noises, players' war screams, and pitiful wails. Boom arg, a thick purple lightning bolt struck down on a beautiful girl, making her groan for only a split second before dropping into the ground, completely scorched. Boom, the one who killed her, didn't even manage to gloat for a second, before getting rained down by a salvo of elemental abilities, making him explode into a cloud of bloodish red mist. More and more of such sights were happening inside the path every second, painting a horrifying scene. Due to them being in a dimly lighted tunnel, it was extremely easy to get hit out of nowhere by stray abilities. The situation got so bad, some players turned around and escaped through the tunnel's entrance, too terrified to dash through the chaotic battles to reach the other side. The entire tunnel had fallen into havoc, which was created by one inducement. Hallucination. The poisoned players' greatest fears were manifest in front of them, which was obviously either getting betrayed by their allies or get struck in the back by some random player. Felix knew that he only needed one player or two to get poisoned in order for the chaos to break out. Inside such a close-off space, an ability that was aimed at one person would end up hitting 3 or 4, adding to the dim lights and the red mist all over. It was extremely difficult for the players to notice who was affected by the poison or not. Thus, they simply protected themselves by using whatever means to kill those aiming at them. This carried on even when the 5 seconds of the inducement had already ended, and the original poison players were dead. All of this was manifested by the simple use of one inducement, and the environment corresponding to it. That went even better than expected. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction, as he kept watching the humanoid red auras disappear one by one, akin to candles getting extinguished by a breeze of wind. Alright, time to bounce. Not planning on staying until everyone regained their wits back, Felix turned around and continued his sprint down the tunnel. He looked at his game points account and realized that he gained 1,120 GP at once from the chaos. Not bad, he said, smiling. He didn't know exactly how many players were eliminated in the chaos, as the game points rewarded for eliminations get split evenly between the players who had a hand in the death of that said player. Felix didn't rely on his infrared vision to get the correct number of deaths, as he knew that some players might have escaped the booby-trapped path safely. He might not know the number, but the spectators, who were still watching the chaos unfold in excitement and awe, already counted that more than 19 players had been eliminated at once. This number, without counting the players who escaped the tunnel. Felix had literally used one ability and one inducement to downsize the number of players by almost 50. The spectators had never seen such great efficiency before, and they were dying in anticipation to watch how the rest of the chase was going to play out. Chapter 216. Fake groaning landlord. You crafty bastard. Infuriated and frustrated, Mr. Frosty cursed out loud while glaring at the golden beam of light that was moving swiftly away from them. You might have lowered our numbers, but you have offended everyone who remained, he sneered as he focused back on what left of the players. Some were hiding behind rocks while some still fighting with bloody bodies and murderous gazes. In a fighting, damn it landlord is escaping, Mr. Frosty. Furious proclamation resounded in the tunnel, forcing the players to halt throwing abilities and remember what was their target in the first place. They all glanced above their heads and saw that the golden beam was truly moving away from them. He played you all like a fool with one inducement, Mr. Frosty continued shouting while pointing his finger at the golden beam. He set everything up in order to lower our numbers and build distrust between us. The Alliance's leaders froze at hearing the last part, as they discerned that now they had a bigger problem than chasing Felix. How were they supposed to leave their backs in the open again after what had just happened before? The players had a tiny bit of trust in each other as they had one common target, which was the crown. They believed that not a single player was retarded enough to start a fight when there was clearly no benefits in doing so. But now, from the way everyone was having their abilities active and staying away from each other, the Alliance's leaders knew that no one was going to repeat the same mistake, even when they knew that Felix's hallucination inducement was the cause of the chaos. Cyberfly, Valkyrie, Miss Dusk, Mr. Frosty called the names of each Alliance leader while staring into their eyes. I suggest we merge our alliances and hunt down landlord, he clarified hastily to not waste time. The moment we kill him, the alliance will automatically break. Mr. Frosty didn't bother addressing the partnerships, as he believed that the moment the other leaders agreed to his proposal, the rest would be forced to accept joining the alliance or leave the tunnel. I agree. Valkyrie was the first to voice her alliance's decision. She was a white-shouldered woman, wearing a knight armor while carrying 2 long swords on her back. I accept your proposal. A man with bug receptors on top of his head nodded his head slightly, since even Cyberfly already joined. What else for me to say? An elegant lady with short curly hair said while chewing gum. The players in the tunnel all started voicing their desire to join the alliance after seeing the big four dogs in the volcanic zone decided to combine their strengths. "Sign this contract please and be quick about it, Mr. Frosty sent them a standard contract, entailing that they shouldn't harm each other and anyone who breached the contract would be required to pay 2,000 GP. He wasn't a retard to make the penalty more extreme as that would make players hesitate to sign the contract. And at this point, he just wanted to hasten the process so they could start the chase. Felix was toggling further and further down the tunnel while they were standing here trying to make friends in order to build a thin line of trust. After a short moment, the majority of the players signed the contract, as some of them were too wounded to carry on fighting. They withdrew to the entrance of the tunnel, dwelling the number of players further down. Mr. Verstai's expression couldn't help but get ugly after counting the current number of the Mega Alliance didn't even reach 20. They started the chase with 48 players or so and now they were left with lower than half. If you found landlord, don't engage but use the queen and send us his position. Mr. Frosty jumped from the rock and said lastly, "Move out, we will plan the rest on the way." Kill boiling mad. The players let out a war cry as they chased after Mr. Frosty, who was running with the three alliance leaders. This time every player was paying close attention to the ceiling and walls for any further traps. They learned their lesson the hard way. 3 minutes later, the golden beam disappeared, making Felix sigh in relief. The 5 minutes transmission truly felt like 5 years. But now, Felix had 15 minutes of freedom to go wherever he wanted, and especially to start his plan. Thrilled, Felix rubbed his hands together as he turned on his infrared vision limit to 100 meters, and left it as it is. Then, he chose a random tunnel from the 3 ones in front of him and continued his sprint. However, he didn't run for even 2 minutes before seeing that the tunnel was split into 2 paths again. Without slowing down he dashed through the right one, not worrying about finding a dead end like he was in the maze. The tunnels in the labyrinth were all connected one way or another to each other. Thus, no matter which path he took, he would end up finding other paths. Heck, he might take one and see that he actually ended up making a full circle and coming back to the same spot. This might mean that the labyrinth wasn't really that massive, but its complexity was Felix's best environment, and those players, who were stepping into it in separated groups, had no clue what was waiting for them. That should do it. After spending 3 minutes entering and exiting tunnels randomly, Felix finally stopped running, making his fans wonder what he was up to. He walked to a wall and started punching it with his fists as hard as he could, scaring the shit out of his fans. Bam bam bam. The noise of his punches kept echoing in the nearest tunnels to his position, giving him away to any player in the area. Meliodas kept switching the camera in those tunnels to let the spectators see if the noise had attracted anyone. Fortunately for his fans, none of the players were near Felix at this point. They were still close to the entrance of Labyrinth. Felix forgot to calculate the aftermath of the chaos, which delayed the players 2 extra minutes from making a move. Tisk. I toggled too deep. Felix clicked his tongue while massaging his tingling knuckles. Speechless, the spectators saw him turn around and return where he came from. Didn't he enter the labyrinth to facilitate his escape? They thought to themselves. Sadly, the sight of Felix narrowing the distance between him and the players showed them that he never was planning on escaping. After a while, Felix suddenly stopped his journey back as he noticed 5 humanoid auras on the other side of the tunnel. The walls weren't really that thick, as the labyrinth's tunnels were resembling holes left by humongous worms. 5 at once, even better. Felix grinned as he turned around and started sprinting diagonally with the 5 players. A couple of minutes later, Felix saw that there was a tunnel leading to the other side of the wall. His eyes brightened up in delight, but he didn't enter it. Instead, he sprinted towards rock and jumped on it, using it as leverage to build momentum. He bent his knees and hurled himself to the ceiling on top of the tunnel's mouth. Since the surfaces were uneven and rugged, Felix had it a bit easier to keep hanging with his fingers and legs attached to the ceiling akin to a spider. Unfortunately, all of his efforts went to waste as he noticed that the players were actually ignoring this tunnel and heading to another. FCK my life. Vexed, He could only improvise and scream with a terrified voice. "Help, landlord is chasing me," startled. The 5 players froze their footsteps, as their ears picked up Felix's echoing voice quite nicely. Unsurprisingly, Valkyrie was leading this team as the 20 remaining players were split up into 4 teams, each being led by one of the 4 big dogs. They might want to find Felix, but it didn't mean they would split up into 2s or 3s and send themselves to death. "Stay behind me." With a stoic expression, Valkyries unsheathed her long swords as she called Softy, "Shield of Light." A moment later, bright light started to gather before her until a wide shield was manifested. The shield kept emitting a blinding light only in front of it. As for Valkyrie and the rest, they were able to see through it like it wasn't even there. The players behind Valkyries started to either morph or create their own offensive or defensive elemental abilities. So far, not a single one of them was a pure support player. This was honestly understandable, as not a lot of support bloodliners chose to play individual games. It was too risky for them. Arg arg. Abrupt pained groans began echoing through the tunnel's mouth, making Valkyrie and the rest to frown their eyebrows in worry. They knew that whoever called for help earlier must have been caught by Felix. Chronomania sent our position to Mr. Frosty and the rest. Valkyrie entered a battle position as she walked step by step towards the tunnel. "Tell them that we found landlord." Unlike the tense atmosphere Valkyrie's team was experiencing, the spectators were laughing their asses off at the sight of Felix fake groaning while hanging upside down on the ceiling without a single ounce of shame. This just showed them how far Felix was willing to go for game points. Chapter 217 Bona Fide Massacre. After Felix noticed that they were approaching the tunnel, he closed his mouth shut and tightened his grip on the rugged rocks, worried that they might give in and drop him at the worst possible timing. Pitter-patter. Meanwhile, Valkyrie's team footsteps kept resounding in the silent tunnel as they walked while having their eyes surveying every single area. The tunnel wasn't really long as it was merely connecting the 2 paths together. Thus, it didn't take even a couple of minutes before they reached the other entrance, where Felix was hanging above it. Only 15 meters were separating them. "Chronomania, please scout the entrance for us." "Solemn." Valkyrie sent her request by the queen. She knew that in this deafening silence a soft whisper would echo far and wide. Chronomania nodded his head and stepped in front of them. He was resembling a 2-meter white tiger with long fangs protruding down his jaw. His senses were sharpened after he morphed. Thus each step he took forward made his gut feeling scream at him to back off. By the time he reached the mouth of the tunnel, his fur was standing upright without his control. "Lady Valkyrie, I can't walk any further." He sent a message with a grave expression. Without waiting to receive her response, he took a step back, planning to retreat. He might agree to be a scout due to his heightened senses, but he would never put himself in danger for strangers. TSSHSHS. Chronomania's furry ears suddenly picked up a slight movement coming from above him. Alerted, he raised his head, wanting to inspect the origin of the sound. What the FCK? The moment his eyes landed on the ceiling, he saw Felix grinning at him devilishly while dropping midair with his foot aiming at his face. He swiftly put furry thick arms in a guard position while holding his breath. Thud. Felix's foot landed on Chronomania's arms, making him step back 3 times before he stabilized himself. Whoosh. Felix used Chronomania's thick arms to do a backflip, landing inside the tunnel where Valkyrie's team was at. The moment his feet touched the ground, he snapped his finger, engulfing himself in corruption inducement. Arg. Felix didn't need to turn his head as Chronomania's pained groan was enough to let him know that he was dealt with properly. "Let's dance." Playful, Felix licked his lips while dashing rapidly towards the terrified Valkyrie's team, who reflexively used whatever they had while escaping backward, hoping to put as much distance as possible. They knew that one single touch by the corruption inducement and their fate would be sealed. Boom thud. Unfortunately for them, Felix wasn't hindered in the slightest by their last attempts at saving their lives, as he kept evading left and right the abilities which she deemed a threat to him. Why is he not blinded? Valkyrie's proud and stoic expression was nowhere to be seen as she was screaming in her mind while hurling bombs, resembling flash grenades behind her back. It was clear that she was a light elementalist, whose abilities were oriented for utility. Even the Shield of Light's purpose seemed to be for blinding her enemies instead of blocking abilities. Sadly for her, Felix's infrared vision allowed him to adjust the degrees of light he should see just like he could adjust the distance. Thus, her abilities were thoroughly countered. Poof poof. Annoyed by their escape, Felix turned off his aura and threw 2 corruption bombs instead, making them explode exactly amidst their disarrayed escaping formation. Nuo. FCKU Landlow. I don't want to die. The 3 players were all touched one way or another by the black mist, making them each shriek what came up at the top of their minds before everything darkened for them, just like their bodies. Shit Frosty, where are you? Scared shitless by the ash of her allies touching her face, Valkyrie kept screaming in her mind for Mr. Frosty's help. Though the message that was sent by the Queen showed not a single hint of the distress that she was experiencing. Poof. Unfortunately for her, this time she wasn't lucky enough to have others block the mist from reaching her, as the bomb exploded right in her back with a speed almost breaking the sound barrier. The distance separating her and Felix made his bombs almost undodgeable. The only way she could have survived was by having abilities that either create solid objects, like Mr. Frosty's ice dome, or ones that could at least evaporate the bombs before reaching her. Alas, her light element possessed a lot of qualities and effects, even having healing abilities, but those mentioned options weren't part of them. Cluck cluck. Her swords, which dropped into the ground, were the last things that proved her existence, minus the ash mound near them. What a stupid girl. Asna insulted her without care. She is clearly a melee form fighter, so why the hell she bothered to approach you? She was counting on her abilities to blind me, then cleave my head with her swords. That's her famous combo, which I saw in the network. Felix shook his head while leaving the fight area. Too bad. My infrared vision allows me to adjust the light intensity. He suddenly chuckled. Well, even without it, my corruption inducement is enough to block her from approaching me. Tisk. Doesn't that mean she is still stupid? Asna clicked her tongue in criticism. You are wrong. Felix shook his head with a devilish grin. Everyone who willingly decided to chase me in this labyrinth is stupid. The spectators didn't know why he was grinning to himself, but that didn't stop them from cheering him after showing them such a one-sided fight. It seemed to them that his corruption inducement was truly too strong even for a legendary bloodline, especially when he was using it from the beginning of the game without any clear limit or weaknesses. If only they knew that Felix's energy tank was getting emptied by 10 each time he threw a corruption bomb, they wouldn't have had those thoughts. And with that, Landlord's personal current elimination tally is 17. Meliodas exclaimed in enthusiasm. That's 3,400 GP without counting the huge fatalities he assisted in causing by his hallucination inducement. Marcus, Felix's true #1 fan, who was responsible for documenting everything about him, already had calculated the total game points that Felix currently earned from the instant his foot landed on the island. 550 GP, GP from holding the crown for 15 minutes straight. 1,150 GP from the chaos he caused with his hallucination inducement. And finally 3,400 GP from his direct eliminations. Holy! He gathered this much under 1 hour. Leader Emma and the fans near Marcus all exclaimed in shock after glimpsing at the amount in Marcus' hologram. The second player in the game with the most points didn't even reach 600 GP. Such a wide disparity just further emphasized for those fans that Felix, their idol, was a league apart from everyone in this game. He is about to meet up with another team. Let me type in peace. Irked, Marcus shooed them away without glancing in their direction. Leader Emma and the rest all reseated themselves and started cheering Felix on his upcoming battle. 30 minutes later, Felix was humming a soft tone while clutching the neck of Miss Dusk, who was gazing at him with a pleading look. Crack detached. Felix snapped her neck and threw her corpse next to her 4 teammates, who were lying on the ground with either their necks snapped or having bullet hole in their foreheads. At least those were complete corpses. Some were just a black mound of ash. After dealing with Miss Dusk's team, Felix stretched his arms behind his back for a second before glancing at his bracelet. The players from the forest should have reached and entered the labyrinth by now, he pondered as he kept looking at the time. Only 35 minutes were left before the end of the game. Hopefully everyone will be here. Felix withdrew his hands back in his pockets and started striding with big steps, aimlessly, like he owned the place. Does he even have limits? Why does it seem like he is an endless stream of energy? Meliodas, just like the rest of the spectators, was about to lose his shit at the way Felix kept eliminating the players effortlessly, like he wasn't fighting 1vs5 in each battle. During the previous 30 minutes, Felix had taken care of 2 more teams, each having 5 players. One belonged to Cyberfly and the other was Miss Dusk's one. Adding this to Valkyrie's team, and Totally Tall, would reach a whopping 15 players eliminated in merely 45 minutes, a bona fide massacre. In individual games, the spectators weren't shocked anymore by Felix's overwhelming feats, but terrified by his existence that was breaking the balance of the game. The FC'd up part about all of this was the fact Felix was known in the network for not being even a first-stage bloodliner. He was bullying peak first-stage bloodliners left and right, causing them to stop telling apart who was a veteran player or a hardcore one, as he was demolishing every player the same as the last one. At this point, Felix in their eyes didn't appear as the underdog or newbie, who was still in his placement games, but a high-leveled player coming down to terrorize the poor silver players. The rainforest players are here. Meliodas switched the camera from Felix to the entrance of the first tunnel, which was near the red circle. As he said, Biohunter, Rosanna, Bloodriad, and the rest of the forest players were approaching the tunnel while keeping a large distance between each other. When Felix's first location transmission went off, the forest players realized that they were duped after seeing that he was in the volcano instead of toggling south, as they assumed. After all, it was only logical to escape in the other direction of the players, not go straight to them. Sadly, by the time the transmission went off, they were already too deep in the southern area behind the green beacon. This delayed their journey to the volcano by half an hour, though it seemed that none of them were worried, as there was still enough time in the clock for them to regain the crown. Is that Mr. Frosty? Why is he outside of the volcano? The moment they reached the tunnel, they saw Mr. Frosty and his party sitting on the large rock with their heads lowered, gazing at their feet like they gave up on life. Mr. Frosty, what's up with you? Bewildered, Biohunter asked what was on everyone's minds. Startled awake, Mr. Frosty looked beneath him and was shocked to see 30 players or so were spread in the area into multiple groups. Color regained in his face at the sight. He immediately started informing them about what happened here since the moment Felix's foot landed on the volcanic zone. Rosanna and the rest kept listening to him retelling the events with chills coursing on their spine. Getting rid of 28 players by traps, killing team after team, being led personally by a hardcore player. They didn't want to believe him nor dared to. However, they knew that Mr. Frosty had no reason to lie to them, as it brought him no benefits. By the time Mr. Frosty finished retelling everything, the players' backs were drenched with cold sweat and began to have thoughts of withdrawing from the chase in their eyes. The tunnel's mouth appeared the same as the gate to hell. Chapter 218. The Rainforest's players are making a move. Why are you alive? Biohunter had to ask, as from everything he heard, it seemed like Mr. Frosty's team was the only survivor in the entire volcano zone, besides the wounded players from the chaos, who went into hiding. We escaped the labyrinth before Landlord found us, he said with his hands trembling. When Mr. Frosty and his team heard Valkyrie's cry for help, they forwarded it to the rest of the teams with the latest position sent by Chronomania. However, instead of going to check by themselves, they let the other teams do it. Till this moment Mr. Frosty was thanking his 9 stars that he made that decision, as it didn't take even 10 minutes before he heard Cyberfly's cry for help that lasted for merely 2 seconds before he stopped receiving anything from him. When that happened, he decided to leave the labyrinth, as he wasn't confident in his strength to pull off what Cyberfly and Valkyrie couldn't. Thus, instead of throwing his life away for no reason, he gave up on the chase, not having any more thoughts about snatching the crown from Felix. Thankfully, he marked the position of the labyrinth entrance. Hence, it wasn't hard for him to escape. So no one is currently inside the labyrinth besides landlord Rosanna threw a question of her own. Mr. Frosty nodded his head slightly. You heard him. Rosanna coiled a hair lock on her finger as she asked Biohunter. How are we going to play this out since landlord can handle 5 bloodliners at once? We should ally and split our forces 10 bloodliners in each team. He lifted a finger as he added. And each team will have 1 mental type bloodliner. Chatter immediately broke down between players. As each was discussing Biohunter's proposal with their own teammates, they knew that the only way for them to have a shot at the crown was by dropping their ego and zerg Felix with numbers. I will be the first to agree. Rosanna threw her hair behind her back as she said to the rest of the players. Stop wasting our time. The crown's location transmission is about to start in a few minutes. We need to be in the labyrinth when that happens. After hearing so, the players stopped mumbling pointlessly and raised their hands in the air displaying their agreement to the alliance. A few moments later, everyone signed the contract and separated into 3 teams, each having 10 players and 1 mental type bloodliner. Mr. Frosty and his allies joined the 3rd team and took leadership of it. Those bastards truly have no pride. This is making me pissed. Damn it, they are even protecting mental type players. Concerned Felix fans had their hands before their mouths as they booed out loud, making their displeasure resound in the stadium. It was clear that they weren't confident in Felix's chances of defeating those teams, as they knew that his only weakness was mental type abilities. Before, he was either ambushing or taking out the players in a couple of seconds by his corruption inducement, not letting the mental type bloodliners to activate their abilities. But now those players would be protected at all costs. Move out, Biohunter shouted as he charged into the tunnel, followed by Rosanna and the rest. The second round of the hunt has begun. Melodoas switched the camera to Felix as he yelled passionately. Does landlord have enough energy to repeat the same feat and recreate another massacre? He smiled widely. I for one can't wait to see. Meanwhile, inside the labyrinth, Felix was sitting on a flat-surfaced rock with arms resting on his knees. 1 minute more and another 1k GP in the bag. He smiled faintly as he noticed that only a minute remained before 15 minutes mark to complete again. He glanced at his total game points and a wide grin couldn't help but affix on his lips. 7,550 GP. After I hunt down the forest players, I can make it past 10k. He rubbed his hands together in eagerness at the thought of it. Peep peep. After hearing his bracelet vibrating, Felix stood up while asking in his mind, Asna, how much purified energy you still have? If I give you everything, you will have at most an extra 40. She replied while yawning. That's it. His eyes widened in disbelief as he honestly thought that he still had enough to fill his tank to 100. Heh. Why are you surprised? She snickered. You were asking after every fight to give you more and more energy. Stunned, Felix froze in his position as memories of his fight started to resurface in his mind, showing him how irresponsible his energy management was. He realized that he was using his corruption inducement numerous times when he didn't even. After this made his energy kept plummeting rapidly. But since he had Asna's purified energy, he never bothered to think for a second that another cost-efficient inducement was a better option than corruption inducement. Sigh. I was really drunk on the feeling of turning others to dust effortlessly. He smiled bitterly, acknowledging his mistake. I was getting corrupted by it unknowingly. He always scolded Olivia for not conserving energy properly, but here he was practicing exactly what he preached. The worst part, the purified energy wasn't free. He literally was wasting needed coins just to hasten the battles. By a few minutes the purified energy was supposed to be left behind as backup energy when he was left with nothing to use, not be counted as part of his energy tank. That's what he was doing now, and what needed to be changed. Just as he was about to slap his cheeks to wake himself up, the golden beam was projected into the sky from the crown. After Asna saw the beam, she transferred all of the remaining purified energy to Felix. Fill his energy tank to 50. He previously had 10. Change of plans. Felix stopped having any thoughts about hunting the rainforest players, as now his main priority was to survive until the game ends. If he played it smart and didn't waste his entire energy on corruption inducement, he might have had enough to continue eliminating other players. But now he could only turn on his infrared vision and start toggling deep within the labyrinth, escaping at his fastest speed. Sadly, no matter what tunnel he took, the golden beam was giving him off to the 3 mega teams. "He isn't far from us," Biohunter shouted while pointing his finger at the golden beam, which was appearing as clear as crystal to everyone, even though they were in the underground. The SGA might want to make the games appear as real as possible, but it would never affect the fairness and integrity of the games to achieve so. Split up after seeing 3 tunnels before them. Mr. Frosty went for the right tunnel, while being followed by his team. Meanwhile, Biohunter's team and Rosanna's team each took a tunnel. The spectators kept cheering with flushed cheeks at the sight of Felix weaving through the tunnels while being chased by 35 players at once. The distance between them was getting nearer and nearer since Felix was taking tunnels randomly, and sometimes those tunnels had curvy paths, making Felix's effort gone to waste. Meanwhile, Biohunter and the rest rarely ended up with this problem, as the golden beam was making it easier for them to see which tunnel was going to bridge the gap closer. Minutes passed by, and the distance kept getting bridged closer and closer until Felix's ears started to pick up the loud echoing sound of footsteps behind him. "Oi, Felix. That doesn't sound like 5 players at all," Asna said. Startled, Felix stopped running and went to a wall, putting his eyes near the surface. He took a deep breath and pushed his infrared vision to the limit, making him get assaulted by a headache a second after. However, instead of wincing in pain, his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. An army of humanoid auras coming from all directions towards his position. 10 arriving from the south, another 10 from the east, and finally 15 coming from the west. Dear God, scared shitless, Felix turned around and continued his escape in the opposite direction, not daring to entertain the thought of getting surrounded by them. He never expected that the forest players were going to chase him intense. He always believed that they were going to make teams made of 5 players like the ones he dealt with. In his mind, it was only logical to believe that 5 players were enough to kill a single player. Sadly, Felix didn't know that Mr. Frosty had ratted on him to the forest players' landlord. "Where are you at? Running is pointless. We can see you. Do you feel tired yet?" Taunts kept echoing in the tunnels, making Felix frown his eyebrows in annoyance. Though he didn't respond or bothered to pay attention to them, he simply carried on running and running until the last second of the transmission ended. The moment the golden light disappeared, Felix exhaled a long sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he didn't slow down his speed as the players were going to aim for his latest position. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. As the moment Felix looked to his left, he noticed 10 red auras running diagonally with him, probably seeking a tunnel that would help them reach the path that he was on. Unworried, Felix merely smirked and entered a tunnel that was in the opposite direction, making their efforts absolutely pointless. After running for a while, he saw again 10 humanoid auras behind a wall, running in totally a different route than his. A few seconds later, they disappeared from his vision, entailing that they were 100 meters away from Felix. This kept going on, making the spectators not know whether to laugh or cry. The scene resembled a hide-and-seek game, but the hider had a cheat that allowed him to spot the seekers before getting too close to him. It was a totally unfair game. The livid expressions of the players throughout all of this were enough to show that they weren't enjoying this in the slightest. Chapter 2:19 The decisive 5 minutes. 14 minutes later. "You useless pig, why do you have tracking abilities? If you can't FC King track shit, Mr. Frosty could be seen admonishing a short man, who was wearing goggles. The players near them didn't intervene as they were also tired and extremely annoyed by the tracker's continuous failures. "It's not my fault that landlord possessed that busted vision ability." The short man glared at Mr. Frosty right in his eyes and yelled, "You know what, I had enough of taking crap from you and this meaningless chase." He smashed his goggles at the ground. "I am FC King done, you go find him by yourselves." He wasn't bluffing in the slightest, as he truly turned around after and walked away from the team. The contract, which was binding him, didn't have term to stop players from giving up. Unbothered by losing the only tracker in the team, Mr. Frosty displayed a holographic timer that was counting backward and said, "This is our last chance at securing the crown. If we failed to locate landlord in those 5 minutes of transmission, you can forget about finding him in the last 10 minutes. He suddenly added with a tremble in his voice. Don't forget that the volcano can erupt at any moment now. The players' expression turned grave at hearing him mention this. They weren't stupid to forget about Meliodas' warning in the game hall, as it affected their lives. However, none of them wanted to yield yet, especially when the last transmission was going to start off soon. That being said, everyone made a mental note to leave the volcano after 5 minutes. Whether they took the crown or not, they were about to enter the last 15 minutes of the game and the volcano could erupt at any moment. Fortunately, there was a 2 minutes alarm before the eruption starts. Biohunter. Rosanna, do you have any plans to catch landlord in the next 5 minutes, Mr. Frosty sent a mind massage. How about we split up to cover a bigger area if we carried on using the same approach as before? I doubt we will be able to catch landlord, Rosanna suggested. I am in favor of that. Plus, I doubt that landlord still has enough energy to instantly eliminate every team he meets. Biohunter agreed. You guys split your teams if you want. I am not splitting mine no matter what. Mr. Frosty's agitated expression as he sent this message was enough to entail that he was still terrified of Felix. Coward. Your team is the biggest. At least split 5 players and you remain with the other 9. Rosanna insulted without shame. After all, she was literally the only player in the game that had no reason to fear Felix, as he couldn't touch her due to the contract's constraints. However, it was applied both ways, which meant she was most the useless player in the entire chase. The only reason she was still here was to fish for the crown if the players managed to kill Felix. The contract which she signed had nothing to do with the crown. Sadly, neither Biohunter nor Mr. Frosty knew that the second legendary bloodliner in the game, who they honestly were putting their hopes on, was just here to ride their success. Only 10 seconds left before transmission. Wrap it up, Biohunter informed them. Fine. I will do what Rosanna suggested. Mr. Frosty gave in eventually. Remember, do not engage when you meet up with landlord. Just surround him and make sure to block his retreat paths. By the time Biohunter's message resounded in the minds of Rosanna and Mr. Frosty, the golden beam emerged yet again in the sky. This time, everyone knew that the game was going to be decided in those 5 minutes. Here we go again. Felix, who was walking casually like he wasn't being hunted by 35 players, sighed in exhaustion while gazing at the golden beam on top of him. 5 more minutes and I will be out of this hell. He wiped his sweaty forehead as he increased his speed. Starting to sprint, he felt like the heat was increasing gradually, turning the labyrinth into a furnace. He believed that this was a sign that the volcano was on the verge of erupting, which was honestly quite understandable, as the 2-minute alarm was barely enough to give the players a head start to escape. But now, after feeling the raising heat, everyone with a brain would understand that it was time to bounce. Sadly for Felix, everyone was too committed in the chase to yield that quickly. Did they split up? Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise as he noticed 5 red auras approaching him from the left. As always, he chose the nearest tunnel that was in the opposite direction from them. However, after running for a couple of seconds, he saw another 5 auras intercepting him from the front. Exasperated, he pressed his lips together as he turned around, going back from he came from. Too bad. He didn't move even 2 steps before seeing 5 auras rushing at him from behind as well. Shit, I will be surrounded soon. Felix understood that his situation was getting direr and direr, as he didn't doubt that the players weren't going to engage him, but just block his retreat paths until the rest arrived. Then, they will all collapse on him at the same time. He knew that he would be doomed when that happens. I can only make the first move without hesitation. He turned around and dashed rapidly towards the approaching 5 players from the front. 2 acid bombs were lying peacefully in his jacket's pockets. He wasn't planning on using the corruption inducement anymore, as his energy won't support it. And even if it did, Felix planned on keeping it only in dire situations. He is coming towards us. Enter a defensive position. Surprisingly, Biohunter was leading the team that Felix chose. The players in his team immediately activated their defensive abilities as they encircled a girl, who had 2 fingers placed on her left temple. Felix, who just entered their line of vision, couldn't help but lower his eyebrows in restlessness at the sight of the girl within their ranks. However, after seeing that she had her eyes open, he sighed in relief while snapping his finger, engulfing himself with a white aura. "Good luck using your abilities on me," Felix chuckled while dashing towards them, making Biohunter's expression to turn unsightly. The dumbstruck look the girl had was enough to tell him that her mental abilities were absolutely useless if the target wasn't in her vision. After all, how could she affect Felix's mind when she couldn't even see him? Few, alas. Felix didn't give them enough time to think about other solutions as he hurled those 2 acid bombs towards the girl. Whoosh! An abrupt wall of greenish flames rose in front of the bombs, making them evaporate the instant they passed through it. Not bad. Instead of feeling worried, Felix laughed in excitement as he continued to charge towards Biohunter, who was standing behind the wall of flames. "How about this dragon hail technique?" Biohunter shouted as he started slapping the wall of flames with his palms over and over again, sending a hail of greenish small snakes slithering in the air as they targeted the white sphere. "Dragon my ass. If he saw the real thing, he will piss himself in fright," Asna scoffed, completely engrossed in evading those snakes. Felix didn't pay attention to what she said. He simply kept smiling foolishly, enjoying the feeling of fighting again instead of just throwing one corruption bomb and end everything. Phew whoosh. An abrupt barrage of elemental abilities graced Felix from the front, wiped that foolish grin from his face, as he was forced to roll to the side reflexively. In the end, this was a 1vs5 battle. Boom FCK. Unfortunately, he rolled in direction of one of the never-ending hail of snakes, making him eat a direct explosion. The flames didn't encase his body after, but the explosion itself did enough harm to Felix, forcing him to use revitalization while rolling on the ground, not planning to remain a split second in the same place. Good thing he did so, as the moment Biohunter heard the explosion, he immediately switched from throwing randomly to targeting that specific area, making tens of green snakes rain on the ground. Without getting ordered, the players all aimed their abilities in that said area as well, completely missing Felix. This gave him a breather to recover his wits and stand back up. He gritted his teeth as the burnt marks on his body were pricking him during the revitalization process. Thankfully, his injuries were merely on his skin, making the sleepiness inducement enough to heal him back to his peak in a split second. "I need to get near." Felix pondered on a way to help him put his opponents within his aura, as his bombs were clearly useless against that wall made of greenish flames. He didn't want to waste his energy by throwing bombs on top of their heads, as they could easily dodge them. Boom boom. Felix kept dodging those randomly targeted abilities while surveying his surrounding, looking for something to help him out. "Oh, that will do." His eyes brightened up as he noticed a few medium-sized boulders near the wall of the tunnel. An idea struck him after remembering an attack he was exposed to in the shuffle maze. Boom boom. Uncaring about the explosions happening around him, Felix dashed towards the boulders and hid behind them for protection. However, he soon did the unexpected as he spread his arms wide and hugged one of the boulders. The boulder was black and rugged, giving Felix a good grasp with his steel-like fingers. "Rice!" he shouted in his mind while trying to lift it up. The spectators were dumbfounded as the boulder was 3 times the size of Felix. Yet he was still trying to lift it. "He must be nuts!" Meliodas yelled in shock, what was in everyone's mind. However, before anyone could mock Felix on his foolish attempt, they saw that the boulder was getting lifted inch by inch in a slow manner until it was raised above his head. Felix puffed out his reddened cheeks while revolving in his position continuously. After sensing that he built enough momentum, he yelled as he threw it towards Biohunter and the rest. Whoosh! Before Biohunter and the rest could even comprehend the abnormal sound of the wind, the boulder rushed outside of the white aura, heading towards them fiercely akin to a wrecking ball. "Dodge, scared shitless!" Biohunter screamed as he jumped to the side, not giving a crap about holding the defensive formation anymore. The players didn't need his warning, as each activated either their escape abilities or simply hurled themselves as far as possible from the blast zone. Boom! Immediately after colliding with the ground, the boulder shattered into pieces of all sizes and shapes, propelling them in every direction akin to bullets. Arg FCK. Ouch. Biohunter and the players, who simply did a basic dodge, weren't spared from getting showered by those rocks. Whoosh. By the time the dust settled, Meliodas and the spectators were awestruck by the sight of Biohunter and his allies, groaning on the ground while holding their bruised bodies. Thankfully, they were lying in a curling position before managing to protect their vitals. Only one player managed to escape safely as he dug a hole on the ground, which was barely enough to hide a single person. Poof poof. Poof, not fooling around. Felix threw a paralyzed balm on each player, taking advantage of the fact that they couldn't hold their breaths even if they wanted to. The painful bruises made it almost impossible to do so. As he accepted, Biohunter and the rest breathed in the inducement obediently and froze in their positions with twisted expressions. Yet, nothing could hide the clear horror of having their eyes wide open, staring at a leg approaching their faces in kicking motion. Wait, I want to buy my life. Bam, please, Landlord Don. Bam, you will follow us soon. Mark my words. Landor. Bam Bam, utterly deaf to the Queen's voice, which was sending him their last words. Felix kicked their heads to oblivion one by one, making them explode immediately on contact. He had no time to entertain their requests or wishes, as the rest of the players never stopped sprinting towards him. After dealing with them, he glanced at the hole in the ground and threw one acid bomb in it before bolting away, not planning to stay and see its result. Landlord once again demonstrates to everyone that his wits are his greatest weapon, Meliodas commentated passionately. To actually throw a boulder to break through their defensive formation, just marvelous, while the spectators were cheering. Some of Felix fans were at loss for words, since the moment Felix threw the boulder, did he really just imitate boulder explosion by pure muscle? This question was repeating over and over in their minds, making them enter a dazed state. This was the first time they saw someone imitate other bloodliners' abilities forcefully. Yet, when it was coming from Felix, they suddenly felt like it was to be expected. Landlord. 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 They all broke from their daze as they started chanting and rooting for Felix, after seeing that he was having difficulty breaking out of the team's encirclement. The battle with Biohunter's team lasted for 30 seconds. Yet that was more than enough for the team behind Felix to catch up and the others to reach their positions as Felix expected. They didn't approach him, but kept waiting for everyone to make it before they attack all at once. What can Landlord do to escape from this wide encircling? Rumble before Meliodas could finish his sentence. A booming noise resounded on the screen, shocking everyone alike. Meliodas instantly pointed the camera from Felix to the outside of the volcano. The moment the spectators saw what was going on, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock and excitement, "The volcano is erupting!" Chapter 220. The volcano is erupting. Rumble. The volcano, which was sitting peacefully throughout the entire game, was trembling nonstop, making rocks and boulders all around it to start rolling downhill while colliding against each other. Yet this was nothing compared to what was happening inside of it. Felix, who was escaping in the opposite direction of the labyrinth entrance, immediately did a 180 degrees turn and bolted with cold sweat covering his back. The players didn't give a shit about him or the crown anymore. After seeing the tunnels trembling like they were struck by a major degree earthquake crack the ground before Felix suddenly broke into two parts, forcing him to reflexively jump the newly emerged chasm with a mortified expression. Holy shit! After taking a glimpse beneath him while midair, his heart almost leaped from his throat at the boiling lava rising slowly upward. Thud the moment he landed on the other side. Felix rolled forward once, and used his hands to propel him back up to not affect his acceleration. He knew that he couldn't afford to slow down, as Meliodas told them that the alarm would last merely 2 minutes before the big eruption. Sadly, this earthquake was the alarm. He, just like everyone else, got totally blindsided by the volcano's early eruption. He always believed that it would erupt at the last 5 minutes or even 10 minutes. Yet it had to erupt precisely 2 minutes after the 15 minutes countdown began. No one saw it coming. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters in front of Felix, Mr. Frosty and his party were running for their dear life as well. No one was bothering with the golden beam of light that was approaching them from the rear, except for Mr. Frosty. If I am not winning this game, then no one is going to. His expression twisted with spite as he glared at the golden beam. Listen up, use all of your destructive abilities at the ceiling after we enter the next tunnel, Mr. Frosty sent this bone-chilling order to his party, making them all glance at him in shock. Unbothered by their reaction, he sent another message. Are you resigned to losing this game in such a humiliating fashion? If Landlord won, this game is going to be viral since he broke the record of holding the crown by miles from the previous holder. He evaded a falling rock as he said lastly, I don't know about you guys, but I am not going to let myself be a stepping stone for Landlord's fame. After hearing the term stepping stone, no one hesitated anymore. Their expressions hardened while looking at the entrance of the tunnel that was getting nearer and nearer. Mr. Frosty smirked faintly at their silent approval and created 3 ice lances above his head. The players activated their abilities as well and kept them prepared, waiting until they passed through the tunnel first. Fire the instant they entered it. Mr. Frosty yelled as hurled the 3 ice lances at the ceiling right above the entrance. Boom boom. The players fired simultaneously with him, striking the same spot with tens of destructive abilities. Faffed the ceiling, which was already collapsing slowly due to the earthquake, couldn't handle their combined abilities and collapsed on the entrance, sealing it shut. Good job, excited and overjoyed. Mr. Frosty did a fist pump while looking at the closed entrance. While he was celebrating ruining Felix's chance to safety, Leader Emma almost had a heart attack after seeing them succeed in their scheme. She knew that destroying this tunnel's entrance was going to doom Felix, as it was the only near shortcut to the labyrinth exit. By destroying it, they left Felix with only 2 options. Go back and take a longer route, or dig a hole through the rubbles. None of those options were viable in such a short amount of time, just as Emma assumed. The instant Felix's eyes landed on the mountain of rubbles, his lips parted in slightly as he froze before it. Felix heard the loud noise of the collapse, but he didn't take it seriously as he thought that it was merely caused by rocks dropping on the ground. After all, this earthquake was for warning them not to bury them inside the volcano. This made him discern that the players were the ones responsible for this shit. I need to take another route, not planning on wasting time moping about getting screwed like this. Felix turned back and sprinted while huffing through his nose, pushing his body's limits to the extreme. Queen, time, he asked in agitation. 1 minute and 20 seconds are remaining. Her response made his heart sink as he was certain that he barely had enough time to leave the labyrinth. Don't even mention the volcano and leaving enough distance from it to not get smashed by the molten rocks, which would rain its premise. Meliodas split the screen into 2 halves. One showing Felix, and the other was showing the closest route to the exit that Felix was currently taking. He wasn't done yet as he swiftly added a timer on it, showing exactly the time needed for Felix to actually reach the forest from his position. 5 minutes, a whopping 5 minutes was needed to survive the eruption for Felix, but he didn't even possess 2 minutes. It can't be, this is bullshit. Stop spewing lies. There's enough time for a landlord to escape to safety. Sigh. He shouldn't have entered the volcano in the first place. Finally, that cockroach is going to die. Unsurprisingly, Master Mania was watching the game in a VIP room all by himself. After all, how could he miss seeing Felix getting ganked up by the players due to his proposed bounty? Alas, throughout the entire game he was served only disappointment after another. But at last, Felix met the only opponent, which was impossible to defeat even by him. Mother Nature. Master Mania's eyes were brightened up in excitement and eagerness to watch Felix finally meet his maker. While the spectators were giving up on Felix and doubting his chances of survival, he wasn't losing heart yet. His brain was working at full capacity to seek a solution to get him out of this shithole. Meanwhile, his eyes were examining every single detail in the tunnel with full clarity, making him feel like he was seeing everything in slow motion. The falling rocks, the cracking floor, the red fumes spewing from those cracks. Everything was clear in his eyes, giving him whatever he needs to gain inspiration and create a plan that might let him life to tell the tale. He didn't know if it was the doing of adrenaline or something else, but his brain was already occupied with his survival to bother about this matter. Suddenly, his slits enlarged at the sight of a flat-surfaced long rock, resembling a surfboard stuck underneath a massive boulder. That's at the moment he saw it. An insane plan was formed in his mind, taking root and refusing to leave. Our UFC king nuts. Asna immediately scolded him after reading his mind and seeing what he was planning on doing. It's not going to work, you will just get yourself killed. Do you have any better plan? Felix retorted while changing his direction, heading towards the surfboard like rock. Nothing, then be a good girl and don't bother me for the next minute. I need complete concentration, Felix informed her calmly while having his hands on the massive boulder. Asna went mum after hearing him say so. What is he doing? Confused, Meliodas looked at Felix pushing the massive boulder instead of running away. Thud after pushing with everything he got. Felix exhaled a long breath through his mouth as he watched the boulder fall to the side, not taking a single second to relax his muscles. Felix lifted the surfboard like rock and put it underneath his armpit. It was long and a bit thick, but still, with Felix's super strength, he didn't feel like it weighed that much. Probably, it was just the adrenaline still being pumped, making it seem easy. Queen, time, he asked again while carrying on his journey. 1 minute, she replied. 1 minute before the full eruption. This meant I have even less to get into the perfect position. Instead of fretting about it, Felix lowered his head and charged recklessly through the falling rocks, not bothering anymore to dodge small-sized ones. Thud thud. His head and shoulders were smashed by small rocks every once in a while, making Felix grimace in pain. Instead of bearing through it, he activated an aura and used revitalization to heal his wounds while still on the move. 29 seconds later, Felix sighed in relief the moment he exited the labyrinth, stepping into the long straight tunnel, which was leading upward to the volcano's exit. He lifted his head slightly, and the light of the sky on the other side of the tunnel was shown before him. It was so near yet so far. Without further delay, Felix turned on his infrared vision and looked downward, but slightly behind him. Holy, he sucked a deep breath after seeing that everything was in red and orange. The floor was about to be literally lava, and Felix had to find high grounds as soon as possible. There he started sprinting towards a larger-sized boulder. It wasn't the ideal one for his plan, but it was the biggest one near him. After reaching its side, he climbed on the smaller rocks, which were stacked near it, until he got close enough to throw his surfboard like rock on top of the boulder without worrying about it breaking after contact. Whoosh! Next, he jumped easily on the boulder and immediately looked behind him. The boiling lava could be seen rising slowly from one of the many chasms in the ground. Rumble! A sudden additional earthquake struck the tunnels, making Felix lose his balance and almost fall down. Yet, Felix's focus was entirely on the chasms behind him, which were spewing boiling lava everywhere, filling the tunnel behind him first, before rushing fiercely towards the one he was at. Without asking the queen, Felix knew based on the increased speed of the lava, that the eruption has begun. The entire reason the sea of lava underneath the volcano didn't rush in a few seconds explosively was to give the players those minutes to back off. However, after they ended, nature was back in course. Good luck, Felix. Asna wished him luck softly while holding her breaths in worry. Chapter 221, The King of the Island. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus, observing the river of lava, which was gushing in his direction, akin to a small eruption happening in this tunnel. This was actually exactly what was happening, as some of the lava that was heading upward to the mouth of the volcano surged into this tunnel first. Now, after the lava passed by the boulder he was on, Felix threw the surfboard like rock beneath him and jumped on it, scaring the shit of the spectators, who never thought that he was actually going for it. After landing on the board, Felix had to kneel and put his hands on the surface in order to hold himself from getting thrown. Sadly, the board's surface was hot to the point Felix felt like his palms were in an oven. Pained, he tightened his lips together as he pulled himself upward in a steady manner. After standing back up, he spread his arms wide while bending slightly forward on the board, displaying a professional surf position. All of those years surfing on Sky Pearl Island's beach didn't go to waste. Easy now, easy. After getting a good footing, Felix let the lava do its work, taking him upward the tunnel in the direction of the exit. Due to the horrifying speed of the lava, Felix knew that the journey wasn't going to take even a minute before reaching his destination. That being said, the journey wasn't going to be easy, as the exploding bubbles of lava, which were happening around him, kept him on edge, worrying that a bubble would explode right next to him. Hop, alas, Murphy wasn't wrong when he said that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. as a bubble had exploded right in front of Felix, projecting tens of lava drops right in his direction. Felix could only curse in his mind while guarding his face, and letting the rest of the drops do as they please with his body. The sound of his flesh sizzling akin to a piece of meat being fried on a pan, kept resounding in his ears, making the pain increase by threefolds. His clothes were on the verge of burning off, letting the spectators see the hideous burnt marks those drops left behind. Uncaring about losing his clothes, Felix hastily activated the mustard yellow aura, hoping to use revitalization on those marks. Alas, the instant the mist rushed out from his pores, it started to get evaporated by the hellish heat of the lava river without hesitation. Felix used his revitalization, letting his body absorb whatever it could from the mist before his energy reaches the red line. The aura was being released continuously from his pores, and that was exhausting his energy with a terrifying speed. Boom! Just as he was in the process of dealing with those burnt marks, a loud explosion resounded from behind, forcing Felix to turn around and check what caused it. "The tunnel is crumbling." Agitated, Meliodas screamed at the mic, tainting it with saliva. Yet, he didn't even care, as the sight before him was too horrifying to watch. The hope that was regaining in the hearts of Felix fans was snuffed instantly after seeing the tunnel breaking down from behind, as rivers of lava were gushing from every corner, trying to bury everything in sight. Scared shitless, Felix faced the exit again and leaned forward with his hands folded behind his back. In a skating position, he was trying to increase his speed if just slightly. Boom boom bam. The pain of the burnt marks was wholly ignored as the sound of rocks colliding against each other kept breathing down on Felix's neck, making Felix's back muscles to tense up in distress. Yet, his eyes were as focused as ever at the exit, which kept enlarging rapidly in his eyes. The spectators stood from their seats while gaping at Felix, not daring to blink a single time in fear of missing something. None of them bothered to comment or speak to each other. Everyone had only one image in their minds, and that was Felix's image of his surfing on FC King Live lava while being chased rapidly by the crumbling tunnel. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 m, 10 meters, almost there. Asna cheered in Felix's mind. Yet, he was oblivious to what she said, as his attention was wholly captured by the rocks, which were falling right above his head. The tunnel's collapse had reached him, however. Felix didn't seem agitated or frightened as he should be. Instead, he lowered himself calmly on the board, until his entire body was lying on it. His skin started to make sizzling sounds akin to being barbecued on an 800°C grill. His eyes got a bit watery from the heat and the pain, but he never closed them down as the bright light on the other side of the tunnel was right in his face. He didn't dare to miss it. Whoosh! Boom! Meliodas, the spectators, the players, who were running downhill, heading towards the forest, all froze in their position at the booming sound of the volcano erupting. The lava had reached the sealed-shut mouth of the volcano, since it was closed. The eruption was explosive. They raised their heads and started staring in fear at the molten rocks raining down on the volcano's premise akin to a meteor shower. Yet in the air, right beneath those molten rocks, a surfboard-like rock was flying above a river of lava that was split in half. After the collapse of the tunnel, the players would never notice such a small rock within a meteor shower. However, the golden beam that was projected into the atmosphere made them ignore everything, even their safety, and gaze at it with their mouth agape and eyes bulging out of their sockets. "I must be dreaming," Rosanna murmured in absolute disbelief while pointing her shaky finger at Felix, who stood up from his lying position, exposing his wholly burnt-off red skin. Since the distance was quite far between Felix and the players, they only saw a completely red human, making him appear just like a devil has escaped hell itself. What the FCK is going on? He actually got horrified. Mr. Frosty's brain was about to shut down by the notion that Felix managed to escape a 100 death trap in his eyes. Yet, before he got a brain stroke, his widened eyes brightened as he noticed that Felix was falling midair without anything to ease his fall. Heck, he noticed that even if he managed to survive the fall, how was he supposed to deal with the lava that was falling with him, or the meteor shower, which was about to strike down anything in sight? This question was currently reverberating in everyone's minds. who was currently watching Felix getting pulled down by gravity. Felix, jump now Asna, who knew about Felix's plan, shouted in his mind. Not yet. Not yet. Felix's eyebrows were knitted as he kept gazing at the red circle tens of meters underneath him. That's right, Felix already planned for an escape route after he gets out of the tunnel. He wasn't a retard to think that just by leaving the volcano he would be safe. He knew that the greatest danger wasn't inside the volcano, but after leaving it and experiencing the meteor shower firsthand. Felix wasn't confident in his ability to escape the strike zone of the meteor shower unscratched. Thus, he had to create a second plan concerning his escape. The teleportation circle, which was lying near the tunnel exit unused the entire game, was the perfect gateway to safety. Now agitated and somewhat thrilled, Felix threw himself with his hands extended forward. He knew that he only needed a finger to get inside the teleportation circle for it to activate it. Thankfully, the teleportation circle was massive, making his extra efforts pointless. As his entire body managed to enter it still midair, his body started to disintegrate into light particles before drifting by the wind under the dumbfounded and awestruck eyes of the players, Meliodas, and 60 million concurrent live stream viewers. No one wanted to believe what their eyes were feeding them, and they didn't dare to. They were already shocked multiple times by Felix's plays, escapes, wits, strength, bravery. But nothing came close to what they had just witnessed. They believed that his play of snatching the crown was going to be his peak performance in the game. Just to be shown, this silence descended in the island and stadium alike for a second before the booming noises of the molten rocks slamming into the ground woke them up from their stupor. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, hell broke loose in the stadium and on the island simultaneously. What a FC King Daredevil, holy shit, I never seen anyone does that in the 100 games that I watched. My landlord is FC King, unkillable. No one paid attention to the players, who started to run away from such an apocalyptic scene, as the spectators were jumping from the seats while pulling each other's shirts in excitement and exhilaration. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers made it almost impossible to read what they were typing in the chat, as everyone was spamming at the same time in a frenzy. Landlord proves once again. Meliodas stood on his commentary table as he shouted with his headband that he is the best, the best, the best, the best. Chants raged throughout the whole stadium as the spectators, whether they were Felix fans or not, all chanted in perfect harmony, making Emma's eyes watery, just like football fans on Earth feeling emotional and proud about their team or their favorite player. Emma and the rest weren't any different. They feel proud when Felix achieves something unordinary and bothered when he fails, but till now, Felix was showing them only the best performance in every single game. He was always outdoing himself, from being 100 dead to being the first one to leave the volcano's premise safely. Who could pull that off besides Felix? They were proud of being his loyal fans through thick and thin. After a while the hubbub was reduced a little, making Meliodas regain his wits back and continue doing his job. The play was nuts alright, but the game wasn't over yet. There were still 10 minutes on the clock yet. After eyeing the players, who reached the forest in one piece, he didn't know if the game truly still had 10 minutes or not. No one was moving, heck. Even Mr. Frosty was sitting on a branch with his eyes closed shut, clearly showing that he had no intention to head towards the green teleportation circle where Felix was currently at. Everyone gave up on the game. Meliodas soon understood their reason why from hearing a conversation between two players. It turned out, 10 minutes was barely enough for the players to reach the teleportation circle. After all, Felix, being one of the fastest runners in the forest, took 10 minutes to reach the volcano premise when he snatched the crown. Don't even mention some of those players. Of course, those with movement speed abilities could reach the green circle in under 5 minutes or so if they pushed their limits. But then what they knew that Felix wasn't a retard to stay in his place and wait for them until they arrive. Hell, they were certain that he was currently on the move, running at his fastest speed in the opposite direction from them. In their eyes, the game was already over the moment Felix used the teleportation circle, which was unguarded. Thus, they could only sit in silence on the branches contemplating how were they going to respond to the media after the game ends. Felix might not get interviewed, but all the players were going to get attacked by the media due to him. Even better, this was the perfect conclusion to the game. Meliodas laughed in delight as he switched his vision from the players to Felix's small screen. However, after seeing what Felix was doing, he couldn't help but exclaim in stupor, "Why the hell isn't he running away?" The spectators, with omnipotent vision, immediately zoomed into the teleportation circle after hearing Meliodas exclaim, "Just like him." They were shocked to see Felix sitting in the middle of the teleportation circle, wearing a brand new set of clothes. He had a wrist resting on his knee while sitting in a semi-mediation position. He was neither moving nor speaking. He just kept sitting with his head raised, and a faint confident smile was affixed on his lips. The gems on the crown kept gleaming under the rays of sunlight while being on top of his head. This mesmerizing and peaceful scene made the spectators feel like they were watching a natural-born king, who owned this island and everything that was in it. After remembering every play and battle he went through inside the island, who would dare claim to be the king before him? Who only now did they understand why the game was named the King of the Island. Chapter 222 Rank skip coupon 10 minutes later. As expected, no one bothered to come and check on me. Felix chuckled while glancing at his body that was in the process of breaking into small light particles, marking the end of the game. During the last 10 minutes, not a single player moved from their positions, letting Felix continue chilling peacefully. He knew that they were going to believe that he was on the move, escaping from them, since they had functional brains. Not one of them was stupid to go for such a meaningless and hopeless chase. By knowing so, Felix simply didn't bother moving from his place. Using reverse psychology, he was drained from everything that happened in the game. Thus, he honestly felt thankful that some retard didn't come and bother him. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your loudest applause to your champion. Meliodas pointed his mic at Felix's body that was in the process of reconstructing and yelled with his eyes close shut, "Land. Lord, clap clap clap." "Not bad." Felix smiled faintly after opening his eyes at the sight of the spectators giving him a standing ovation. He kept basking under their applause while waving his hand mildly. Clap clap. Surprised by hearing clapping noises near him, Felix turned his head and saw that some players were applauding him with a respectful look, though there were some who were too egoist to acknowledge Felix's gameplay, like Mr. Frosty and Rosanna. "Bastard. Ruining my third win streak," Rosanna humphed in annoyance while teleporting outside of the stadium. Not planning to stay and bask in his glory, she paid 800 million SC to forcefully turn the odds in her favor. Yet, it all gone to waste as Felix had no intentions of ruining his win streak for others. He understood that the longer his win streak lasts, the more perks he would be getting from the SG platform. "The king! The king! The king!" Under the ardent chants of the audience, Felix waved his hand one last time before teleporting out of the stadium, not giving Meliodas even the chance to drop near him and seek a chance for an interview. After all, he did everything right without offending Felix at all. He had a tiny bit of hope that Felix might see him favorably and give him a minute interview, or at least stay for the unique title coronation. Sadly for him, Felix was dying to have a cold shower after staying inside the volcano for over an hour or so. 1230 p.m. in the camp, 30 minutes after the game. That was refreshing. Felix got out of the public showers at the end of the hallway with a relaxed smile on his face. He walked to his room barefoot while wearing a towel that covers his lower body and using another to dry his wet long hair. It was a while since he last got a haircut, and now his hair was long and messy. "Damn it. Felix, wear some clothes already." Olivia, who was standing next to her room's door with two girls, scolded Felix after seeing that he was exposing his upper body. Yet again, peeved, she pointed her finger at her friend's reddened cheeks and complained, "Look how uncomfortable they got after they saw you." Felix approached the girls with a playful smile and asked, "Do I make you uncomfortable, Anne?" No, embarrassed and quite shy. The girls waved their extended hands in denial. Felix smirked at Olivia's vexed expression and turned around, going back to his room that was at the other end of the hallway. This was already a daily occurrence in the hallway, Felix getting picked on by Olivia for showing too much skin in a merged complex. Unfortunately, no matter what she said, Felix never budged and did what she asked. As wearing only a towel after a shower was a habit ingrained in his being for decades now, it was already a lifestyle for Felix, and he wasn't going to force himself and change it due to some chicks who get horny after seeing him like that. If they weren't too young for his liking, Felix wouldn't have minded playing with one or two during those 2 months. Too bad. Felix preferred matured women as his real age in his previous life was in the 40s. Although, for bloodliners, being in the 40s was actually still extremely young, as their average age ranged from 1,000 years to 10,000 years depending on their integration level. Still, Felix fancied mature women over teenage girls, as he wanted none of their drama or clinginess in his life. You pervert, slam, unbothered by Olivia's annoyed curse. Felix closed his door shut and went to wear his clothes. After getting dressed, he sat on his bed and requested the queen to display his total earning from the game. He still didn't check, as he immediately went for a shower after logging out. As you wish, sir. Felix. She paused. And congratulations on reaching silver rank. Thank you. Felix nodded his head in appreciation and started reading the earnings hologram. Winning wish. Unique title record breaker, streaming revenue 650 million SC Rasanas. Payment 500 million SC game points collected solo Tedasa 850 GP 650 million he. I am getting paid the same revenue as famous platinum ranked player. Felix grinned in delight at the amount, as he knew that he was probably the biggest paid silver ranked player in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Other idols or famous silver players rarely reach 150 million SC per game, though, purely counting the popularity of revenue and not the 3 extra revenue after winning the game. After checking the revenue, Felix closed the window as he already had knowledge of the rest. For the title, it was no-brainer that Felix was going to get it after holding into the crown for a whopping 75 minutes. He surpassed the original holder by 15 minutes. Yet, the best part, he lived to wear it proudly above his head, unlike the original holder. As for his game points, he managed to earn 5,000 GP purely from holding into the crown for 75 minutes straight. The rest came from his elimination tally that surpassed 30 players. Felix didn't wish to receive battle format for no reason. He knew that he would be able to gather game points faster than other formats. The only reason he got 10k in Shuffle Maze before was due to having beasts for him to kill. If the game was purely finding the exit, he wouldn't have gotten even 1k. But in battle formats, fights take priority above all, which was Felix. Jam Queen, please show me my profile, he requested. Rank mid-tier silver. Play 1 more placement games to get your final rank. Games played never, wins never, loss never, win streak never. Eligible for perks. Click to get details on the win streak system and its perks. Loss streak never, elimination never. 5 impatient. Felix pressed on the win streak, which was shimmering with golden light unlike before. Tiring. Congratulations on unlocking the win streak system. A side hologram displaying this notification in the middle emerged before Felix, making him grin faintly. He swiped the notification away, and it was replaced instantly with a small-sized list that was displaying 2 rewards written in silver. 1 are rank skip game coupon. 1 use 24H before expiring. 2 a second chance wheel spin coupon. Allow the user to respin the wheel in case the format or the game was to his liking. 1 use 365 days before expiring. Tesk. They are really generous with winners. A bit sore. Felix clicked his tongue after seeing the perks of only winning 3 games in a row. In his previous life, he was always aiming to win 3 games in a row just to get those hidden rewards. Sadly, he was struggling to win even 2 games back to back. Don't even mention 3. Without further ado, Felix pressed on the first perk, ignoring the other one, as he had no use for it currently. Sir Felix, are you certain about activating the rank skip coupon? The queen informed him. The moment you activate it, you will be put straight in gold mid-tier. However, the game you will be playing will have gold rank bloodliners, far surpassing your strength. She paused. If you lost the game, you will be dropped to low tier silver instead of low tier gold rank. She requested with good intention. Please think deeply about your choice. I am certain, Felix requested. Please activate the coupon. As you wish. Tiring, the coupon has been activated. You will be placed in a mid-tier gold rank for a maximum duration of 4 months. Please play a game before the period ends. Otherwise, you will be placed back in your original rank. The Queen informed. Will do. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He was already familiar with the rules of using the rank skip coupon even though he never got one. The coupon might seem like it was offering 3 tiers skip with just 1 win. But Felix understood that even himself with his overwhelming strength that was terrorizing peak first stage bloodliners, wouldn't be able to win the game and keep himself in gold rank. Ultimately, the gold rank was ruled by peak second stage bloodliners and third stage bloodliners. Those who obtained the coupon in silver were doomed in a gold rank with their current strength. If the SGA left those players to increase their strength freely until they were fit to battle gold players, the coupon would lose its meaning and purpose, as it would be the same as giving those players a free shot to skip a rank without hardship. Thus, the existence of the 4 months limit. Felix, who was still at 84 purification realm, had zero chance of bridging such a wide gap of strength even with his primogenitor bloodline. Sigh. I need to reach the first stage of replacement. Felix smiled bitterly at the thought of the JR Munkender, waiting for him to reach 99 to wake up. Till now, he still didn't figure out a way to stop the JR Munkender from waking up, especially when he was lacking knowledge about him. The only hope he was currently still latching on was the JR Mungen's memories, which Hasna was gathering in every integration. He was waiting until he reached the end of his integration before seeing them all at once. He didn't want to look at them now, as he understood that he was going to get demotivated from integrating more percentages after not receiving what he wished for. Asna, who knew about the memories, didn't mention a single thing about what she saw in them, as she was worried that the last hope he had would be snuffed out after finding out that nothing of value to his situation was in them. All right. Being bitter won't change anything. Felix regained his carefree smile as he waved the holograms away from his face. He stood up and beamed the necessary materials for integrating, planning to split the remaining 4 JR Mungen's essence into 2 today and 2 after tomorrow. However, before Felix removed his clothes, the Queen abruptly said, Sir Felix, the instructor George has requested from the entire team to gather at the classroom in the next 10 minutes. What a pain in the ass. Felix sighed in irritation while beaming back the awakening materials in his bracelet, planning to reschedule integration when he gets back. Chapter 223 Leaks on the World's Competition. After Felix stepped from his room, he saw that Noah was just about to leave as well. They nodded at each other as a greeting and walked together downstairs. After a while, they reached a 3-story building that was pretty quiet compared to the noisy field, which was packed with juniors practicing their abilities' accuracy, sparring between each other, or doing body workout. Soon, they entered the building and went upstairs to the 2nd story. After arriving, they noticed that the door to their classroom, where they studied and watched their rivals' recorded videos, was closed shut. Felix went and knocked twice. Then he opened it up slightly before asking in a polite manner, May we enter? George, who was standing before a dusty white data show screen, gestured with his hand while saying, Come in, and close the door behind you. Felix entered and left Noah to close the door. He looked around him while walking to the back of the classroom. The entire team was already sitting in their desk chairs. Brother Felix, come sit here. Adam smiled politely while gesturing at a desk that was to his right. Ignoring his existence, Felix walked past him and sat at the last seat in the back. Maybe next time. Unbothered, Adam smiled charmingly while turning his head back, focusing on George. No one bothered to address this interaction as they were already numb to Felix's utter disregard for Adam. The only one who was bothered by it was George, who had his eyebrows knitted while gazing at Felix. He wanted the team to be unified and have each other's back. But so far, Felix and Adam were like water and fire. He was tired of appeasing Felix into getting closer to Adam and the rest of the captains during the last month or so. If he wasn't low-key scared of Felix, he would have scolded or punished him like he was doing with the rest. But now he only sighed in dejection and decided to ignore the interaction like the rest. First, I apologize for bringing here on such short notice. But I have important information to share. George looked at them sternly and said, "We just received some leaks about the format which will be used for world representative battles." Curious. Felix's ears perked up for what about to come. He didn't know if his knowledge about the world's competition was going to be the same or change due to him messing with the timeline here and there. The leaks entailed that all the teams are going to be left alone in a wilderness for 7 days, fighting to locate flags, which were hidden in the wilderness. He added, "We don't know the exact number of flags, but I believe that it was going to be 100 flag with each representing a spot to be in the Earthlings team." Still the same. Felix lost his interest the moment he heard the leaks, as nothing changed from his previous life. Felix already knew that all of the teams were going to be fighting for 7 days straight in wildness for 100 hidden flags. He also knew that finding a flag wasn't the win requirement, but actually holding into one by the time the competition ends, unlike tournaments. This format was going to hit many birds with one stone. First, it will test the hardship of juniors in the wildness, as they would be required to get their food and water as well as find a shelter to spend those 7 days. Second, it will ease the burden on the ESCO organization and the German government of dealing with the massive number of teams and participants. After all, there were 195 countries around the world, and each country was going to send a 10-member team, no matter if they had what required to be competitive or not. The world representative battles were open for all countries, and no one was planning to give up on battles before they even began. This was going to result in having 2,000 participants or so combating for the limited 100 representative spots. "Isn't 100 spots in a team a lot?" Dale asked in confusion. "Didn't I tell you to read the public rules of the planetary supremacy games?" George scolded him. "What were you wasting your time on to not even know about this?" Seeing that Dale was lowering his head in shame, not planning to answer, Nathan smirked and ratted on him playfully. "A girl he met in a VR MMORPG has stolen his heart and time. Hell, I barely managed to pull him out of the game and bring him here. You a seeker?" Dale cursed under his breath while glaring at Nathan, who was giving him a wide grin. "Smack, listen up." George slammed the desk with his palm, bringing everyone's attention to him, and said in a strict manner, "I don't care what you do in your free time or how you spent it, but at least spare an hour or two to memorize the rules of PSG and some of the UVR's ones. You don't know if there will be a written test or not about them. After all, you guys are going to be fighting for the face of our Mother Earth. If you were lacking in knowledge, it won't be long before you shame the planet in front of other civilizations." "Understood." Yes, Dale nodded his head. "Good." George crossed his arms and started explaining that each planet was required to have a maximum number of 100 representatives since the games played don't always require a 10-member team. Heck, there were games that needed the entire 100 representatives to take part in. However, those kinds of games were few in between. The majority of the games were still played by at most 20 representatives. This meant the 100 juniors would further be split into the main team and the reserve team. Since the games were deadly, it was expected that the main team to have deaths in every game or sometimes even a full wipeout. Thus, being in the reserve team wasn't actually that bad, as opportunities to represent the planet come faster than one could anticipate. Read the rest of the rules in your free time. After finishing his explanation, George tapped on his bracelet and said while pointing his finger at the newly emerged hologram, "This is the forest nearby the camp. Tomorrow you guys will be transported deep within the woods and be left there for the next 7 days." FCK Felix's expression was nonchalant as always, but deep inside, he was having a mental breakdown at such dastardly news. Unfortunately for him, George wasn't done yet. "We will place 100 flags in the forest, and you guys are required to collect at least 20 in those 7 days. He extended 3 fingers and said, "There are only 3 rules. 1. You can only bring 2 bottles of water and 2 biscuits packaged with you. 2. I expect to see full communication and 0 conflict." He said this rule while giving Felix a side glance, making Olivia and the rest chuckle. Sadly, their amused expression didn't last for 2 seconds before it was replaced with despair after hearing the last rule. "Lastly, accessing UVR or using the Queen's assistance is forbidden." "I suddenly feel sick," Dale said while clasping his stomach with a twisted expression. Go pack up the necessities needed for your survival. Unresponsive to Dale's reaction, George tapped on his bracelet, showing a side hologram that had a long list of camping kits, which included a tent, sleeping bag, pillow, and such. Copy this list down and go pick them up from the warehouse. Just as George wanted to excuse them, he saw Felix raising his hand in the air with a sincere smile. George flinched at the sight as he knew that trouble was about to come. However, he still gave Felix permission to speak, as he knew that if he ignored it, Felix would speak anyway. I just want to inform you that I won't be able to participate in this mock practice. Felix gave George an honest look and said, I have a severe addiction to UVR, and if I can't connect once a day, no one is going to like the outcome. Severe addiction, my ass, George yelled furiously in his mind while nodding his head in understanding. I see. Those conditions are indeed quite troublesome to deal with. However, we can't have this mock practice without the captain of the team. George gave a forced smile and proposed, how about 2 hours connection per day? My addiction can only be seethed with 6 hours a day at best. Felix's honest expression as he kept bullshitting through his teeth was truly at a mastery level. 4 hours. George cut straight to the point and started negotiating with Felix. 6 hours. Felix called calmly. 5 hours. 7 hours. 6 hours does sound nice. George agreed while wiping his sweaty forehead after hearing an hour getting added. Perfect. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction under the speechless looks of his teammates. They knew that Felix was enjoying too many perks in the camp due to his legendary bloodline and captain status. But this was the first time for them to see the instructor losing a negotiation with Felix before. Felix always took a step back in his requests to respect the authority of the instructor. But when it comes to blocking him from accessing UVR just for a stupid mock practice, Felix wouldn't budge on this one. The silence was broken by Dale's whining. I also have a severe addiction, and I swear that I am going to lose my mind if I don't connect to the UVR for 7 days straight. Then lose it, I don't give a shit. Annoyed, George turned around and left through the door, not having any thoughts to entertain others' requests as well. Slam the moment Dale saw the door get closed again. He cried out loud, this is so f-seeking unfair, why can't he give us at least 1 hour of connection? Felix chuckled in amusement at Dale's tantrum, as he knew that George was simply trying to recreate the exact version of what they were going to experience in the world competition. It was evident that the AP features were going to be banned to remove all sorts of cheating. In the SG, those features were banned as well, except for the Queen's messaging loophole, as it was important for alliances and partnerships. But for features like scanning, accessing the network, and such, they were game-breaker cheats. Just in this mock practice, Felix could use the 100-meter scanner to locate the flags. He just needed to find one by himself and scan it. Then the rest in 100 meters around him would be marked by the Queen. There was no way for either George or the ESCO organization to keep such a glaring loophole for the juniors to take advantage of. Stop whining already and look at this video that went viral just now. Excited, Nathan sat on Dale's desk while enlarging a hologram in front of him. Activate the volume, you moron, Dale asked in annoyance. Boom! The moment Nathan activated the sound, everyone's ears shook by a booming explosion, making them close their ears in irritation while gazing at its source. Shocked, they gaped at a video displaying a red-skinned human on top of a surfboard-like rock, flying in the air underneath a meteor shower that was about to strike everything in sight before they could comprehend if this was an SG or simply a scene from a movie. The player broke into tiny particles, then came the silence followed by the maddening cheers of the spectators. Felix's eyes were frozen stiffly on Meliodas standing on the commentary table as he screamed. Landlord proves once again that he is the beast, here comes trouble. Asna said, laughing out loud. Chapter 224, a discussion about Felix and Landlord. After hearing Meliodas and the spectators' cheers, Dale and the rest knew that the video was taken from an SG game instead of an action film. Holy crap, that was awesome. Amazed, Dale had his eyes fixated on the video that was replaying the same 20-second scene again. Look at the views and at the comment section. Nathan pointed his finger enviously at the booming views, which had 500 million in barely half an hour since the video was posted. Meanwhile, The comment section was exploding with people commenting on every millisecond, expressing their disbelief at such a daredevil stunt. 20 seconds bit didn't show much. Johnson shook his head and requested, "Give me the game's link. I will watch it in my room." "Can I also have the link?" Adam requested politely. "Me too." Olivia lifted her hand. "How about this instead of sending the link?" Nathan enlarged the hologram until it was bigger than the dusty data show screen. He then clicked on the link that was posted below the video and proposed with a smile, "Let's watch it together. We have plenty of time today since the training is probably going to be cancelled." He added, "Plus, it will be more fun." Johnson gave it a quick thought before agreeing. "I am down." "Same. Don't have much to do anymore." Hopefully, the game will be just as epic as that scene. Soon, everyone was back in their seat while having their attention on the game's replay that was on pause. "Noah, you are not going to watch?" Kenny asked after seeing Noah heading to the classroom's door. Without turning his head, Noah shook it slightly before exiting and closing the door behind him. They give him a single glance before having their focus back on the screen. However, they were suddenly reminded of the other suspect, who never bothered to stick for such events. They all turned their heads and surprisingly, only wind breeze was blowing on Felix's desk. He was gone. Typical behavior. Damn. He is getting better at leaving early. No one felt surprised by Felix depart without saying anything. Heck, they would be startled if he actually decided to stick in and watch with them. They already guessed that he left unnoticed when they were discussing the video. Play it. Play it. It's their loss," Dale said. Without further delay, Nathan pressed play and sat back in his seat. The video started with an introduction to the game's rules, objective, player number, rank, and such, giving the viewers a complete understanding of the game before starting. After a minute or so, the game truly began with showing the players getting teleported and Meliodas interviewing them. Nathan skipped the interview segment, jumping straight into the action, showing the players falling into the island. Unfortunately for Felix, the video was a recorded version of what Meliodas was showing on the large screen for the spectators. This meant he was the primary focus since the beginning of the game. This made Olivia and the rest watch in confusion. Landlord used poison bombs while having the ability to switch inducements just like Felix, not to mention his super strength and poison immunity. If it wasn't for Landlord displaying way too many inducements and different abilities than Felix throughout the game, doubts would have started to rise in their minds that Landlord was Felix in disguise. Though they were still weirded out by the uncanny resemblance between the two, especially for Olivia, who spent her childhood playing with Felix. She was the most familiar with Felix, thus she felt a sense of familiarity with the way Landlord acts and talks. It can't be Felix. Olivia shook those thoughts away, as no matter what her feelings were telling her, the sight of Landlord using 3 different abilities than Felix was a solid evidence that it was merely an uncanny coincidence. After a while, the game reached its conclusion with Felix sitting on the green teleportation circle akin to a king with that crown secured on his head. Although the game was beyond epic, making Olivia and the rest to enjoy every last second of it, the resemblance between Felix and Landlord was still in their minds. Before, Felix was only safe from getting mentioned in the same breath as Landlord was for 3 reasons. First, the Maxwell elders and Noah, who had bracelets early on, weren't interested in individual Supremacy games news at all, as they were more focused on the business side of the UVR. Meanwhile, Noah's mind was a total mystery, as no one knows what's going in it. Second, when Felix got viral in the Mariana Empire, it happened 1 month or so before he exposed his abilities in the national team battle. Thus, by the time those with AP bracelet could notice the similarity, the news about Felix's second game had already gone obsolete. Third, Olivia and the rest didn't possess AP bracelets, making them miss Felix's first games and the viral sensation he caused in the Empire. However, now with their bracelets on, it was easier for Viral's videos, photos, scandals, and such to flash by in their media feed. With this, nothing about Felix's persona could ever go unnoticed anymore. "Brother Nathan, mind giving me access to do a quick research on Landlord?" Adam asked politely. "Go ahead." Nathan gestured with his hand, After getting his permission, Adam started typing on an invisible hologram, making everything that he was typing in the search bar get displayed in the large hologram. Important information about unpaid landlord's existence. Immediately after pressing enter, billions of results greeted their eyes. Whoa, he is really popular. Damn, isn't he still a silver player? Ignoring the envious exclamations around him, Adam scrolled down for a while before clicking on a title that says, Analyze and Thoughts on Landlord's Bloodline. They were immediately transported to another website, where it appeared more like a forum for discussion. There were articles posted, pictures, videos, but mostly questions asked, such as does anyone knows the name of landlord's bloodline, or does landlord's bloodline really belong to legendary rank? The forum was booming, as every question posted had thousands of answers no matter how silly and stupid they were. Everyone was just expressing their point of view, not bothering if it was the truth or utter bullshit. Adam and the rest kept clicking on articles and questions concerning landlord's bloodline, and the result was overwhelming, as everyone was expressing their confusion about the bloodline's existence. No one had a single clue which beast it belonged to, and if there were any similar bloodlines to it. By now, Olivia and the rest pretty much understood what Adam was aiming for. Do you think that maybe Landlord and Felix had awakened with the same bloodline? Sarah laid out the question for all of them. That's likely. Before Adam could continue his answer, Johnson interrupted. Unlikely. It's clear that Landlord's bloodline allows him to use multiple inducements, while Felix was limited to only 5. May I ask, how are you certain that Felix only has 5 inducements? Unbothered by his interruption, Adam asked with his usual polite smile. Johnson felt stumped at his question as he realized that he only had Felix's word on the number. He or anyone else had absolutely no way to find out by themselves if Felix was telling the truth or not unless he showed another inducement after the known 5 that he displayed in the camp. Stop implying that Felix is lying about his bloodline's abilities. Kenny rested his chin under his hand as he defended Felix. Landlord having a bloodline that can switch to tens of inducement is already an anomaly in everyone's eyes. Don't even mention Felix having it as well. If most legendary poison bloodlines can switch to tens of inducement instead of the known limited 5, it should have been common news. This meant Felix won't even need to hide it in the first place. Sarah supported. In addition, Felix won the bloodline in a lottery. Kenny asked, do you honestly think that a lottery company, who were believed to be scammers due to their stinginess in their rewards, to give Felix that overpowered bloodline, which clearly is too unique that no one even knows about it? I think that its price should be in the billions if it was available in auctions. Olivia looked at Adam with a disapproving gaze and said, I know that Felix isn't treating you well, but that doesn't mean you should create baseless trouble for him. Hearing them barraging him with hard cold facts, Adam was left speechless, as he only had some doubts that he wanted to be cleared. Yet, he was seen by the Maxwells that he was low-key targeting Felix and trying to create trouble for him. After all, they weren't retards to not understand from what they read in the forum that Landlord and his bloodline were currently wanted by most clans and high background organizations. If even a slight connection was created between Felix and Landlord, the rumors would spread, and before long, Felix would be paid a visit by them. I didn't mean to offend anyone with my inquiries. Adam shook his extended hands and said, I apologize if it appeared as such in your minds. I have only my utmost respect for the captain, and I will never try to put him in harm's way. You don't have to apologize or explain yourself to them. Amelia stood behind Adam as she said with her eyes squinted at the Maxwells. You should start showing some respect to Adam, as he is the second strongest bloodliner in the team. In this team, second strongest bloodliner doesn't mean anything. Kenny shook his head as he stood up. As long as we keep getting demolished by Felix solo, even when we combine our strengths and use our new synergies, being called second strongest or third is nothing but striking your tiny ego. I will respect him when he defeats Felix solo. Kenny smiled faintly while standing up. He is simply a substitute in the team just like you. Have a pleasant day. Kenny nodded his head politely before exiting the classroom, leaving Amelia's expression to turn unsightly. What he said, Johnson said as followed after Kenny's footsteps. I am also leaving. Sarah said in annoyance. This is not fun anymore. Wait for me, Olivia chased after Sarah, not wanting to remain alone in such an awkward atmosphere. Cough. My girl is waiting for me in the game. Dale coughed as he excused himself. Before long, Nathan, Lexi, and Isabella gave off their excuses before exiting the classroom, leaving only the four captains. After a moment of silence, Lena stood up and said calmly to Amelia, "You need to rein in your pride a little. You are ruining our efforts by giving us all a bad image in the team." I agree with her. Walton scratched his beard in irritation at the thought of getting chided by his elders again for not making any progress in his relationship with the Maxwells, and especially Felix. At this point, Lena and Walton already lost the motivation to befriend Felix. He stopped their attempts many times, and they had their own pride to kiss his ass into accepting them. Alas, it wasn't up to them, as their family's elders wanted to create a bond between their families and the Maxwells, who were currently experiencing a huge bump in their success due to Felix's efforts. Authorities were giving them priority in everything. The U.S. organization had lowered the pricing of the bracelets, potions, and substances for them. Even their hotels, companies, restaurants were experiencing a flood of customers and clients each day. As business-oriented families, it was always better to seek a friendly relationship with a family that was on the rise, as no one knows where the wind will blow. Let's go pick up our camping gears, Walton suggested to Lena, who agreed with a head nod. Slam after hearing the door getting closed shut. Adam's polite smile withdrew back as a frigid expression took over. Amelia was unbeknownst to it as she was standing behind him. Please don't defend me again, Sister Amelia. His expression was cold, but his tone was as warm as the morning sunlight. Before Amelia could reply, he stood up and turned around, displaying his usual charming smile. I appreciate the effort, but I can take care of myself. I will see you later. The moment he passed by her, he narrowed his reddish eyes in irritation as he thought, what an annoying BTCH. How can I get rid of her already, alas? Amelia's heated ears as she gazed at his back were more than enough to show that he wasn't going to get rid of her anytime soon. Chapter 225, Buying Olivia a Tier 2 Bloodline. An hour later, Felix could be seen lying on the floor of his room like a log. When he left the classroom, he went straight to pick the camping gear from the warehouse before coming to his room and integrating 2 of the remaining 4. Even though it was merely 2, Felix was still finding it harder and harder to tolerate the pain without passing out after the process. A few moments later, his eyelashes started trembling as he was trying his best to open his heavy eyelids. Oh God, my FC King had the moment he regained his consciousness. His brain was hit with the same headache, reminding him that the J.R. Munkinder had woke up and was gazing at him from the unknown. Terrified by the thought, his lips quivered as he swiftly drank the rejuvenation potions one by one until his body and mind were reformed back to their peak again. I started to get tired of this shit. Fatigued and frustrated, Felix massaged his eyelids while standing up on his feet. Before doing anything, he checked his room with his eyes, worried that the J.R. Mungan's eyes were going to pop up again. Thankfully, no such thing happened. He wondered if it was due to lowering the percentage to 2. Damn you, J.R. Mungander. We were such a good team. Feeling tough again, Felix cursed under his breath as he beamed what left on the floor. Sir Felix, you are low on integration potions. The Queen suddenly reminded him. After clicking on his spatial card menu, he noticed that indeed, he was left with only 2 rejuvenation potions, 1 pain relief potion, and not a single double percentage potion. He never bothered to glance at the number of his potions as he always bought 30 by 30 each time he went for a shopping spree. I am really drinking them like water with this slow approach of integration. Felix shook his head as grabbed a towel from the closet and threw it on his shoulder. Whatever. I got enough coins now for another shopping spree. He rubbed his chin as he left his room. Might as well shop for some expensive battle potions and substances. When he realized that the Gamma organization was already on the planet, he always wanted to do a shopping spree on battle potions and substances. However, he was either broke or busy. Now that he had almost 1.5 billion coins, nothing was holding him back. Cluck with a towel on his shoulder. Felix left his room, wanting to go for a quick shower. However, the moment he turned around he saw Olivia peeking at him from her room. PSSST Felix. Come here. Speechless, Felix looked at her, gesturing with her hand for him to enter. What is she up to again? Carefree. He entered her room and closed the door behind him. Ooh, you stink, go take a shower first. I will tell you later. Too bad. The moment Olivia smelled his nasty stench from his integration, she pinched her nose in disgust and kicked him back out. Slam, just use the Queen's messaging system, if it is important. Annoyed, Felix left this remake before continuing on his way to the shower. I did. But you weren't responding for the last hour. The Queen's voice was heard in Felix's mind. I was busy integrating. So? What's up? Felix asked, although he was pretty much certain that she was going to mention his landlord game. As he expected, Olivia used the Queen to retell everything that happened in the classroom word by word, snitching without shame. By the time Felix finished showering, Olivia was at the end of her story. Not bad. Felix smiled faintly while drying his hair. He didn't expect that Kenny and Johnson to back him up, as he wasn't really that close to Johnson while Kenny's situation was self-explanatory. That being said, Felix was still wary of Kenny and wasn't planning to treat him better anytime soon. Alright. Thank you for the info, Oli, Felix said while rolling a towel around his lower body. Oh, remind me again of your integration percentage. 88. I am about to reach origin purity. She replied. Did the elders already bought you a tier 2 bloodline? He asked while walking down the hallway. Not yet. They are focusing on buying a cheap tier 2 epic rank bloodline for Noah. After leaving this response, silence descended in their mind conversation, making Olivia confused. A couple of seconds later. Knock knock, it's me. After hearing Felix's voice, Olivia jumped from the bed and opened the door of her room. Yet, the moment she saw Felix was it again with his upper body nudity. She pressed her lips in vexation. I going shopping for some stuff in the evening. Felix smiled as he offered. I need some company. Oh, that's rare coming from you. Skeptical. Olivia tightened her lips as she looked at him, blinking his eyes innocently. Be honest. What do you want? She looked left and right. Is this one of your pranks? Olivia's suspension was on point, as Felix didn't want her company when he shops for potions, but to take her to Luby's shop and get her a good tier 2 bloodline to replace the one she had. He knew that the elders were going to spend the majority of the coins they earned on getting Noah an epic bloodline. However, for the rest, they could only settle with rare tier 2 bloodlines. As for him, he already told his grandfather that he could manage on his own, giving the elders a breather on their already tight budget. Felix didn't want Olivia to use a rare bloodline again, especially when he currently had too many coins in his hands. He wasn't that stingy to not gift Olivia a tier 2 bloodline, as their price tag rarely goes above 10 million SC. Too bad. Olivia was sharp enough to notice that Felix's behavior was unordinary. He rarely bothered to stay a single minute with them after the training. Don't even mention asking to accompany him on his own. Are you coming or not? Not wanting to entangle with her, Felix left an ultimatum before heading to his room. He was going to buy her a bloodline whether she came or not. He just believed that it was better for her to choose a bloodline on her own. Fine. Message me when you are leaving. In the end, Olivia agreed. 2 hours later, in Luby's shop, Olivia was staring with a dazed expression at 30 different bloodline bottles, all placed neatly on a desk. They all had an epic rank written boldly on them. Felix was nowhere to be seen, as only Luby was standing next to her while rubbing his hands with a silly grin. Come on, miss. Don't be shy. Luby picked a bottle and displayed its details. This is Allison's night bloodline, taken from an aggressive plant beast, which hunts for blood at night. He smiled sheepishly. It's only for 9 million SC. Seeing that Olivia was still unresponsive, Luby put that one and carried another one. How about the white ash tree? Its peak ability is able to put everyone around you to sleep for 10 seconds, and it is just for 10 million SC. Still nothing, Luby murmured as he put the bottle back on the desk. Instead of showing her another bottle, he went upstairs. So did she pick anything yet? Surprisingly, Felix was sipping from a cup of coffee while browsing through a shelf. that was packed with potions of all sizes and shapes. No, she is still standing as you left her. Luby scratched his long blue ear in dissatisfaction. Did you bring her here to look down on my products? Just leave her be. She will come to terms with her fate. Felix waved his hand dismissively before carrying a green potion in his hand. How much is this going to cost me if bought in bulk? That's tonic of enhanced reflexes potion. 5 million SC per bottle. Luby displayed a big calculator. If you bought 5 bottles, you will get a 2 discount on the total. Which means, he started calculating. 24. 500. I see you forgot my permanent 5 discount. Nonchalant. Felix reminded him while picking another potion. Count properly next time, or I will lessen my bloodline bottles payment down to a week. Now, brother Felix. No need to go that far. Luby immediately entered his flattery mode. Your gracious self has already bestowed upon me a month delay. Let's keep it that way. 3 days before, when Badidi brought Felix his energy stones, Felix gave him the 4 filtered bottles to be taken to Luby. Since Felix's hunter contract entailed that Luby needed to pay the full amount upfront, he was always struggling to fulfill it, as Felix kept bringing him bottles in short intervals. Hence, the 1-month delay. How about a bulk of this? Felix shook a spherical golden potion before Luby, which had 3 wings logo on its lid. Angel wings. Let me check my stock. Luby tapped rapidly on a screen for a second before replying. I only have 2 of them. Alright. Felix swiped his finger left on the potion, making it get registered on his shopping cart that was already filled with many potions and bottles. Some had a large quantity reaching 10 while some were in 2s and 3s. All of them were for battles, utility, and survival. As for integration materials, Luby didn't sell them in his shop as his products were mainly targeting high-leveled bloodliners or VIP personals. Besides bloodlines, of course. For rejuvenation potions and such, they were a common commodity that could be found in other shops. Wrap everything up and give me the price, Felix said while returning to one of the leather armchairs that was next to the door. After he sat down, he requested the Queen, please give me the total price of those products. By the time he finished his request, the Queen already calculated and gave her response. 67 million SC. Thankfully for both parties, Luby didn't try to pull any tricks and said the same price as the Queen. Felix didn't wire him anything as he told him to cut it from what he owed him. Although he was dissatisfied, Luby could only agree obediently and send him the serial codes of the products. After getting them, Felix went downstairs, wanting to check on Olivia's choice. When he brought her to this forsaken shop, he told her that the moment a customer stepped inside, he would be required to buy something. Otherwise, they get banned, and who brought them for life. Olivia didn't believe him at first, but after asking Luby, she was dumbfounded that he actually supported Felix's claim. Of course, Luby was already informed by Felix before they even reached the shop, forcing him to take part in his charade. Felix had to go to such an extent for Olivia, as he knew that it would even more troublesome to just convince her to accept a gift willingly. It was easier to manipulate her than to convince her stubborn resolve on denying gifts. Oh, what did you pick? Intrigued, Felix asked with a smile after seeing Olivia holding into a bottle while sulking. However, after hearing his voice, Olivia instantly placed the bottle down and shook her head vehemently. It's too expensive. I will just pick something cheap from the shelves. Felix ignored what she said, as he picked the bottle that she placed down and started reading its details and focus. After seeing that the abilities pool had supportive buffs and most of all many healing abilities, he nodded his head satisfaction. Not bad, Felix said while throwing the bottle to Luby, making him catch it reflexively. Add 2 of those to my cart and deducted the payment from your debt. Luby kept mumbling to himself in annoyance at not getting a single coin from the entire transaction while tapping on his screen. Should I send you the serial code or her? Luby asked. Send it to me, Felix replied. Tiring, the deal was concluded in a couple of seconds, not letting Olivia even voice her disapproval. She just kept looking absent-mindedly at Felix's indifferent face, as he threw 20 million SC for her like it was peanuts to him. The elders were struggling to buy a single cheap tier 2 epic bloodline bottle, while Felix could buy 2 bottles of the best Tier 2 epic plant bloodlines in the shop. She didn't know how Felix managed to get so many coins, and she wasn't planning on asking. Unless Felix brought the subject by himself, she would never start grilling him on it as the elders did. He really changed a lot. She pursed her lips at his back, thinking that he was getting nicer than he used to. She didn't know if he got nicer to everyone or it was just her. Alas, she soon found out her answer. Chapter 226 Going on camping. Be quick and pay me the rest. I am expecting other bottles to reach next week, Felix said calmly to the Luby. Please boss Felix, I beg you. Don't bring me other bottles so soon they don't get sold in time. Luby immediately hugged Felix's thigh while in tears. Do I look like I care about how you manage your business? Felix clasped Luby's head with one hand and threw him away while threatening. You better hasten your sales numbers if you want to catch to my speed. Don't make me regret entering a partnership with your shop. I don't care about you hiding in this corner of the market like a rat. But you better start advertising your shop to more high-leveled bloodliners to sell my stuff. Felix turned around, leaving one last warning. Next time, you will be given 2 weeks delay at max. If you can't pay in time, I will either change partners or enter a non-exclusive contract with other shops in the kingdom. If Felix wasn't bothered before about wasting his limited free shipments, he would have signed with 3 bloodline shops in the kingdom and start shipping them each different amount of bottles, so it would be easier for him to get paid upfront without delay. However, now that he worked things out with Badidi and he was going to be paying for shipments either way, he didn't mind the idea of contracting other shops. But, before doing so, he preferred giving Luby one last chance to start fulfilling his end of the bargain by paying him upfront the full amount. Felix had no reason to act too soft and merciful to Luby. They were not close friends or anything. There was simply a business relationship between them, and Felix was already doing him a favor by giving him delays continuously. Felix knew that Luby's items and products were actually the best in the entire kingdom. He just needed to get himself out of this forsaken corner and start advertising his products to the public. If he did so, Felix believed that he wouldn't be struggling to have liquid assets each time he met him. He didn't know the reason exactly why he was hiding his shop, and he honestly wasn't interested in knowing. He simply gave him one last chance and dragged Olivia outside of the shop. It was up to Luby on what he should be doing now. Honestly, Luby was clearly going to keep having difficulty paying Felix such large sums upfront 2 times in a month or so. Thus, it would be better for him and for Felix to just make the contract non-exclusive. So instead of getting 4 bottles to 5, he would be getting only 2. This might lower the profit that he was making, but unless he stepped up his game as Felix mentioned, he could only accept the method as there was no way for Felix to hold himself back from increasing his integration to lower the bottles incoming to Luby. He seemed nice. Why are you being a jerk to him? Olivia asked while eyeing the brick wall piteously. I am trying to motivate him into bettering himself, Felix said with an honest smile. Shameless. Who would want to be motivated like that? Olivia grumbled under her breath. Felix patted her head while chuckling. He is as stubborn as you. For people like you, the soft approach never works. Embarrassed, Olivia hung her head low as she knew that if he didn't trick her into buying a bloodline, she would have fought tooth and nail to reject. Ah, it feels nice to pet you again. Felix sighed in contentment as he looked at her green lustrous hair that wasn't blocked by that damned lily flower. Since they were in the UVR, Olivia obviously had to pick a disguise. Don't get used to it. Olivia slapped his hand away in annoyance while putting a hat on top of her head. Disheartened, Felix sighed as he kept walking through the maze-like alleys. After a while, they reached its exit and the sight of the noisy crowded market greeted their eyes. All right. Go hang with the girls or something. I will keep hold of your bloodline in the spatial card until you feel ready to replace yours. Felix shooed her away, not planning to overstay her welcome. Olivia said her goodbyes and submerged herself within the crowded market, just as Felix planned on heading to Mr. Piggy's shop to purchase the integrations materials. He heard Olivia's loud voice within the crowd. Thank you. Felix, what a shy little thing. I want to hug her to death. Asna hugged herself tightly with her eyes closed, imagining Olivia in her embrace. Keep your sadistic thoughts to yourself. Disturbed, Felix chided her as continued on his path with his hands in his pockets. Tomorrow morning, in front of the camp's metallic gate, Felix and the rest of the team were standing in a straight line while wearing a thick black uniform. Each one was carrying a large backpack that had all the necessities for camping. Not a single ounce of excitement could be seen in Felix's face or the others. And the horrible weather wasn't making it even better, as the clouds were gray and stacked, blocking a single ray of sun from reaching them. It was a no-brainer that it was going to rain heavily in a few minutes to hours. The worst part, none of them were wearing raincoats or had them in their backpacks. They were truly blindsided by the weather. Stop showing those gloomy faces, George snapped at them. If you can't handle some rain, how are you supposed to handle being in the snow? He reminded them. The leaks might have set a forest, but we never know if it's going to be only it or you will be left in a forest connected to a snowy mountain chain. We get it. Can we move already so we can set up the camps before it rains? Walton said while pointing his finger at the gloomy sky. Be patient. Your ride is about to arrive, George replied. As he mentioned, a couple of seconds later, the metallic gate of the camp was opened, letting out 3 armored jeeps, which had only the drivers on. After stopping before them, George gestured with his hand for them to ride quickly. Seeing that everyone was inside, he pointed at the sky and said, every action and decision you make is going to be monitored by flying drones. So make me proud before the director and other instructors. Show them that the national team is reliable and committed to bringing us as many representative spots as possible. Just as George was getting in the zone of his prep talk, he saw Felix narrowing his slits in direction with a polite smile. He knew that he was being warned to wrap it up, and that's exactly what he did. As he coughed while retreating back to the gate, the drivers were confused about him stopping midway during his speech, but they soon shrugged their shoulders and pushed the acceleration pedal. 20 minutes later, deep within the woods, Felix was walking in front while being followed by the rest. The jeeps went back to the camp after reaching the end of the uneven road that was in the forest. They were given the freedom to do what they wanted and go where they wanted in this forest for the next 7 days. Since Felix was the captain, he was currently leading them to find either a shelter or a good camping spot. Honestly, Felix had absolutely no seeking clue what he was doing, as he never camped in his life before. But still, he wasn't a complete retard to not understand that finding a water source had utmost priority. But knowing was one thing and actually finding it was another. The forest was immense, stretching to hundreds of miles. It had wildlife, small lakes, and trees of different species. Thus, it might provide all the necessities for survival. It was still hard to find them without having experience. Let's stop here for a minute. After toggling deep enough, Felix removed his backpack and put it next to a tree. The rest complied and did the same. Walton checked from above for any water source. Felix cracked his neck as he ordered, if you don't see any, at least find us a good camping spot to spend the night. We still have a couple of water bottles for the day. Consider it done. Walton nodded his head eagerly. He then walked away from them and called under his breath, upsurge. The same minute tornado manifested under his feet, lifting him up in the air. After glancing below him, he noticed that he wasn't able to see them anymore due to the leaves blocking his eyesight. How am I supposed to find my way back? He asked out loud. We will start a fire. Just go already, it's about to rain, Felix yelled back in irritation. After receiving his confirmation, Walton took off swiftly to the north, evading tree after tree. Seeing that he was gone, Felix ordered the boys in the team, go gather woods and come back in a jiffy. There was no need for everyone to make a move, as he was simply planning to start a fire to give away their position. Without nuisance, the boys went each in a different direction and picked whatever came in their sight. Felix might have ordered them to gather woods, but if they found edible mushrooms, wild fruits, and such, there was no reason to ignore them. After a couple of minutes, everyone came back carrying a bunch of branches and mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Felix pointed at an empty spot before him and they stacked the woods on it. As for the mushrooms, they were given to Felix for testing, as he was the only one with poison resistance. Someone, please start a fire. Felix requested while he was munching on gorgeous-looking mushroom. Damn. This tastes like fried chicken. His eyes brightened in delight after each bite, making Olivia and the rest to stare at him in bewilderment. Were mushrooms really that tasty? Chapter 227 5 Days in the Forest. They didn't want to believe it. But the sight of him throwing one mushroom after the other in his mouth like he was eating chicken nuggets was too hard to ignore. If only they knew that Felix was purposely choosing only the good-looking mushrooms to eat, as he knew that most of them were poisonous. With his poison immunity passive that messed up with his tasting buds, they truly tasted even better than edible mushrooms. Burp, those are not poisonous. Satisfied, Felix burped while pointing at ugly-looking mushrooms, which had tiny bites on them. Amelia held one and took a small bite. Yet, the moment she chewed, she started spitting in disgust. She glared at Felix, thinking that he was faking his enjoyment before. Sadly, Felix wasn't planning on forgiving her that easily after wasting food like that. Do that again and you will be hunting for your own food from there on. The casual way he said so made Amelia flinch, as she knew that he wasn't bluffing in the slightest. Yet, instead of retorting, she just made an acknowledging sound and went to sit next to the raging fire. Rumble, rumble. Abruptly, the sound of thunder resounded in the sky, warning Felix and the rest that a thunderstorm was about to strike. Sigh. Sarah, please inform Walton to return. Disgruntled, Felix stood up and started unlocking the 2 straps in his backpack, which were tightened on his small tent. After pulling it out, he said, "We will make a temporary camp here until the thunderstorm goes by." Drizzle, pitter-patter. Unfortunately, nature wasn't going to wait for them until they get comfortable. As a torrent of rain began showering them, everyone started scrambling around to set up their tents. Some were big enough to house 4 members while some were small enough for just a single person, like the one Felix and Noah were currently setting up. After Felix finished setting his own, he went to help Olivia, Sarah, Lexi, and Isabel with their oversized tent. Soon, Noah came as well and assisted Felix, leaving the girls to back off as they were merely hindering them. Don't just stand there. Go make yourselves useful, and set Walton's tent, Felix ordered the girls calmly. A few minutes later, 8 tents could be seen erected randomly between trees. The place they camped on was truly not a good one, but emergency situations call for emergency solutions. Much better. Felix exited his tent, wearing a yellow raincoat. He didn't wear it earlier as it was in his spatial card. "I will be taking the first shift," he called loudly while leaning against a tree that had many branches and leaves, making him get slightly less drenched. He looked up while turning on his infrared vision, wanting to check if they were being spied on by drones even in such a downpour. Soon, he found 3 drones were hovering 100 meters above them. He switched his sight to his surroundings and noticed that there were hundreds upon hundreds of red auras of all shapes and sizes. Some were underground and some were in the air, probably birds hidden between branches. This made it difficult for him to guess whether there were other drones on land or not. "Let's see if they are taking our safety into consideration this time." Felix scratched his chin as he pushed his infrared vision to the limit. 7 squads, at least they learned their lesson. Felix smiled faintly at the sight of tens of humanoid auras, either sitting or patrolling 400 meters away from them. Felix's party was put right in the center of their formation, and if they kept their distance like that, Felix and the rest would never cross paths with them. This was exactly what George wanted, to keep them protected from another ambush while also keeping them ignorant about those soldiers' existence. Too bad. With Felix's vision, nothing goes unnoticed before him. On the top floor of the tallest building in the camp, George was sitting in front of 20 medium-sized screens, each displaying a different sight. Next to him sat 3 old men, looking with intrigue at a screen that was displaying Felix, leaning against a tree. "Weren't you always complaining that he wasn't a team player?" A bald-headed old man looked at George in confusion. "Why would he then volunteer to take the first lookout shift?" "I said that he isn't a team player, not that he isn't an irresponsible moron." George shook his head at the director of the camp and clarified, "When it comes to his captainship's duties, he is flawless, but beyond that he never bothers to put a single ounce of energy." "I think that you are in the wrong here," the director chided him. Why are you bothering too much on him getting chummy with everyone as long as he understands his duties to the team and attends every daily training? Then he is golden in my eyes. You really think so? Appalled, George raised his eyebrows at the director's intake. He always believed that for the team to be perfectly ready to represent them, they needed to have a tight relationship in order to have each other's back. Aren't we about to find out? The director chuckled while gesturing with his head at the screens. Knock knock, come in. A soldier pushed the door open and saluted. Good morning, sir. The director nodded his head and asked, how many juniors decided to take part? 23. Sir, that should be enough to keep the team on their toes. George added, are we going to send them right now? No. Let's wait a couple of days until they feel relaxed. The director warned the soldier, make sure to remind the juniors to always prioritize their safety and not aim at their vitals. Roger. Sir, that's all. You can leave. The director waved his hand dismissively. However, just as the soldier wanted to close the door, the director added lastly, and give each junior 2 rejuvenation substances for emergencies. Hopefully, it ends well. George honestly felt that using the camp's juniors to ambush the team was going to end horribly either way. Whether they succeeded in their ambush or failed, there were bound to be some heavy injuries. Alas, he knew that it was needed to test the team's reaction under ambushes, especially when the wildness they would be dropped in the world's competition was going to have 2,000 or so participants. They were bound to many frictions and ambushes happening. 247. This was merely a small taste of what's about to come. 5 days later. In the early morning, peep inside a small pitch-black tent, Felix's bracelet alarm abruptly went off, making him knit his eyebrows in irritation. Another FC King morning. Felix opened his eyes groggily as he stretched his arms and legs on the sleeping bed. He yawned while opening the zipper of his tent, letting the rays of light to grace his darkened tent. Good morning, Captain. Morning, Felix. Breakfast is almost ready. Felix looked at his teammates sitting on logs around a campfire, having their hands extended forward to heat them up in this cold morning. The sky might be blue and clear, but the morning wind in the woods was always a bit tough to handle. Meat soup again. Felix smiled as he saw a metal pot on top of the fire, filled with yellow liquid and small pieces of meat and vegetables. Want a bowl? Lexi asked shyly. Felix nodded his head as he sat on a log that was near Noah. Yes, but just fill it to half as always. I don't know how you get the energy to move when you eat so little each day, Nathan said. The others looked at Felix in confusion as well, wondering the same thing. Felix merely smiled, not bothering to seethe their curiosity. It wasn't like he could tell them that he had a hidden stash of food and water in his spatial card though. Olivia kept giving him knowing glances, making him chuckle in his mind. So far, only Olivia and Noah knew about his spatial card, and none of them had any intention to lay out Felix's secret in the open. Olivia was trustworthy while Noah wouldn't even bother himself. I believe it's ready. Lexi, who was responsible for cooking their meals, tasted the soup with a small plastic spoon. After hearing so, everyone started giving her their bowls one by one in an orderly manner. Before long, the sounds of slurps and huffs kept resounding in the camp. How many flags did we gather so far? Felix asked as he never went out with them to find those flags. He always stayed in the camp with Olivia and Lexi as they were the only non-combat bloodliners in the team without a single defensive or attacking ability. So far we got 9. Johnson took a small sip and clarified. It might sound like a lot, but considering that we are the only ones in the forest without any real dangers, it was easy. Phew, boom, crack, watch out. Johnson stopped talking at once, as he reflexively threw himself forward, narrowly evading 3 flaming arrows, which were aimed at his back. Without staying on the ground for a split second, he stood up with tensed shoulders, looking around him. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't just him who got ambushed, as each member of the team had their own shares of trouble. Though, soon his eyes were greeted with the sight of Felix, having Olivia and Lexi dangling on top of his shoulders. Way to jinx it, Johnson. Felix sighed in irritation as he put the dazed Olivia and Lexi next to him. Chapter 228. Eating within the chaos. I will keep it fair and continue eating my breakfast. Felix looked at the juniors, who had their abilities active while surrounding the camp, and said calmly, "Just don't aim at me or those two. Don't listen to his bullshit and target the healer and buffer a Welton man with a scar on his forehead." Ordered coldly while pointing 3 hovering bronze daggers at the worried Olivia and Lexi. Alas, he should have just listened. Few pang by the time the sound of wind resounded in the ears of the Welton man. His forehead was struck by a small pebble, making him stagger 2 steps behind before standing stiffly. Startled, the juniors near him turned around and promptly gasped out loud at the sight of their captain, having a pebble stuck right in the middle of his forehead. A tiny drop of blood coursed down from the wound, letting them know that his injury was pretty serious. Thud, mortified and stunned, the juniors kept looking at their captain suddenly falls to the ground with his eyes rolled at the back of his head. If it wasn't for his chest raising ever slightly, they would have pissed themselves in fright at the thought of him dying from a single F-seeking pebble. Soon, they switched their vision to Felix and saw him withdrawing his hand from a flicking animation while taking small sips of soup. "Be good lads and let me eat in peace. I won't repeat my warning," Felix said gently while wiping his mouth. However, his gentle voice sent chills coursing down the spine of everyone, even Adam and the viewers in the monitor room. They knew that Felix was strong to the point it was uncanny, but to use a small pebble to take down the leader of the ambushing squad, who was definitely in greater purity, that was a bit too frightful. "Does he even need a team?" the director said with a tingle of disbelief. This was the first time he saw Felix demonstrating his superior physical strength. As in the practice runs in the camp, Felix rarely bothered to use more than his deadly paracid combo. Boom! The sound of Noah's ice mace smashing into the ground brought everyone back in their senses. This wasn't the time to be shocked seeing Noah making the first move. Adam and the rest popped off their abilities, entering a battle formation. This was one of the many ones they trained in the camp until it was ingrained in their souls. "Strike!" Walton shouted as he lifted himself in the air and started aiming his wind blasts at the juniors, who were mainly standing on branches. Meanwhile, Kenny and Johnson went off the radar, probably already about to reach the back lines and start taking out the defenseless ones. Phew. Hiding behind a tent, Amelia kept taking down one junior after the other using her green arrows. Surprisingly, her arrows weren't traveling in a straight line, but actually zigzagging through the branches until they get implanted on a red target. That was appearing only in Amelia's eyes. It seemed like she already reached origin purity and unlocked her strongest ability. However, the red targets were placed on the juniors' non-vitals, as the familiar faces of some of them were enough to let Amelia know that this was merely a drill. "By George, Lena, shields composed," Adam ordered, taking over command of the team after Felix decided to be a spectator. Swoosh. That being said, Lena didn't need him to order her around as she was already engulfing her teammates in water bubbles. Each time she noticed that they were in a difficult position, those water bubbles might seem like they had a thin layer and weak, but in reality, their defenses were correspondent to Lena's integration. Since she was actually on origin purity as well, none of the juniors' attacks managed to penetrate her ability after all. The strongest of them was merely in greater purity. Just like this, the juniors, even with their multiple numbers, weren't able to make proper trades. They were getting hit left and right without the ability to dish the same damage out. Unlike Lena and Lexi, their buffers were absolutely useless as Kenny and Johnson were keeping them busy, forcing them to focus only on protecting themselves. It wasn't like the camp juniors didn't have assassins within their ranks to take down Lena or Lexi, but the sight of Felix sitting calmly next to them while sipping soup from a bowl kept making those assassins have second thoughts about approaching them. His warning was, and the image of their captain losing consciousness by one pebble was still fresh in their minds. "FCK this shit. 100 Lodier stones isn't worth risking my life." In the end, the two assassins retreated, having no plans to endanger their lives for the reward that was proposed to them by the director. Obviously, everyone who took part in this drill wasn't out of their goodwill, but simply to earn more energy stones to better themselves in the training field. After all, not everyone could afford training in the UVR's rooms, where one wouldn't need to be bothered about wasting energy after each ability used. "Crack hard, take it easy Noah, don't strike them that hard. Adam shouted after hearing the cry of Junior, who had his entire arm snap into a different direction by a single strike. Unresponsive. Noah kept swinging his mace at the horrified frontliners, who were trying their best to either evade or defend, not having a single thought about hitting back. Noah was literally holding 4 juniors all by himself without even using his peak active ability Boom Boom. Meanwhile, the camp was starting to get ruined by the elemental rangers from the other side, as some tents were falling apart while others were burning in flames. Nonetheless, Felix's tent was completely alright as he was sitting in front of it. No one dared to aim in his direction. Although the camp was in a bad state, the woods surrounding it were actually even worse off, as Adam and Sarah's abilities were extremely destructive in this environment. Trees were being burnt down to the ground, forcing the juniors to escape from the hellish flames. However, before the flames start to spread away from the impact area and burn whatever in sight, it abruptly burst into orange particles, marking the end of the ability or its early deactivation. Just like Felix's poisonous mist, which spread for a couple of seconds before disappearing. Everyone's elements were the same. There wasn't a single ability that remains permanently after activation. After all, if that happened, it wasn't far-fetched to call Bloodliners creators. Imagine creating a tsunami that would remain even after the ability was turned off, or a single fireball burning an entire forest. That wouldn't make sense, as the abilities were created by elemental energy belonging to the Bloodliner and fueled by it. If the energy was gone, the abilities were gone. This meant Sarah couldn't burn the forest even if she wanted to, as the flames would disappear after a couple of seconds. Though, the area affected would be burned for that duration. If it wasn't for such, the governments around the world would be terrified by the existence of the Bloodliners, as even a lesser purity Bloodliner with a single destructive ability could burn down a small city to oblivion single-handedly. After a while, prepare to heal the critically injured ones, Felix informed Olivia calmly after emptying what remained in the bowl with one mouthful. He noticed that the battle was about to be concluded soon, as most juniors were either lying on the ground, groaning in pain, or backed away, too terrified to re-enter the battle. That's enough, guys. You did well. Felix wiped his mouth clean as he looked at the juniors, who were gazing at them from a safe distance. You can leave now. He waved his hand dismissively while heading back to his tent. Don't worry. George is going to reward you what he promised. Felix always knew that George was going to make it tough for them somehow or someway. He just didn't know when it was going to happen. George sure took his sweet time before sending the juniors, as those 5 days made Adam and the rest move in the forest with a lax attitude, especially when George didn't make the juniors strike when they were split up to find the flags. That should have been the best opportunity to ambush them with small squads. Felix always believed that George was going to take that approach as it was the most logical one. Instead, he threw at them 20 juniors or so all at once when they just woke up, hitting them where they least expected. Thankfully, the team showed a reaction that made George beyond satisfied. As Felix said, "This is over," George's voice suddenly resounded from the sky, making everyone lift their heads and gaze at a drone that was merely 50 meters above them. After receiving a real confirmation, the juniors released a long breath of relief as they turned around and dashed through the woods, escaping from those monsters, without Felix even making a move. They still lost pretty horribly. They didn't dare to think about what would have happened if Felix decided to join the fun. "Olivia, please heal the critical injured first," as the others were given a rejuvenation substance. Okay, Olivia nodded her head at George's request and began planting on their heads before using Lily's blessings on herself, healing 7 juniors at the same time. If her energy wasn't holding her back, she would have been able to actually heal everyone in the area, as she had more than 30 petals in her lily flower. After a while, she was left huffing in exhaustion, making Sarah go bring her the plant energy stones from her backpack. Though, this time she didn't waste her energy on them, but took the substance and applied it to the injured area. Her ability simply alleviated their critical injuries, as it was activated on many of them at once to actually be potent. Chapter 229, Securing 10. Technically the high Greyhound stones. 10 minutes later, the camp was cleaned up and brought back in shape. Olivia had already finished healing everyone and was currently taking a breather near a newly made fire camp. Since the moment Felix entered his tent, he didn't leave it for even once. Dale kept glancing enviously at his tent, knowing that he was probably inside the UVR. As he assumed, Felix was truly sitting in the living room of his house, dialing Gody for the third time to check if he had anything in stock yet. When he contacted him the first time, he was told by Gody that bottles were still on their way to his shop in the real world, and they would be arriving 4 to 5 days later with the rest of his shipments. Felix already called him yesterday but found nothing, and he was hoping that today might be different. After all, he was left with only 13 before reaching the origin purity, and Felix wanted to reach 96 as fast as possible and see J.R. Mungen's memories in order to find a solution for his dilemma. "Cluck, where are my bottles?" Felix straight away asked. Instead of responding, Gody asked, "Are you ready to pay your debt for the previous 4 bottles, Tesk? I will wire it now." Felix clicked his tongue in irritation as he sent 790 million SC all at once, reducing his capital to merely 700 million or so. He. And the payment for the upcoming 3 bottles? Gody chuckled in delight as he asked. "The usual method," Felix said, implying a 3 months delay. Hearing so, Gody immediately sent him the serial code for the 3 bottles and hung up. Unbothered, Felix dialed Badidi's number. After waiting for a few seconds, the call went through. Felix informed him about the bottles and potions, which he bought 5 days before. After getting the shipment fees for them, Felix wired it and gave him the same coordination as before, telling him to bring him his stuff there in the usual 3 days. Cluck, the moment he received a confirmation, Felix hung up and logged out of the UVR. He only entered to make those calls as he didn't want his voice to be heard in the tent or to use the Queen's messaging system. A few moments later, he unzipped the tent and went outside. He looked around him and noticed that everyone was trying their best to fix the ruined tents. Unfortunately for Olivia, the big tent she was on before was utterly destroyed, making her homeless just like her tentmates. "Did the instructor say anything?" Felix asked while approaching them. "He mentioned that we won't get ambushed for the rest of the duration and we should just focus on gathering the flags." Nathan replied. "That's good." Felix nodded his head and started assisting them with fixing the tents. Though only 3 of them were fixable as they had their sticks broken, but the cloth still alright. Felix and the rest simply took sticks from the tents which were burnt out and replaced the broken ones. That being said, this made the camp have only 2 small tents and 2 medium-sized ones while they were 14 in total. The boys should sleep the next 2 days in the open, Johnson proposed while pointing at his medium-sized tent. "My tent can hold 4 at most, though it will be a little bit tight." Everyone turned their heads at Felix, wanting to see if he approves or not. After all, his tent was counted as part of the remaining 4. "Suit yourselves." Unbothered by the proposal, Felix shrugged his shoulder before jumping on a tree branch. After leaning with his back against the trunk, he sat in a mediation position and closed his eyes. The rest ignored this sight. As for the past 5 days, Felix always spent 10 minutes sitting like that on a tree. They assumed that he was mediating to clear out his mind, but in reality, Felix was currently receiving his daily affinity enhancement dose from Asna. Since his body wasn't as trashy as in the early days, Felix was able to increase his intake of the sand-purified energy, making him increase his affinity rating by 3 each day instead of 1.5 so far. He had reached a 24 affinity rating during the past 8 days. If he continued like this, he would be at 100 in no time, though the purified sand energy was also getting reduced rapidly, and the 2500 high-grade stones or so, which he managed to gather with extreme difficulty, were not going to last him forever. 10 minutes later. "Ah, such a pity." Felix sighed and dejected after noticing that the intensity of the euphoric feeling was getting weaker and weaker until he was back to normal. "Asna, how much purified sand energy am I left with?" he asked while jumping down the tree. "Not a lot," she said. "It's barely enough for 3 more enhancements." "I see," Felix thought while heading back to his tent. "I guess it's time to check on Mr. Igris investment results." After a few rings, the call got connected. Felix immediately asked Mr. Igris, "How many shares did you purchase so far?" 54 from heavy mining industries. Mr. Igris clarified, "I am taking my time as the shares prices have gone up quite high after I purchased such a big amount all at once." Felix looked at the list of 5 companies given to him by JD and realized that the company chosen by Mr. Igris was the one JD had his shares in, and advised Felix to do the same before. "How many coins did you spend in total?" Felix asked. 160 million SC. "Alright, don't buy any more. Keep the 40 million for later investments." Felix paused for a second before asking, "Is the series still on schedule?" "Unfortunately, no," Mr. Igris clarified. "I received news of a month delay due to the director wanting to refilm some scenes, which weren't to his liking." "I see," Felix said. "Tell him to take all the time he needs, as long as he delivers the best performance." "Will do." "Which platform did you guys decide to air the series?" Felix suddenly asked after remembering that the platform he watched the series in his previous life wasn't really one of the best ones in the Empire. The first season would be aired Empire-wide in Network Max platform. Mr. Igris replied smugly. "You actually managed to sign a contract with them?" Felix asked with a hint of delight in his tone. His joy was understandable, as that platform was the number 1 in the Empire with the highest number of subscribers. Network Max was literally the Netflix of the Empire. Felix understood that his series would make a killing than he expected. Heck, in his previous life, the series had gone viral in the Empire, forcing the interested parties in watching it to pay the subscription fees to the platform it was on. Literally, people were paying monthly fees just to keep watching one series. That's how good it was. Now, they were going to be put straight away in the spotlight right after the release. There wasn't even the need to waste buckets of money on marketing. Felix couldn't imagine the number of coins he will be making. "Good shit. I don't know how did you manage to pitch this series to such a behemoth, but I am extremely satisfied with your performance." Felix praised Mr. Igris, not giving a crap about inflating his ego. He did good and he deserved a little bit of love. The fact that Mr. Igris didn't call him even after securing such a good contract deal just showed that he wasn't one to brag. "Thank you for the compliment, but it was a team effort," Mr. Igris said, chuckling. Felix sat up straight and said with a solemn tone, "Listen well to what you need to do. After the series gets aired and we get our revenue back, use 1 billion SC to invest in the Network Max platform. Buy as much as you can, and never hesitate even if the stocks were too pricey." "Understood." "It seems like you were expecting the series to make a killing and raise the platform's stocks market with it." Mr. Igris easily guessed. "Correct." Felix agreed, as there wasn't a need to hide from his investment manager. He understood that whatever he was going to invest in, his manager was going to use his own money and follow in his footsteps. "Alright, I will be on it," Mr. Igris said. After receiving a confirmation, Felix said his goodbye and hung up. Now that he dealt with the series situation, he went to Heavy Mining Industries' website and used his UVR ID to log in. The site wasn't open for the public, but only for members of the company. Since Mr. Igris was bound with a contract to invest with Felix' ID and not his, Felix had those shares under his name, which made him gain access to the website. Felix typed in the search bar of the site, "Elemental Sandstone." Soon, he was transferred to another tab that was displaying all 4 grades of the stone with prices written next to them. Surprisingly, there was actually a 10% discount on all of them, except for the peak-grade stones. Felix wanted to press on the peak-grade stones, but they seemed grayed up when compared to the rest. He guessed that his access wasn't high enough to get priority on buying them. Just as he assumed, he was shown that only the top 10 shareholders of the company were allowed to buy a limited stock each month. Felix knew that there should be high-leveled sand elementalists in those seedings, as peak-grade stones were a must for their energy recovery, and being a shareholder of the company responsible for mining his element was a much better method of getting them than competing in auctions. Not that Felix cared about competing with them for those stones, as he simply wanted to get a 100 affinity rating before jumping out of this company's ship. A minute later, Felix finished buying the 10k stones that he needed and logged out of the website. He immediately gave Bedidi a call and gave him the serial code of the entire shipment, since he was actually buying a lot at once. The weight smashed through the roof, making Felix cringe at the shipment fees. Despite so, Felix just tightened his lips and pressed confirm on the order. Right now, he was expecting 3 bloodline bottles, tens of potions, tens of substances, and 10k stones in one delivery, reaching in 3 days. With them, he expects to reach 70 affinity rating and 95 integration before the world's competition that was about to start 16 days from now. Chapter 230 The J.R. Mungan's Memories. 12 days later, Felix could be seen lying face down on the carpet of his room under a puddle of sweat. He was completely passed out. Asna was already numbed by this sight, as during the past 10 days, Felix had integrated 10 with a 2 days interval, making him jump from 86 integration to 96. The 3 bloodline bottles he bought had luckily given him 14 essence, letting him have enough to reach origin purity all at once. Sadly, it didn't matter, as before dealing with the J.R. Mungander, Felix wasn't planning to integrate a single percentage more. Right now, Asna was simply waiting for him to wake his ass up so she could show him the mismatched memories that she found from awakening to this point in time. Fortunately, Felix didn't keep her waiting for long as he opened his muddled eyes slowly, not letting a single sound. He simply drank rejuvenation potions until he felt all right again. He cracked his joints while sighing in relief at finally making it to the end of the purification realm. Well, 3 were still needed, but in Felix's eyes, if the problem with J.R. Mungander wasn't solved, it wouldn't a far-fetched reality to call at the end. Asna, I will visit you after a quick shower, Felix said while picking his towel from the closet. Gloomy, Asna made a sound in agreement while reading his hopeful thoughts about the J.R. Mungan's memories. I hope he won't be too disappointed. Dispirited, she sighed while closing her eyes, rewatching the latest memories for the 10th time now, hoping to see a clue she missed before. Alas, nothing changed. 20 minutes later, in Asna's mismade mansion, Felix brought a chair and sat next to Asna, who wasn't showing a single sign of her gloominess before. Instead, she was smiling charmingly while patting the empty side of the bed with her hand. Come lay next to me. She played with her feet in contentment. It's cozy under the bedsheets. I would rather stay here, Felix said. Now, start telling the memories from the earliest days of the J.R. Mungander to his death. It's better if I just showed you. Asna snapped her finger, creating a mismade mirror that appeared more like a TV screen. She glanced at Felix's startled expression and smiled. Unlike you, I have full control over my memories. She patted the side of the bed again. Now come lay next to me. It's going to be a long movie, if you insist. Felix smiled faintly as he went and tucked himself in the bedsheets. As always, Felix only refuses offers like those wants to show his manners. But after the second time he never turns the other side. Though, none of them pulled anything iffy and kept it respectful between them. Felix was too bothered by the J.R. Mungan's situation while Asna wasn't in the mood to tease Felix. Have in mind that we will be seeing from the J.R. Mungan's point of view, Asna informed Felix just as she clicked play. Felix narrowed his eyes and focused at the screen, which was displaying everything in gray color, making it extremely hard for Felix to see what was going on. He knew that he would be seeing through the J.R. Mungan's eyes, but he didn't expect it to be this shitty like normal serpents. However, those thoughts were soon removed from his mind after seeing an infrared tiger-like creature walking past the J.R. Mungander. He was shocked as the tiger appeared FC King massive, making him either believe that the J.R. Mungander was extremely small or the tiger was a giant. This is when the J.R. Mungander was still a baby snake. Asna paused the memories as she clarified his doubts while eating from a bucket of popcorn, which God knows when she created it. No wonder, Felix exclaimed while extended his hand in her direction. Asna put a few pieces of popcorn on his hand and pressed play again. Unbothered by his vexed expression at her stinginess, Felix threw one popcorn in his mouth while watching the mini J.R. Mungander slither through the grayed-out grass field. It kept slithering aimlessly while hissing with its cute tongue from time to time. Just as Felix was wondering how could the Jr. the primogenitor of poison element, one of the rulers in the early days of the universe, be a normal clueless snake, the screen suddenly turned completely bright red. Then came nothingness. The screen went pitch black for 5 seconds before the world brightened up again. But this time, it truly brightened up. The grass field was green and stretching for miles. The sky was clear blue with tiny clouds drifting by the wind. Felix felt like he was watching from the eyes of a human instead of a serpent. Even the silence from before was gone as the sound of the wind, whizzing by, kept resounding from the screen. Before Felix could ask for Asna's input, he was horrified to see 2 human-like hands, fully encased in lustrous dark green scales. The hands kept being tightened into fists, making the long sharp nails hide inside the fingers, before retracting again outside after the fists were unlocked. This action kept going over and over again, making Felix understand that the Jr. was just as fucking confused as he was. Soon, the screen was blackened yet again for 2 seconds, before showing that Jr. was walking in a steady manner, treading between humongous trees, which were surprisingly purple, and had giant dangling banana-like fruits from its branches. The fruits kept emitting a purplish mist. Yet that didn't seem to stop the Jr. as he jumped one single time and plucked one of them, bringing it down to the ground. Thought a massive crater was resulted from his landing, raising a cloud of brownish dust. Felix was speechless, as now he knew where his super strength came from. After all, he clearly saw that the Jr. didn't put much strength either in his jump or his fall. The crater literally resulted from his weight only. Before he could linger on the weight of Jr. he saw him lift the fruit above his head before bringing it to his mouth, which was widening gradually to the point Felix believed that his jaw was dislocated. Crunched. The Jr. bit the giant fruit from the middle and started chewing, with purplish juices spraying everywhere. Tshhshs. Felix looked at the bottom of the screen and saw some drops of those juices were sizzling on the leaves, corroding them within a second. Burp. The Jr. wiped his mouth with his thick green-scaled arm as he burped in satisfaction. That explains my messed up tasting buds. Felix pursed his lips in amusement. Pay attention. You will see his face soon. Asna broke his thought process while gesturing with her head at the screen that went black again. Sure enough, the reflection of the Jr. could be seen on the water of a clean leveled lake. Felix couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise after seeing his green-scaled face, which had fangs protruding down his purple lips, long pointy ears, violet serpent-like eyes, and lastly his long dark purple hair with greenish tips, the exact opposite of what Felix inherited from his mutation. The Jr. kept touching his cheeks gently while parting his lips slightly before closing them back again. He kept doing so until bizarre irritating sounds started to emerge, shocking Felix to his core as he felt that the Jr. was trying to speak. He didn't know how was he going to achieve so, and in which language was he going to speak, but he was eager nevertheless to hear what he had to say. He didn't worry about the language barrier, as the Queen was the perfect translator. The number of languages she had in her data was unfathomable, reaching back to the Dark Ages. After waiting for a while, his patience was rewarded by a somewhat peculiar constructed long chair of noises, which was released from the mouth of the confused Jr. Hvm ek Queen, please translate, Felix requested with a confident smile. Unfortunately, his confidence was wiped out of existence after the Queen responded for the very first time in his life with an answer. I apologize, but I do not recognize the language, she informed the dumbstruck Felix. If you manage to bring me the language phonetics and lexicon, you will be rewarded with 10 billion SE. For the Queen, who hunts for new data each second, a newly discovered ancient language was worth 100 times more than the garbage data she bought from Earthlings. That being said, if even she didn't know the language, how the FCK Felix would know it? Hopeful, Felix turned around and asked Asna, do you know what did he say? Asna nodded her head as she told him. He said, who am I? Bewildered. Felix repeated the question in his mind, not knowing what to think anymore. Everything that was going on was messy and confusing. A tiny normal snake suddenly became the Jr. after red light. And if that wasn't enough, The J.R. Mungender turned human-like with the ability to understand and actually speak yet. He knew how to speak with a legit language that Asna could somehow understand. But he didn't even know his existence. Too bad. Felix's confusion had just gotten worse after hearing the J.R. Mungender speak again. But longer this time. Hvat min purpose. Felix looked at Asna, making her translate. He said, "What is my purpose? Hvat min purpose." Boom. Chapter 231. The J.R. Mungen's memories. Roman 2. Felix stopped speaking at once, after seeing with his own eyes how the J.R. Mungender smashed both of his fists into the ground, resulting in the entire lake's water being lifted hundreds of meters in the air. Then blackness again. The memory scene was cut off. "What's wrong with him?" Felix asked. "Nothing." Asna shook her head. How could him not knowing his purpose to be nothing? Felix knitted his brows as asked. "Why ask me?" Asna gave him a half shrug. "How would I know? I am not buying it." Felix scoffed and gestured with his hand for her to play the memories. If she weren't going to answer, then he would find out by himself. The screen soon lighted up and started displaying a mountain chain with green mist drifting on their peaks instead of snow. Felix wasn't interested in this, but in the fact that those mountains appear quite small in his vision, like he was watching from the eyes of a giant. His guess was soon proven correct as the J.R. Mungender had returned to his serpent form and was slithering from a peak to another, leaving behind him that greenish mist. After the J.R. Mungender reached the highest peak, he started coiling around it until the peak completely disappeared. Only now was Felix able to see his body. He was extremely long, coiling tens upon tens of times from the mountain's base to its peak just like his human form. His scales were lustrous dark green. However, now he had purplish mysterious-looking inscriptions written on his body. So many of them. Felix's eyes couldn't keep up to counting even 100 before he reached his limit. "Asna, do they have a meaning?" he asked. "Of course." Asna agreed. Then, there was no then. She just kept throwing a popcorn after the other in her mouth, engrossed in watching the J.R. Mungender gazing at the sky. "Tisk. Fine then. Keep your secrets." Felix clicked his tongue in criticism. He was already numb to having his inquiries getting shunned like this. Thus, he just returned to the screen and kept watching. Well, nothing really, as the J.R. Mungender kept looking at the sky for minutes before the scene was changed again. However, instead of moving forward like before, the same scene was played again, then, again and again, making Felix a bit anxious, as he understood that the memories extracted from the essence weren't all going to be useful. Heck, the J.R. Mungender had lived for probably billions of years. It was simply impossible for Felix to collect even one of the memories, and even within these collected memories, there were bound to be useless scenes like these. He just hoped that there would be fewer of them by the time they reached the end. Thankfully, the memories weren't stuck in one place for long, as the next scene showed that the J.R. Mungender was back in his human form, as he was seated in an ancient emperor chamber of sorts. Felix guessed so by the fact the J.R. Mungender's hands were resting on the arms of a glamorous purple-made chair, green carpet under his feet, stretching to a humongous gate that had a logo of a serpent that was eating its tail. And lastly, the statues of the J.R. Mungender in both of his forms placed at the sides. The gate was pushed open slowly by two halflings, which had a serpent lower body and human upper body, but their entire skin was covered in mismatched yellow and green scales. After the halflings pushed the gate wide open, they bowed to the J.R. Mungender and returned to their position at the sides of the gate, entailing that they were merely gatekeepers. Soon, the real three visitors entered slowly with their heads buried in their chests. They were halflings as well, but they were well-dressed and wore lustrous bracelets at the end of the tail. After reaching before the J.R. Mungender, they kowtowed 3 times while shouting out loud in devotion. Heil till J. Rinna Mungender, Forefatheren, Migarin Serpent, J. Rinner Serpent, Ragnarink Bringer, OK Poison and Primogenitor Vr Heil. After doing so, they remained with their foreheads glued to the carpet for a couple of seconds, before getting permission to stand by the J.R. Mungender. Emily, the J.R. Mungender said. Before Felix could ask Asna, she paused the memories and said excitedly, "Give me a second. I will be adding dubbing with manly voices to enhance the experience. Isn't this too much of manipulation? Felix could only nod his head speechlessly. A second later, she rewound the memories and pressed play. Hail to the Jormungandr, the forefather, the Midgard serpent, the world serpent, the Ragnark bringer, and the poison primogenitor. We hail you, they said. Speak, the Jormungandr said, not daring to lift his head. The halfling in the middle began talking with a bone-chilling hatred. Our brethren and sisterin in the 187th leaf of 57th branch had been raped, plundered, and slain by the hands of your archenemy's followers. Every town, city, worship holy grounds were burned and ruined to oblivion. The left halfling said, we came here, seeking your blessings to regain your honor and avenge our dead brethren and sisterin. The right halfling beseeched as he banged his forehead on the carpet, kowtowing so hard, his forehead started to bleed. Did Thor's followers received his blessings during their raid? The Jormungandr asked indifferently. Yes, one of the followers had summoned a massive thunderstorm above a city, covering it entirely. He trembled as he kept retelling the events. The storm was raining down with lightning bolts, striking down with abnormal accuracy anything that moved. That sort of godly powers couldn't be achieved by lowly mortals like us. He replied in aggravation. Since he decided to interfere in the mortal plane's affairs, you shall show his followers. Why am I coined as the Ragnark bringer? The Jormungandr suddenly stood up and took a deep breath. Then he spewed a purplish miasma through his lips at the three eager and exhilarated halflings, making them absorb the miasma through their 7 orifices. Thud thud thud. The three halflings' bodies kept twitching on the ground with their slits widening to the limit. They were soon lifted in the air with their 3 limbs stretched further apart, and their back was bent backward. No wonder they call it blessings. Engrossed, Felix thought while chewing slowly on a popcorn. Shortly after, the 3 halflings were placed gently on the carpet after the purplish miasma was absorbed completely by their bodies. Instead of standing up immediately, they entered a kowtowing position and began chanting, we hail the Jormungandr, we hail the Jormungandr. Enough. The Jormungandr receded on the throne and said coldly, you have enough power now to bring ruins on 3 leaves. I expect nothing less. FCK. Felix cursed loudly after the screen promptly went black again, marking the end of the memory scene. FCking hell, I wanna see what happens next. He was truly pissed as things were just getting heated before it went dark. Is the next scene going to have battles between the worshippers? He asked Asna with a hopeful gaze. Unfortunately, Asna shook her head. Sigh. That sucks. Getting interrupted just when the plot started to thicken was really a dickish move. Alas, Felix could only swallow his disappointment and start analyzing what he saw so far. It seemed to him that the Jormungandr had either taken over a mortal world and started expanding by raising the number of his worshippers in that said planet, or he was the creator of the serpent halflings race. Though Felix was more inclined to believe in the second hypothesis, as those halflings had referred to the Jormungandr as the forefather, meaning they were part of his flesh and blood. This exactly what Asna told him after he awakened, that the current beasts were only normal creatures way back. Still, after being mated by the primogenitors, their born children had gained part of the primogenitors' abilities and traits. Those serpent halflings had an upper body almost resembling the Jormungandr was another point that further proved this hypothesis. That being said, there was a flaw in this hypothesis, and that was Jormungandr's ability to mate with such weak and mortal serpents. After all, how could normal serpents and snakes even be able to carry the seed of a being of such a magnitude? This mystery could only be solved by watching the memories of the Jormungandr's mating ritual. Unfortunately, Felix knew that those memories were not within the ones that Asna gathered, as they had already passed through that period of time. If he wanted to have a chance at finding out the answer, he could only continue gathering the Jormungandr essence or ask him face to face. Felix wasn't planning on doing the first one, and hoped to avoid the second one at all costs. Asna, what do you think they were talking about when they were referring to leaves and branches? He asked in confusion, as this was always on his mind. During the primogenitors era, the universe terminology was completely different than nowadays. She said, the galaxies were being referred to as celestial trees, the solar systems were branches, and finally planets were leaves. She clarified, Those are just the basic terminology used. There were still many more. Felix didn't hear the last part as he was thoroughly stunned. The three halflings' speech was playing completely different in his mind. Before, he assumed that they talked about a country getting raided on the planet they were staying on. But now, he realized that his vision was extremely narrowed. How could the Jrmungandr not own multiple planets and solar systems under his rulership? Heck, he probably already owned an entire galaxy or multiple ones though. Felix shouldn't be blamed, as the time skips happening after each scene were probably in the 100,000s of years to millions now. He was attempting to kill off the consciousness of this being, who owned galaxies and created an entire race single-handedly. He would be lying if he said he wasn't terrified and worried. Alas, those two emotions wouldn't bring anything to the table in terms of fixing his issue. The issue is pretty straightforward. Either he gets rid of the Jrmungandr, or he would be forever stuck in the purification realm. Chapter 232 The Jrmungandr's Memories. Roman 3. That being said, everything that he saw wasn't really giving him a clue either. And from the fact that the scenes showed that the Jrmungandr and Thor were already perceived as mortal enemies, it meant that the memories were at their last stretch. Only a couple of scenes were left before starting the final battle, which ended with having both the primogenitors dead. Felix hoped dearly that one of those scenes would be the key to his dilemma. Seeing that Felix was ready, Asna pressed play. And just as she said, the scene truly didn't show the fights between the followers, but just utter darkness with a couple of stars here and there. This scene was shown more than 20 times for 3 hours straight, making Asna yawn in boredom once in a while. Meanwhile, Felix's focus didn't break even in such dreadful boredom. He knew that those scenes were showing the Jrmungandr traveling through space. After all, the era was named after the primogenitors simply due to their ceaseless wandering in the cosmos. Can we just jump into the last two scenes? Asna yawned as she said. This space wandering is going to last for another hour before reaching them. Seeing that those scenes were just a waste of time, Felix gave his approval with a hand gesture. Vigorous again. Asna swiftly accelerated the movie until it stopped at a scene that was showing the Jrmungandr facing a blue planet, somewhat resembling Earth. How big is he? Shocked. Felix had his eyes fixated at the planet that seemed like it was a soccer ball in the eyes of the Jrmungandr. It was so small. Felix couldn't fathom how humongous the Jrmungandr had to be for it to appear like that, yet the worst had yet to come. As the Jrmungandr approached the planet rapidly with his mouth wide open, making Felix's heart start beating out of his chest. He knew what was about to come, and he felt terrified by the idea of it, as the planet's resemblance to Earth was extremely high. Too bad. The Jrmungandr wasn't going to wait for Felix until he regains his composure, as his widened mouth engulfed the planet, blocking every ray of sunlight from reaching it. Then, gulp, the Jrmungandr closed his mouth, devouring the planet in one mouthful. He didn't even bit or chewed. He just swallowed it whole, sending chills down Felix's spine. The sight was too horrifying. He was left trembling in a never-felt coldness, even though he was tucked inside warm bedsheets. What scared him and agitated him the most wasn't the fact that the Jrmungandr was able to devour planets, but the resemblance of the planet to his mother Earth. They were both blue and suspending peacefully in space without a single threat in sight. Yet, a second later, the planet's existence was erased from the universe. Why? Maybe the Jrmungandr was bored. Maybe eating planets was his meal. Or maybe, because the planet was on the way of the Jrmungandr's path. The sight of him continuing wandering forward like nothing ever happened made Felix feel for the very first time in this new life that he wasn't in control of his fate. Asna, are there beings left that can do the same? Felix asked calmly. All I can say is that the universe is ever expanding and creating, Asna said with a faint smile. I will take it as a yes. So what are you going to do about it? She asked. Not responding, Felix closed his eyes while having his hand placed on his beating heart. His agitation and fright were dying down, letting his heartbeat slow down back to normal. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes slowly. He smiled faintly while having eye contact with Asna and said, nothing. But he turned his head, focusing back on the blackened screen, and promised from the bottom of his heart, I will never let myself experience the fate of being in that devoured planet. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. If it came to be, I would be the one devouring others, I will be the one devouring others. He repeated in his mind twice, making Asna understand that his resolve shouldn't be questioned or doubted. I can't wait to see that day comes. But for now, Asna played the movie. Let's continue watching the final battle. Is it the memory scene that you told me about during the awakening? Yes. It will start in the final seconds of the battle. She asked. You ready? Play it. The first image that came before Felix was a cosmic silver hammer with electrocharges coursing through its body, descending from above aggressively. Though the J.R. Monkander was clearly looking at the attack, he was neither moving nor planning to. He just kept gazing at his inevitable doom, getting closer and closer. Before Felix could even question his passiveness, he saw electric discharges passing through the J.R. Mongan's vision. Felix immediately knew that he was paralyzed. After all, he was fighting against the primogenitor of thunder and lightning himself. The paralyzing effect was expected to be potent even for the J.R. Monkander. Though, he recognized that wasn't enough to block the J.R. Monkander from using his element. So why wasn't he using any ability to save himself? Not receiving an answer, Felix watched the hammer connect with the head of the J.R. Monkander in such a destructive manner. 3 nearby planets turned into dust by merely its aftershock. Felix was able to see those planets, as the J.R. Monkander's eyes were still wide open even with the colossal hammer implanted deep in his head. This made him also see Thor approaching the J.R. Monkander while encased completely in a purplish fog in the shape of a human. Too bad the fog was extremely thick, blocking Felix's vision from seeing Thor's visage. And what's worse, the eyes of the J.R. Monkander were closing down gently, marking the end of his eternity. A worthy death from the hands of a worthy opponent. At last, my meaningless search for a purpose had ended. The J.R. Mongan's satisfied murmurs traveled through the cosmos, making Felix wonder how he could do so, as sound couldn't transmit in space. So am I, my brother. So am I. An unfamiliar deep voice resounded from within the poisonous fog for a split second before going quiet. Felix didn't know if Thor truly died as Asna claimed. Still, he was more inclined to support it, since if the J.R. Monkander were affected heavily by the paralyzing effects of lightning, Thor wouldn't be spared from death when being encased in such a thick amount of poisonous miasma. That being said, Thor's life or death wasn't the focus in his mind currently, but the final words of those two beings. What did J.R. Monkander mean by saying that his search for a purpose was meaningless? Why the hell was he still searching for it in the first place? Shouldn't he be alive for billions of years? By his death, that amount was enough for the clueless young J.R. Monkander, which Felix saw smashing the lake, to find already his reason for creation. But it seemed that he still didn't find it. What messed with Felix's brain even further was the fact that Thor actually agreed to J.R. Mongan's claim before his death. Didn't that seeking mean he was also searching for his purpose, but failed enough thinking it? Asna kicked him in his knee under the bedsheets, making his thought process break off. Why are you bothering about the primogenitor's matters when you still didn't even solve yours? She asked him in annoyance. Felix realized that she was right. This wasn't the time to derail from his main objective. He could always find out about the primogenitor's secrets later on. But the J.R. Mongan's consciousness, which was breathing down on his neck, needed to be solved now. After all, there was no guarantee that the J.R. Mongander wouldn't wake up at this moment and destroy Felix's soul to oblivion. Everything was said by Asna, who didn't even know about this issue in the first place. So Felix took her prediction of the J.R. Monkander awakening at 98 or 99 with a grain of salt. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't stop at 96, but add 1 more percentage. Alright, please play them again from the start. He massaged his temples as he said, we will be analyzing every small detail this time. Felix wasn't planning on watching the memories just once and call it a quit. Though, it seemed that Asna had a different opinion. Felix, trust me when I say that the memories are useless. Asna yawned in boredom. I watched them 10 times meticulously, and I found nothing of use. I begged to differ. Felix shook his head. Just play them, and I will be the judge of that. Fine. Suit yourself. I am not going to watch it again. She handed him the remote control of her memories and requested softly, keep the volume down, I will be taking a nap. Speechless, Felix looked at her. covering her head with the bedsheets, and stopped moving at once. She truly went to sleep. Can I look at her memories with this? Felix wondered to himself as he played with the remote control. No. Tisk. Can't I have a single thought without you hearing about it? Felix clicked his tongue in irritation as he clicked play on the screen. Still no. Chapter 233 Creating a Risky Plan. 8 hours later. Asna. Wake up, I want to ask you something important, Felix said as he kept shaking Asna by her shoulder. His eyes were a bit bloodshot, showing that he spent the entire duration working his ass off on the memories. Let me sleep in peace. Irritated, she said while turning in the opposite direction from him. Can the J.R. Monkender revive using my body as a vessel? He fired off his question impatiently. Yes, she replied softly. Felix wasn't disheartened by the news in the slightest as he added his real question. If that happens, will he be a human, a serpent, both or neither? Asna suddenly exposed her head outside of the bedsheets and said with a frown. Of course he will be a human. Can you clarify why? He asked in agitation. After he destroys our soul and takes over your body, he will be bound by the constraint of the human race. Think of it as he is simply possessing your body. He might be able to eat, breathe, have sex, or even cultivate. But he will never be able to change the fundamentals that separate races from each other. She straightened her pose and continued her explanation. A human might possess mutations from a serpent, but that didn't mean he can be the serpent itself. If it weren't for so, human bodies wouldn't melt or explode within a couple of hours after you guys put 100 of the beast's essence in your bodies. True. Felix nodded his head in understanding. It was common knowledge that bloodliners, who integrated to 100 instead of stopping at 99, would morph into the same beast for a couple of hours before having an internal meltdown. That would lead to either turning into goo or exploding. Just here on Earth, the images of the DNA collapsing on itself and the bloodliners transforming into mindless beasts before melting were being displayed once in a while on TVs. The World Council did so to further scare off the juniors from having any retarded thoughts about being able to survive that damned fate and gaining an advantage over others or some protagonist bullshit. The message was clear. Integrate 100, and you will die in the worst way possible. Based on Asna's claim, this was due to the racial fundamental differences that were simply impossible to change. In another sense, the J.R. Monkender wouldn't be able to rely on this flaw in the human bloodline system to create the perfect vessel for him, unless he had ways to stop the DNA sequence from breaking down during merely a couple of hours. So the moment the J.R. Monkender's consciousness possessed my body, he will be forever a human and be limited with human potential, lifespan, and other racial limitation, which were bestowed upon us by this biased universe. Correct? Felix asked with a grin. Yes. Unbothered by his salty tone, she asked in confusion. Where are you going with this? After I watched the memories over and over again without finding a single method to kill off the J.R. Monkender's consciousness, I realized at my lowest point of despair that we have been looking through the whole thing with a wrong mindset, Felix said, chuckling. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Felix played the scene that was showing J.R. Monkender's interaction with the three halflings. After repeating the scene more than 5 times, I managed to understand some of the J.R. Monkender's personality traits. He fast-forwarded until the 3 halflings started weeping about the woes of their slain brothers and sisters. They were retelling the massacre of his people, probably his own descendants. Yet, he never showed a single hint of anger. He waited until they finished before asking them whether they received Thor's blessings or not. He grinned. This made me conclude that the J.R. Monkender isn't controlled by his emotions like most beasts, but a rational being, which is quite understandable due to his blood's nature. Felix fast-forwarded again until the scene showed the 3 halflings kowtowing and flattering the J.R. Monkender after receiving his blessing. Though, they soon got yelled at by him. This showed that he didn't like flattery or nuisance. In other words, he is a straightforward individual, he said. Felix kept displaying a scene after another while telling Asna the personality traits of the J.R. Monkender. By the end of the demonstration, Asna surprisingly found that Felix had actually pinpointed 5 personality traits which were rational, straightforward, vengeful, proud, and ruthless, though Felix cared only by one trait, And that was rationality, Asna. What do you think rational individuals have in common? He asked with a confident smile. Intelligence, patience, clear-headedness, sensibility, and more. She named a few, deciding to play along. Now, do you still think that the J.R. Mungander is going to kill us the moment he awakened? He clarified. For a rational being like him, he would first judge whether it is beneficial for him to kill us and possess my body or not, he asked. What does that mean? We will have a chance to talk things first. Asna's eyes brightened as she said, as long as he doesn't kill us straight out. We can always negotiate on his revival conditions. Exactly, Felix grinned. The fact that my body is beyond trash and my racial, social status is at the lowest rags of the universe's pyramid will make the J.R. Mungander have second thoughts about possessing my body. Asna was also confident in his claim, as she knew that not a single being, who was at the top of the universe, would agree to settle in the body of the human race, which had not a single attribute, unlike the other races. That being said, she recognized that the J.R. Mungander would still go for it as he wouldn't really have another choice now. Whether he liked it or not, he would be forced into lowering his standards and possess Felix's body. However, Felix already planned countermeasures for this as he said, I am going to offer him a deal that he won't be able to reject. Reading what he had in mind, Asna disapproved. He won't trust you to fulfill your promise. Plus, everything that we said so far is just a bunch of speculations. She added, who knows if this tiny consciousness is mindless and will strike our soul down the moment he awakened. Felix shook his head as he reminded her. If he was mindless, he would have killed me in the last time that he woke up. After all, just a single gaze with killing intent was enough for me to perish. How about trust? I was forced to trust you in helping me get my freedom due to having no other choice, she retorted while crossing her arms. But he has one. It might not be the best, but it is still a choice. I only have my word for it. I truly don't know if he will believe in me or not. Felix tightened his fists as he said, but that's a risk I am willing to take. Felix might seem like he was rushing, but in fact, he was left with no other choice than this one. He knew that he could wait years until he did extensive research on consciousness and such. But sadly, every gathered data would always be applied to beasts that were at best tier 7. After all, there wasn't any information about the primogenitors in the UVR. If he used those discoveries on the J.R. Mungander to either force him into staying dormant or killing him once and for all, his attempt might backfire at Felix. After all, it was highly likely that the J.R. Mungander could wake up when he feels threatened. By then all bridges to resolving this matter peacefully would be lost. What's the difference between the riskiness of that plan and this one? It was plain simple that when dealing with the J.R. Mungander, there was absolutely no such a thing as a foolproof plan. Either Felix takes the first lead and brave them on, or wait for a miracle to happen and save him from his plight. It seems like you already made up your mind. Asna smiled bitterly and asked, are you going to integrate 2 days later after taking a break? Yes. Felix agreed while his form was disintegrating into mist particles. Delaying the inevitable will bore no benefits besides getting me more stressed. After exiting his consciousness, Asna saw him taking out 5 sealed food containers from his spatial card and started wolfing them down like he didn't eat for days. She touched the heated, empty side of the bed, where Felix was lying earlier, and realized that he probably didn't leave the consciousness for 8 hours straight. He really is working hard, she sighed. Hopefully, everything goes as planned. Alas, deep down, she understood that most of Felix's plans rarely stay on track. And for such a risky plan, she truly wished that it doesn't derail from the script as well. Otherwise, death awaits both of them. Chapter 234. Meeting the J.R. Mungander. 2 days later, Felix was sitting on the carpet, huffing through his mouth with bloodshot eyes. Sweat was dripping down his entire body's pores akin to a fountain. However, a relieved expression was shown on Felix's face. He was relieved because he actually remained conscious after finishing integrating with 3, making him reach 99. He finally made it to the origin purity, yet not a single hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Instead, he hastily brought himself back to peak form with the rejuvenation potions and started glancing around him with a paranoid expression. Neither Felix nor Asna knew when or where the Jr. was going to pop off, and this sense of the unknown was creeping him out as he kept feeling like someone was going to jump at him from behind. Fortunately, minutes went by, and nothing was heard inside the room besides Felix's loud heartbeats. He was getting agitated by the second, as he always hated this self-seeking feeling of the calm before the storm. In the end, almost 2 hours had gone by, and Felix couldn't help but start to relax his tense shoulders. He didn't dare to believe it, but the Jr. truly didn't show himself just as he began believing that Asna might have been talking out of her ass like always. He heard her crying out loud in his mind. Felix, help, shit, he is in my consciousness, worried. Felix immediately lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. He didn't know what was happening in his consciousness to make Asna beseech help like that, and he wasn't planning on remaining passive. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he stood up above the consciousness lake and began sprinting towards the mist mansion. Since it was quite close, Felix reached its premise in a jiffy. He looked at its gate and noticed that Asna was leaning against the wall while peeking with her head at the inside of the mansion. I am here. Are you okay? He asked in his mind while approaching her carefully. The moment Asna heard his voice, she dashed towards him with an aggrieved expression like she just got bullied and wanted him to seek justice. After reaching his side, she pointed her shaky finger at her mansion and cried loudly. The old snake showed up while I was watching my drama, scaring me to the death. She put on a long face as she added. He even kicked me out of my house and told me to be a good girl and stay outside until he deals with you. Felix's eyelids kept twitching the more he heard her speak. Here he was worried that she was attacked by the Jr. or something. But it was obvious that she was overreacting after getting kicked out of her mansion. Asna, he looked deeply into her eyes and said in vexation, my emotions are truly wasted on you. Not waiting for her response, he took a deep breath and started walking towards the mansion. He didn't dare to keep the Jr. waiting for long, though he felt that his nerves, which he expected would be agitated with each step he took, were actually getting pacified and at ease. He knew that something was going on for him to act like this, as he understood himself more than any more. Being calm and collected in such a nerve-wracking moment was absolutely impossible for him. He was still far from reaching that level of emotional control. Before long, Felix made it into the wide open gate of the mansion. The moment he entered, his eyes landed on the Jr. in his human form, sitting on a purplish throne with his head resting on his knuckles. His expression was indifferent and somewhat sleazy. Visual-wise, he appeared the same as Felix saw in the memories. However, seeing him for real hit Felix 100 times harder than just seeing a reflection in the lake. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had feelings of kneeling and kowtowing before his gracefulness and pronounced pride. First, the feeling started soft, like a whisper that comes and goes. But as seconds went by, the feeling intensified to the point Felix started to believe that worshipping this godly creation was the most natural set of action do. His knees started to bend on their own, making his dazed expression wrap and twist in resistance. Asna, what's happening to me? Is he controlling my will or something? Agitated and somewhat enraged, he fired off 2 questions in his mind while trying his best to endure the inborn feeling that was forcing him to kneel before the Jr. He is doing nothing to you, she sighed while peeking at the interaction further away. Your own body is showing the necessary reaction before one of the beings at the top of the universe's social pyramid. Sorry, I forgot to mention it since you felt the same towards me. How to stop it? I don't want to FC King Neil. Infuriated, he shouted in his mind with veins throbbing down his temples. You can leave the consciousness lake or close your eyes. Besides those 2 options, there is nothing much you can do. She smiled bitterly. No one can defy the hidden hierarchy in the universe. Felix was extremely indignant about this. Why did he need to kneel just because he was born a human? Why did he need to go through this shit just because his rank on the hierarchy was at the bottom? Unfortunately, his disgruntlement and discontentment were doing nothing to stop his trembling knees from inching closer and closer to the ground. Felix felt that resisting his thoughts only wasn't enough to stop himself from kneeling. Thus, he clenched them with his hands tightly and started pulling in the other direction. This resulted in Felix having a weird posture that should have made it easier to lose his balance and fall in any direction. Yet, his feet were literally glued to the ground, not moving even an inch regardless. Felix kept pulling and pulling. The result, nothing changed. His knees were adamant about touching the ground. Like hell, I will let that happen, left with no choice. Felix created a misty butcher knife with a deranged expression and cleaved both of his legs in one single sweep, showing not a single hint of hesitation or fear. Thud. Without support, Felix lost his balance and fell backward on his side. Blood was gushing out of his wounds, akin to a dam being discharged, uncaring about the puddle of blood beneath him and the waves of pain that had assaulted his being. Felix merely tightened his lips, while giving the Jr. a defying gaze. Neil, I would rather cut my 4 limbs before that happens. That's my Felix, Asna said in delight. She didn't expect Felix' resolve to keep his dignity at the border of insanity to cut his own leg. She knew that in this space, everything could be felt just like in real life. Thus, the pain he was experiencing was off the roof. Yet Felix wasn't letting a single wince. He just kept gazing at the Jr. without closing his eyes for even a split second. Though he cleaved his legs, the feeling of worship was still intensifying without stop. He knew that closing his eyes was going to either reduce the feeling or remove it entirely. But Felix wasn't a retard to do so after all. On what ground would he be talking to the Jr. if he was doing so with his eyes closed? How could he be giving him promises with his eyes closed? How could the Jr. even believe in him when he couldn't even look at him straight? Thus, Felix could neither kneel nor close his eyes. Let's not mention running away by exiting the consciousness. There was only one way forward, and that was to keep resisting and resisting until the Jr. proved of him. Thankfully, Felix didn't need to continue his resistance, as the inborn feeling started withdrawing slowly on its own. Yet, he didn't feel thankful or relieved, but actually peeved that he needed to fight his own body like he was hypnotized. The fact that the Jr. didn't actually do anything for it to happen pissed him off even more. Indignant Mick, the Jr. asked indifferently. Asna. Translate. Felix already knew that the Jr. was going to speak in his own language. After all, for a proud being like him, there was no way he would bother to learn the common universal language for Felix's sake. That's just preposterous. He asked, "Are you indignant at me?" Asna delivered. Felix snapped his finger, creating 2 new misty legs. He stood up with difficulty initially, but soon he was up again. With his back straighter than ever, he raised his head high up and replied, "No HV." The Jr. asked. Why? Asna translated. If I am going to be indignant at someone, the universe would be the first one, then me. Felix tightened his hands while gazing at them. It was the one who created this cursed hierarchy and put me at the bottom of it. I can't be going and blaming everyone on top of me in the hierarchy, and blaming myself for being weak enough not to change it. He suddenly smiled as he relaxed his fists. So I will either break down it or topple over it. His casual way of saying so couldn't hide the determination and the hint of madness in his eyes. Felix never wanted to go through this shitty experience again with anyone. Neither Asna nor the Jr. could comprehend the feeling of humiliation that was burning his chest right now. It might appear astonishing to some that he fought the feeling of worship and kept his integrity intact, but Felix only felt like he was a clown before those two. A clown who was forced to dance against his will. "You have earned my attention." The Jr. smiled faintly, speaking for the first time with the common universal language. His accent was actually more fluent and understandable than Felix. It was evident that the Jr. already knew the language, and he deemed Felix as unworthy to make him facilitate the communication between them. However, after Felix's demonstration, the Jr. slightly changed his opinion of him. Felix didn't want to ruin this tiny bit of favor by being long-winded or flattering the Jr. For a straightforward being like him, getting straight to the point was always a bonus. Thus, he immediately bowed his head respectfully by his own will, and said, "I am willing to fight tooth and nail to obtain the best vessel for your revival," he promised. "It doesn't matter if it is a tier 6 or tier 7 serpent beast. I will get it for you at any cost." Felix understood that the Jr. was smart enough to figure out what he was implying without giving him the context. just as he assumed. The J.R. Mungander did knew what he was talking about. But his response was nothing short, but shocking. Who told you that I want to revive in the first place? The J.R. Mungander asked with an amused expression. Chapter 235 Wrong Information. You were joking, right? Stupefied. Felix couldn't help lose his composure and speak to the J.R. Mungander in an informal language. However, instead of getting displeased by his reaction, the J.R. Mungander had actually started chuckling in a heartful manner. This broke his sense of otherworldliness and the overbearing presence that he kept releasing naturally. Child, I am afraid not. He shook his head slightly and said with a hint of depression, if I wanted to be alive, I wouldn't have died in the first place. Seeing that the J.R. Mungander was opening up, breaking the tense atmosphere, Felix stopped worrying about getting killed by one mean gaze. He created a chair and sat on it before proceeding to ask in doubt, why would you wish for death? Then not responding, the J.R. Mungander simply kept gazing at the ceiling in an absent manner. Seconds went by, then minutes. Asna took advantage of his daze and sneaked inside, sitting right next to Felix. She created handcuffs and linked her wrist with Felix. We are in this together, she whispered while giving him a thumbs up, making him look at her speechlessly. Though he didn't object or scold her for disobeying J.R. Mungander's instructions. He simply kept focusing on the world serpent, who clearly was lost in his own memories. Felix didn't know if the J.R. Mungander had all of his memories intact even while being simply a tiny consciousness from the main one, or he only had bits and pieces like them, making it difficult for him to recall what he wanted. Honestly, Felix hoped that the former would the one, as the J.R. Mungander with all of his memories could answer some of his inquiries if he was in the mood. 3 minutes later, the J.R. Mungander's dazed violet eyes regained their colors back as he let out a long exhale through his nostrils. Child, what do you think will be the number one reason why immortality can turn from bliss to a curse? Ignoring Asna, who was glaring at him defiantly, the J.R. Mungander asked Felix calmly. How would I know? Felix smiled bitterly. I never lived past the age of 40. Immortality, it is still just a fantasy of mine. Felix would rather express his ignorance on the matter than feed the J.R. Mungander some bullshit answer, such as loneliness, not having a lover or a companion, when he never experienced any of the mentioned. The J.R. Mungander nodded his head in praise. There is nothing wrong with not knowing, as long as you are willing to learn. I am willing to learn, Felix said, very serious. Pleased. The J.R. Mungander smiled faintly and answered his own question. It's the lack of purpose. Bewildered, Felix couldn't help but mention. Wasn't your purpose to control and manage the poison element and its users in the universe? Although Felix did hear J.R. Mungander's last words before his death, he always believed that he was implying a new purpose or goal that could ease the boredom of eternity. He believed so because Asna told him that the primogenitor's purpose was to control and manage the elements after his awakening. Who told you such nonsense? The J.R. Mungander asked in surprise. Nonsense. Startled, Felix turned to Asna and asked in irritation. Were you lying to me before or what? Felix had to ask as currently most of the information about the primogenitors was from Asna. Yet, the J.R. Mungander clearly denied the truthfulness of her proclamations. If he denied one, couldn't he deny the rest? Like the beasts having abilities was due to the primogenitors. Abashed, Asna coiled a lock of hair around her finger as she murmured. The information that I gave you was from the memories of the people that I possessed in my previous life. How would I know if it was true or false? Hearing so, Felix recognized that he was mistaken about Asna for a very long time. He always believed that the information which she was feeding him was from the elders of her race, informing her about the secrets of the universe. Thus, he rarely doubted anything that she told him as he thought that the elders in her race wouldn't have false information. But now the truth was out. Asna was seeking, relying on the memories of the possessed souls who invaded her prison. They were in the millions. This meant their information might not be intact and simply based on rumors. Reading his thoughts, she huffed in dissatisfaction. I am not stupid to not be able to differentiate between a fact and a rumor. Before Felix could start bickering with her again, the J.R. Mungander interrupted them. The primogenitor's purpose in life wasn't to manage the elements, but most of us chose to do so as we were simply bored. He sighed. We were given unprecedented strength by the universe. But we were left free to roam and do as we please with it. No wonder Felix figured out the rest by himself, as it was obvious that most of the primogenitors chose to attach themselves with the mortal affairs to relieve their boredom like the J.R. Monkander. They created races, empires, and civilizations over the years while roaming the cosmos seeking an answer for the purpose of their existence. However, the mortals didn't know about any of this, and that made them assume that the primogenitors were created by the universe to control the elements and manage them. This misunderstanding kept being passed down from one generation into the other over the long period of years until the year someone paid Asna a visit in her prison and relayed it to her. In a sense, Asna was just as ignorant as Felix about the primogenitors and their matters. At this point, God knows what else could be wrong. "So did you find your purpose?" Felix asked. "If I did, I wouldn't have given up on life and decided to end everything with one final battle against my greatest rival and friend, Thor." The J.R. Monkander sighed with a depressed expression. No wonder Thor referred to the J.R. Monkander as his brother during his last words. Felix perceived them as archenemies before, since the three halflings in the memories literally said so, and the J.R. Monkander didn't object. But it seemed like he got it all wrong, just like their worshippers. Thor and the J.R. Monkander shared an extremely close relationship between them, which honestly made more sense than being archenemies in Felix's eyes. He always felt like it was a bit peculiar for beings like the J.R. Monkander and Thor to actually kill each other due to conflicts between their worshippers. It just didn't make any sense for beings who lived for billions of years to end up dead eventually for worthless mortals. Felix could understand fighting, but dying, that was too extreme. This applied to all of the primogenitors. In other words, their disappearance from the face of the universe had nothing to do with mortal affairs. Only now did he understood that their disappearance had a relation to seeking their purpose of life. For J.R. Monkander and Thor, they had decided to end their lives together in one final epic battle, as they couldn't handle living such a meaningless life any further. As for the rest of the primogenitors, Felix honestly had no idea if they chose the same method by fighting to the death or simply decided to slumber and hide in the corner of the universe, unnoticed by anyone. Whatever it was, all of the primogenitors seemed to suffer from what the J.R. Monkander went through. Their inactiveness in the previous eras had just further enhanced this conclusion. Who would have thought that a single negative emotion would be the cause of the primogenitors' disappearance just here on Earth? Normal people decide to suicide after 15 years or above due to depression, sourcing from issues on their lives, betrayals, feelings of lostness, living without a purpose, and many more. Meanwhile, the primogenitors were experiencing that destructive depression for billions of years. No one could fathom such a long period of time, and Felix honestly believed that he would have killed himself if he only lived for 1 million years without a purpose or a goal to achieve. Depression is truly the vilest poison in the universe that had very few antidotes to its obnoxious effects. Felix smiled bitterly as he said, "Elder, I can't fathom what you have gone through to give up on your life before, but I do hope that you consider living through this second chance of life." "What is the point?" The J.R. Monkander shook his head with a hint of acceptance in his eyes. "I failed to find the purpose of my existence even when I was in my strongest and had more time to wish for in my plate. So why will I repeat the same meaningless chase while being in a mortal vessel?" "Elder, the times have changed since the day you passed on." Felix elbowed Asna lightly, giving her a signal to read his mind. After seeing what he wanted, she huffed in annoyance and created a screen that was displaying Felix's memories about the UVR, the SG, the SDA, the connection of the races, the peacefulness of the universe without any large-scale wars, and many more. "You don't have to show me." The J.R. Monkander chuckled. "I have spent the past hour looking through your important memories. I am already familiar with you in the current era." "God damn it, why is everyone reading my memories?" Felix might be fuming on the inside, but he was smiling sheepishly on the outside. "Elder is more than welcome to browse as much as you please. I just hope that whatever you saw changed your decision for the better. I won't lie and say that I wasn't intrigued by the many wonders and creations of this era, but..." He shook his head. "I am still adamant on my point. Before Felix could add anything, the J.R. Munkander suddenly smiled oddly and dropped a bombshell on him. I doubt that you will be this adamant in reviving me. If you knew that the poison manipulation which you seek couldn't be passed to you if I decided on reviving. Chapter 236 General View on the Universe's Past. Come again stunned. Felix couldn't help but doubt his ears. He never thought that the poison manipulation was related to J.R. Mungan's well-being or needed to be passed down. After all, he was clearly told by Asna that it was an ability if he reached origin purity, he would have a high chance of unlocking it. Still, Felix didn't despair yet as he still hasn't looked through the unlocked peak ability after reaching 99. Hopeful, he closed his eyes for a couple of seconds, diving within his memories. Alas, his heart was thrown to the bottom despair at the sight of an ability's name that was miles away from being coined in the same phrase as poison manipulation. This can't be happening, Felix kept murmuring absent-mindedly while checking again and again, yet to no different result. He truly didn't get the poison manipulation. He didn't even bother to read the rest of the information about the ability, as no matter how amazing and astonishing it was going to be, it would never be the same as free manipulation. High chance of unlocking it. What a load of crap, based on J.R. Mungan's words. Felix didn't have a single chance of getting it in the first place. Felix would be lying if he said that he didn't feel cheated and frustrated. But he also knew that it wasn't entirely Az's fault for giving him such false hope. He understood that she didn't mean to trick him or anything as she informed him what she believed was the truth. Seeing his miserable face, Asna apologized softly. Sorry, I really thought that the strongest ability of the old snake is poison manipulation. It's not your fault. Felix sighed dejectedly. I assumed it as well. My strongest suit is indeed poison manipulation. The J.R. Munkander agreed with them on this point, but he shook his head at their belief that poison manipulation was an ability. He proceeds to clarify. Free elemental manipulation is a gift bestowed upon us with a bolt of lightning coming from above when we were still clueless little creatures. With that gift, we received intellect, strength, and immortality. So, that explains the red light in the memories. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise after remembering how the little snake was suddenly encased in bright red light before it transferred into the J.R. Munkander. It turned out that light was actually a bolt of lightning that struck the little snake. But, with its infrared vision, it appeared red in the memories. Why were you chosen exactly? Felix asked in confusion. That is part of the answers that we sought to find in our journey. The J.R. Munkander replied. No wonder that the primogenitors were driven into depression. They literally knew nothing about themselves. Why were they given such a gift by the universe in the early days of its creation? Why were unintelligent creatures bestowed those gifts at random instead of just creating a new race? Most importantly, why were they given such a tremendous amount of strength without the correspondent responsibility? No matter how many times Felix cursed the universe for being spiteful and giving the humans absolutely nothing, he knew deep down that it was partial and unbiased. If it didn't give the humans innate attributes like most races, it meant that it was for a reason. If the primogenitors were bestowed upon with these gifts without responsibility, it also meant it was for a hidden reason. He soon stopped thinking about the matter, as there was no way that he was going to find out the reason. When the primogenitors spent billions of years trying so, but ending up in failure, whatever theory or idea that came up in his mind, it was probably already found out hundreds of times. Hence, he emptied his mind from those overreaching matters and focused on what's near. Currently, not getting poison manipulation was his greatest concern. Seeing Felix deep in his thoughts, the J.R. Munkander smiled mildly as he said, Child, you don't have to stress yourself about the poison manipulation. I was planning on passing it down to you before returning to the nothingness of death. Bewildered, Felix pointed at himself while asking, why I doubt that I did anything to deserve getting it. Of course, you don't deserve it. Surprisingly, the J.R. Munkander nodded his head in agreement, not bothering by Felix, who was wincing in pain at getting burnt like this. He carried on talking with a hint of fury in his tone. However, after I read some of your memories, I realized that a few primogenitors had broken a pact that we made together and decided to pass their elemental manipulation to their descendants. A pact both Asna and Felix titled their heads in confusion. Fortunately, the Jair-Mungandr didn't have Asna's tendencies of acting mysterious, as he clarified while knitting his eyebrows in disgruntlement. After we failed to seek our purpose in life, the rest of Primogenitors and I made a pact to not pass down our free elemental manipulation to anyone. We either take it to the grave with us or hold into it for eternity. Without waiting for Felix or Asna to ask him the purpose of such a peculiar pact, he smiled wryly. It might seem silly in your eyes, but we made the pact to spite the universe. Boahahaha, not giving a shit about saving the Jair-Mungandr's face. Asna exploded in laughter while holding her stomach at hearing such a stupid reason. Scared shitless, Felix swiftly closed her mouth shut with his palm while apologizing with a sweaty forehead. Please, Elder, don't mind her. She is a bit retarded. The Jair-Mungandr chuckled as he waved his hand dismissively. Leave her be. A child of the Unigen race has earned the right to laugh at my expense. Felix gulped a mouthful as he understood the hidden meaning behind the Jair-Mungandr's words. Asna could laugh all she wanted without worrying about offending the Jair-Mungandr. But for Felix, if he dared to be disrespectful like her, the Jair-Mungandr wouldn't hesitate to unveil the facade of courtesy and turn into the ruthless being he saw in the memories. Hearing her muffled out noises, Felix withdrew his palm and faced the Jair-Mungandr again, totally ignoring her nasty glare. Little Asna, if you had let me finish, you wouldn't be laughing. The Jair-Mungandr gave Asna a gentle smile and said, we had many reasons to spite the universe. But the number one will always be the belief that we were gifted elements and intellect to populate the universe with diverse intellectual races and species like some reproductive machines. As expected, Felix wasn't surprised by this, as he figured as much from connecting everything that he saw in the memories and what the Jair-Mungandr had mentioned earlier. He already created a somewhat general version of the universe's past and some species and races' origin. In the early years of the universe, billions of years ago, there were just normal creatures without intellect or affinities to the elements. However, this all changed after the gifts were bestowed upon the Primogenitors. They were the only ones with intellect, elemental affinity, and enough strength to rule above all. After they began comprehending and harnessing their strengths, they either went on wandering the universe or started mating with their own species over a long period of years. Their descendants gained the intellect and some of their powers, making them start civilizations slowly on their own. Galaxy after galaxy, solar system after solar system, and planet after a planet. The Primogenitors were spreading their seeds everywhere, creating halflings, and those halflings went and mated with the halflings of other species. This kept going on and on and on until thousands of different variations, species, and races were born all across the cosmos. After 100 million years or more, the universe was populated and owned by them. The first generations, who were born from the Primogenitors directly, were probably already dead, leaving only the latest generations alive, who had no idea about the Primogenitors' existence. When the Primogenitors got bored or tired of their wandering for a purpose, they most likely took controlling and managing the elements as their purpose in life. Then they started gathering followers from all over the universe, who had an affinity to their element, or they were their descendants. With their supervision, empires belonging to them started to arise akin to mushrooms in the universe. Using the old terminology, they expanded from leaves to branches and finally to owning an entire tree. Yet, it seemed like it wasn't enough, as they kept expanding aggressively until conflicts started to arise over territory between the empires. The rest was history. Elder, can you share with us one Primogenitor who betrayed the pact? Hopeful about learning more, Felix asked with an honest look. Alas, it seemed like the Jair-Mungandr wasn't willing to continue on this subject, as he started gazing at the ceiling again absent-mindedly. Felix waited patiently for a couple of minutes before the Jair-Mungandr shook his head slightly, coming back to reality. Elder, are you all right? Felix asked with good intentions. Don't mind me. The Jair-Mungandr massaged his temples gently before asking Felix, are you willing to accept being the new poison Primogenitor? I am willing. Felix abruptly stood up and bowed his head respectfully. and I am ready for any test to prove my worthiness of the title. Be at ease, there is no test. The Jr. gestured with his hand for Felix to relax while clarifying. I am already pleased by what I saw from your memories. Chapter 237 The New Poison Promogenitor. I'm glad. Felix sighed in relief as he sat back. He was truly content that he didn't need to pass any trials or tests, as he understood that for such an important ritual, the Jr. would have made the test hell for him. Thankfully, the Jr. proved once again that he was a straightforward individual, who preferred keeping things simple and efficient. After all, he already spent an hour browsing through Felix's memories. He saw him at his best and at his ugliest and worst moments. There was no better judge for a person's personality than looking straight into his memories. Felix even took a step further and demonstrated his grit and resolve to not kneel before the Jr. even though he was controlling his life and death. Thus, he pretty much secured the approval of the Jr. without him knowing about it. Step forward, child, the Jr. said. Without hesitation, Felix broke the handcuffs and started walking towards the throne while staring respectfully at the Jr.'s calm eyes. After reaching his side, Felix lowered his head in silence, waiting for the Jr.'s move. Let's begin. The Jr. stood up slowly from the throne. Reaching 3 meters in height, he might be in human-like form, but that didn't mean he would have the same height as them. Lift your head, he ordered. Felix did as he was told obediently. Immediately after, the Jr. placed his green-scaled finger on Felix's forehead. Feeling the coldness of his finger, Felix got a bit nervous as he had no idea how the process was going to be. Painful, long, fast, easy. It seemed to him that the Jr. wasn't planning on telling him either. Thus, he merely closed his eyes and got his shit together. No matter how hard it was going to be, Felix was confident in his pain tolerance to handle the worst of it. Are you ready? The Jr. asked calmly. Please. Felix gave him a slight head nod with his eyes still closed. Alas, he should have kept his eyes open as he completely missed the sight of purplish inscriptions starting to appear on the Jr.'s skin, like little snakes slithering on it. However, instead of stopping after covering the Jr.'s entire body, they began marching as one on the Jr.'s extended arm, which had its finger linked with Felix's forehead. Before long, the first inscription, which appeared as E, had reached the tip of the Jr.'s finger and touched the skin of Felix's forehead. Making the first contact, him feeling like something was crawling on his skin, Felix opened his eyes, and was met with the sight of thousands upon thousands of inscriptions slithering into his forehead before spreading all over his body. Overwhelmed, he couldn't help but want to take a step back reflexively. However, he found out that he actually couldn't move, not his legs, not his arms, not even his mouth. The only thing he was able to do was blink and watch his body getting invaded and engraved by words he never seen anything like before. Seeing how big-sized they appeared on the Jr.'s body, Felix wondered if his body was even big enough to contain all of them at once. However, after glancing down with a bit of difficulty, he noticed that the inscriptions, which reached his hands, were a lot smaller, appearing somewhat like tattooed purplish sentences. Unfortunately, Felix didn't manage to see the rest of the inscriptions, which already covered every inch in his body, making him feel like he was thrown in a hole filled to the brim with snakes. After a few moments, the last inscription, which surprisingly was just a single letter, was engraved in the middle of Felix's forehead. Are we done already? Felix wondered to himself as he saw that the Jr. had withdrawn his finger. He honestly didn't expect that the process to be this easy and quick. He always thought that a hellish pain awaited him, as he was literally accepting a gift that was bestowed upon the progenitors by the universe. But why am I still paralyzed? He kept trying to move his limbs, but nothing was responding to his wishes. Child, focus here. Hearing the Jr.'s stern voice, Felix stopped looking at his limbs and refocused back on the Jr., who was pointing his finger at his forehead. The moment their eyes made contact, the Jr. said calmly, Activate. Activate Wa. FCK me. The darkened inscriptions suddenly brightened up, turning Felix into a blinding purplish light bulb. If that was all, Felix wouldn't have screamed like that. Unfortunately, the activation was accompanied by the expected hellish pain in those rituals. Felix kept screaming in his mind as he felt like his entire body was being burned without the ability to move or scream his pain out. He was truly experiencing the fate of the players, which were exposed to his corrosion and paralyzed combo. Soon, smoke started to be emitted from his skin, followed by the nasty smell of burning flesh. Inside the consciousness, neither Asna nor the Jairamungandar were bothered by it. However, the same process was simultaneously happening to Felix's real body, making his room to be engulfed in them. Since the room was extremely small, the smoke and smell started to escape through the open window and the cracks of the door. Thankfully, no one was in the corridor, as the camp juniors were all in the field, while Felix's teammates were inside their rooms, preparing for the big day tomorrow. However, the smoke, which escaped through the window, didn't take long before entering Noah's window. As his room was connected to Felix, Noah tilted his head in confusion at the smoke while lying on his bed. Soon, he went to the window and closed it shut. Heck, he didn't even bother to glance outside and find out the source of the smoke. He just waved the smoke away from his bed and returned to his lying position. Opening up a new hologram, Felix didn't choose a room right next to Noah for no reason. He knew that Noah's curiosity towards anything unrelated to his sister was at the bare minimum. Thus, if something weird ever happened to him, he wouldn't attract the attention of his neighbor. If it was Olivia, the door would have been broken by her tiny leg, making Felix's situation get exposed to everyone. Fortunately, the process didn't last for more than 20 seconds before the purplish light started to lose its brightness, easing up some of Felix's agony. Even when the inscriptions were darkened again, Felix kept feeling his skin pricking him over and over again, like his red burnt skin was being sprayed by alcohol. "We're done." The Jairamungandar nodded his head in satisfaction and returned to his throne. Thud the moment he turned his back on Felix. The paralyzing effect was removed, making Felix drop face first into the ground. Ouch, pained. He couldn't help but cry out loud, this time after having his burnt skin get aggravated by the cold hard floor of the mansion. Knowing that he wasn't going to heal by himself without exiting the consciousness, Felix swiftly requested tearfully, "Elder, may I get a few minutes to drink the rejuvenation potions? I am leaving in 5 minutes. The Jairamungandar informed him calmly. Shit. Felix hastily exited the consciousness and beamed 3 rejuvenation bottles, drinking them in a jiffy. A minute later, his reddened skin was turning pale again. Not bothering to study the inscriptions, which were all over his naked body, Felix straightaway entered his consciousness back again. After reaching the mansion and seeing that the Jairamungandar was still sitting on the throne, he sighed in relief. He swiftly walked back to his position and bowed deeply to the Jairamungandar. "Elder, I am extremely grateful for your grace, and I promise that I will never disappoint your expectations. You don't have to be tense about it." The Jairamungandar chuckled. "I am not expecting anything from you. Just continue living your life as usual and use the poison element to your own pleasure without restrictions." Honestly, the Jairamungandar simply felt like there was no need to create responsibilities or give Felix universal duties or such when he didn't have them either. The primogenitors were given immense powers without responsibilities, and the Jairamungandar was simply doing the same. Seeing that he was given full freedom on utility, Felix couldn't help but grin widely in delight. However, his happiness was soon snuffed out after realizing that the Jairamungandar was standing up, probably planning on leaving. Felix didn't want the Jairamungandar to simply jump back into the embrace of death after everything that he did for him. He taught him about the past of the universe and even gave him his own poison manipulation without asking for anything. Forget about the personality traits, which he gathered from his memories. Felix only now did he truly see and know the Jairamungandar. He was forgiving, easygoing, straightforward, patient, and most importantly extremely generous. Felix would truly feel like shit if he didn't even attempt to help the Jairamungandar to choose another option than death. Chapter 238. This is FC King War. Elder, please reconsider your decision. Felix said. Very serious. No. The Jr. waved his hand at Felix. No matter what you say, I have no plans to revive. If you have absolutely no plans on reviving now, then please stay in my consciousness for a couple of years. Felix promised. If nothing that you saw during those years made you change your mind, then I won't bother you any more with this matter. Please boom no is a no. The Jr. struck the armchair with his palm, creating a loud sound wave, which raptured Felix's ears wide open. Yet Felix just snapped his finger and replaced the broken ones before continuing with a beseeching look. Just 2 years, that's nothing compared to the billions of years that the elder had lived, you stubborn piece of a block. The Jr. glared at Felix, hoping to scare him off into changing his stance. Alas, Felix just continued negotiating. 1 year, just 1 year, it's the same as a blink of an eye for the elder. Felix gestured with a glance for Asna to back him up. Alas, she completely ignored it and simply kept playing with her nails in boredom. Assist him, what crack was he on? She literally told him before that she didn't want to share this tiny consciousness space with anyone, not even the Jr. Yet, here he was trying his best to invite him on his own Discord. If she wasn't confident that Jr. was never going to change his mind, she would have already started cursing Felix. Alas, her confidence was shattered after hearing the Jr. murmur, 1 year seeing that the Jr. was actually pondering on the matter instead of rejecting at once. Asna felt a sudden shiver at the thought of him actually agreeing. It's just a single year. Elder probably won't even notice it before it ends. Felix kept striking the iron while it's hot, trying his best to convince the Jr. He just needed for the Jr. to accept, and by then, he could introduce him to the new entertainments in the UVR. Felix didn't know if 1 year was enough to make the Jr. addicted to the liveliness of the present era, but he was willing to try his utmost effort to help the Jr. regain the will to live again. That was the least he could do to repay the Jr. Seconds went by, then minutes. Both Felix and Asna were holding their breaths in anticipation of the Jr.'s answer. One was praying to hear a yes and the other no. Before long, the Jr. broke out of his daze and replied with a gentle smile. Then don't mind my intrusion. Why yes and oh, this can't be happening. While Felix tightened his fists in delight and excitement, Asna was pulling her crimson hair with an infuriated expression. She promptly pointed her finger at the Jr. and yelled in irritation. You old snake, how could you listen to a mortal? You brought shame to the primogenitor's race. The Jr. merely chuckled, paying no heads to her insults. Meanwhile, Felix was grinning foolishly at the notion of having the Jr. with him for a year. There were so many things that he could learn from him, whether the secrets of the cosmos or the thousands of poison abilities that he created suddenly. His grin was stiffened after realizing that he had absolutely no idea how to manipulate poison. He swiftly asked the Jr. with a hopeful look, Elder, to use abilities and such, do I simply need to think about them? What nonsense are you spewing? The Jr. said. You received poison manipulation, not my abilities. If you want to use abilities with just thought like you do with your garbage cultivation system, you need first to create your own and practice using them over and over again until they get ingrained in your being. Felix's heart skipped a beat at hearing so. He always believed that element manipulation simply meant thinking about ability and it shall manifest on its own. However, it seemed to him like there was more to the poison manipulation than just that. How can I create my own abilities? Felix asked. Before thinking about creating abilities, you need to first learn how to harness the poison energy to your own will. The Jr. shook his head. If you can't even do that, you should forget about creating a single poison string. Harness the energy. That seems quite complex. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he requested, Elder, mind telling me how can I do so exactly? Figure it by yourself. The Jr. said, come to me only when you face a hurdle that you can't overcome. By then, don't bother me with those matters. Hearing so, Felix nodded his head in understanding. He soon stood up and bowed one last to the Jr. I am extremely grateful to the elder's kindness, and I hope I can replay you sometime. Don't mention it. The Jr. merely waved his dismissively. You can leave us now. I have some matters to discuss with Asna. Behave yourself. Felix gave Asna a warning glance before breaking down into misty particles. Asna showed him the middle finger while cursing him yet again. You traitorous prick. After seeing that Felix had left, the J.R. Mungander smiled gently at Asna and asked, "Which room am I going to take in your dreams?" Asna sneered while pointing at the door. "Go build your own house, you are right." The J.R. Mungander nodded his head. "It's better this way." The J.R. Mungander suddenly teleported outside of the mansion. He pointed his finger at the empty space in front of him and called softly, "The 100th palace." Responding to his call, the mist began to rise from the lake in a slow manner, shaping up to the wishes of the J.R. Mungander. Humongous gray pillars were the first to start manifesting one by one in a circular shape, putting the J.R. Mungander right in the middle of the formation. Then, walls swiftly rose after, connecting those pillars to each other. The J.R. Mungander pointed his finger at the top of those pillars, and the mist heeded his order, creating a dome-like ceiling. Yet, the J.R. Mungander was still far from being done as he kept pointing his finger at the walls, pillars, floor, and ceiling, giving them each plenty of artistic details, which made the palace appeared somewhat alive when compared to Asna's basic decor, which had only a bed and a TV. By the time the J.R. Mungander dropped into the floor, a throne and a humongous status of his serpent form were created as well, giving the palace the dignity of being owned by the primogenitor. Not bad. Although everything appeared grayish due to being built by mist, the J.R. Mungander was still somewhat satisfied by the final creation. However, he didn't remain in the palace more than necessary as he truly wanted to speak to Asna about some important matters. He snapped his finger and he was teleported back to Asna's mansion, which appeared like a roughly built shack when compared to the palace's magnificence. Well, coining Asna's house as a mansion was merely to stroke her ego a bit. But in reality, what kind of mansion would have only a king bed and TV? Asna probably never cared about her mansion's appearance, nor Felix bothered to mock her for it. Yet, after the J.R. Mungander's heavy-handed creation of a house, the spell was broken. Little Asna, mind telling me? Are you trying to provoke me? Asna yelled in fury while pointing her finger at the humongous palace. I told you to create to a king house, not a palace that reached the soul barrier. The J.R. Mungander gave her an honest look as he said, "But, this is the smallest house that I lived in before." Alas, his honestly had just made him seem like he was humble bragging before Asna. And she wasn't having any of it. "Then let me show you my smallest house as well." She snickered as she snapped her finger, destroying her entire mansion within a second. She then rose in the air with her hands spread apart, lifting a giant cloud of mist with her. The J.R. Mungander kept watching speechlessly as she attempts to create a new mansion that was 5 times bigger than his and more glamorous than ever. However, just as Asna tried to put the final touches on the mansion, she realized that there wasn't enough mist. The lake was completely dried out by them regardless. Asna wasn't fazed as she used the mist of the J.R. Mungander's palace to finish off the final touches. This made the J.R. Mungander a bit annoyed as he noticed that the perfect spherical dome was missing a huge chunk of it, breaking off his palace's sense of beauty. Little Asna, that wasn't a polite thing to do. The J.R. Mungander chided her gently while waving his hand, taking back the stolen mist and fixing the dome again. Asna didn't respond as she merely scoffed and took a huge chunk of mist from his palace's gate this time. Alas, before she could use the mist, she saw that the J.R. Mungander had taken a big chunk as well from her gate and used it to repair his. Trying her best to surpass her fury, Asna asked while gritting her teeth, "Old snake, are you trying to start a war?" "I am not trying to start anything." The J.R. Mungander smiled. "But, I won't let you bully this old serpent's kindness." "I see how it is." Asna narrowed her eyes with an unfriendly gaze at the J.R. Mungander, who was also looking at her with an honest expression. However, none of them did anything as they merely kept having prolonged eye contact, which lasted for a couple of seconds already. The atmosphere started to get tense as the only thing that was moving was the small bits of mist roaming around the consciousness space. Just as the J.R. Mungander's lips parted a little, wanting to speak and break the tense atmosphere, Asna's narrowed eyes were snapped wide open. As she waved both of her hands at the J.R. Monkender's palace, whoosh, the entire palace broke into one humongous cloud of mist before beginning to converge with Asna's mansion, making it extremely spacious and wide with hundreds of rooms inside. After she was done, Asna pointed her finger at the previous place of the palace and created a ruffle-king shack with a single bed. Now it's better. She offered a sweet smile to the speechless J.R. Mungender and asked, "Let's continue our conversation in my humble house. I can't be conversing with an unruly child like you." The J.R. Mungender clapped his hands twice with a serious look. "I will be teaching you manners today." Whoosh, seeing that her mansion was collapsing, Asna yelled while trying to regain her control over the mist. This is a FC King War Chapter 239 Poison String. Meanwhile, outside of the consciousness, Felix was checking the purplish inscriptions in the mirror with a focused gaze. He kept trying to decipher the weird-looking letters, but to no avail. He even asked the Queen, but she just gave him a negative response as last time. The only thing he knew was that those inscriptions were the same ones that he saw in J.R. Munken's memories when he was slithering on the peaks of the mountains. When he asked Asna if they had meaning, she replied with a positive response. This signified that she either had an idea of what they might be or at least saw them somewhere. However, before asking the stingy Asna, who loved keeping secrets, he was planning to see what the J.R. Mungender had in mind about them. "I wonder what they are talking about." He was filled with curiosity on the matters spoken between Asna and the J.R. Mungender, two beings at the top of the universe's pyramid. He believed that everything that came out of their lips would be some high-level shit that he never heard about before. He was quite bothered by not getting included in those conversations, which made him feel like he was being left out. However, Felix was still sensible enough to give them the space they wanted, and he felt that when they see that he was ready, he would be informed by them. For now he could only start attempting to harness the poison element even though he smelled like shit. He wanted to go take a shower, but the inscriptions refused to hide by themselves and he had no idea how to remove them manually. He tried ordering them with a thought, but it didn't work. Thus, he could only wait until the J.R. Mungender finished his conversation with Asna before asking him about the method. Alas, if only he knew that both of them were currently fighting with mist akin to children playing with snow, he would have cursed them both. Dropping all sense of formality. Harness the element. Thoughtful. Felix sat in a meditation position while having his chin resting on his knuckles. He was pondering on the most plausible ways to achieve so. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he always comes back to the belief that he only needed to use his mind to control the elements. The J.R. Mungender only mentioned that he needed to forget about using a single thought to activate an ability, but he didn't reject the notion of using the mind to manipulate the element. Let's start simple. Felix closed his eyes shut and started imagining a string made of poison in his mind. He carefully thought of the shape, the size, the inducement used, and the duration that it would last. He wanted to be thorough in his manipulation. After creating a clear image in his mind, he extended his palm forward, which had a single letter, appearing as in the center of it. Then, he split his focus between the poison string image and the poison energy that was coursing in his body. He kept giving off orders for the poison energy to gather into his palm and exit through the pores before shaping it into the string. Unfortunately, his orders were wholly ignored, like he was merely speaking to himself. However, Felix didn't lose heart as he continued on his attempts with a composed expression. The reason he didn't lose hope was because of the tiny connection that he had with the poison energy in his body. The moment he awakened and started absorbing the poison energy, he always felt it existing all over his body. He didn't know how to control it, but it was always there. If it wasn't for this slight feeling, Felix wouldn't be able to know how much energy he had or how much he was missing. However, that's the only thing he was able to do with this feeling. Just know the capacity. Nothing more, nothing less. It wasn't like he never tested before to use this feeling and control the energy into something more. But his attempts ended up in failure, just like every other bloodliner throughout the centuries. Trillions of coins were wasted by humans on research to discover a way to take advantage of that tiny feeling. Alas, the final result was always blank without any new discoveries. Heck, It was published in the UVR that the humans even commissioned this research to the metal race years back. But till now, not a single update on the matter was posted on the UVR. Even the metal race with their fine intellect failed to deliver a different result. By now it was already set in stone that the only time where the elemental energy in the humans' bodies gets used was during the activation of abilities. However, Felix believed that with poison manipulation, the energy inside his body would finally start responding to his wishes and order, moving and shaping as he willed it to be. Though his first attempts kept ending up in failure, he continued on repeating the same sequence over and over again without taking a break. Minutes went by, then hours. The juniors had already finished their daily practice and entered the residence. The loud noise of their chatter as they walked in the hallway kept resounding in the room. Yet, Felix's focus wasn't broken at all, as he simply kept repeating the exact same practice like a robot. He was already on his 70th attempt. As each time his focus was broken, he had to start all over again. However, during those attempts, he realized that he was starting to feel the energy in his body clearer and clearer than the first time. If it wasn't for those little advancements that he noticed, he would have already given on this method and tried to think of another. But now he ignored everything, even his growling stomach, which kept complaining about not feeding it for more than a half a day now. 4 more hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Exhaustion and hunger were finally beginning to wear Felix out. His focus kept being broken, making it almost impossible to continue the practice. Thus, he decided to take a dinner break before continuing again. Felix beamed 3 sealed shut food containers next to him. He opened them one by one, displaying 3 types of food: green salad, vegetable soup, and finally chicken's chest with rice. Felix had those meals containers in his spatial card for about a week now. Yet, the chicken and the soup were still puffing out steam, like they were just cooked half an hour ago. Anything that was put in the spatial card space gets frozen in the same state that it had. And since there were neither elements nor laws in the spatial card, only lifeless objects get accepted inside. If it wasn't for so, the space worm race would have started universal Uber services, delivering clients in their stomachs. After Felix ate his fill, he put the containers next to the door, so he wouldn't forget returning them to the cafeteria kitchen, where he gently coaxed the chef to cook him those takeouts. Time for round 2. Comfortable and focused, Felix closed his legs in a meditation position and kept clearing his mind from any needless thoughts. After doing so, he sealed his eyes shut and began imagining the poison string again. Since he has already done so hundreds of times already, it didn't take him even a split second before the image manifested in his mind. Soon, he extended his palm and started feeling the energy inside his body. Unlike the first time, Felix was actually able to sense the energy like he was hearing his own heartbeats. He didn't know if it was due to his prolonged practice or the dinner break, but after closing his eyes this time and focusing on the energy, he could actually sense it coursing in his body ceaselessly like his own bloodstream. He knew that this was a massive improvement. Regardless, if he still couldn't control the energy, this feeling was as useless as Asna's information. Here we go. Without further ado, Felix started ordering the energy to manifest into the poison string on top of his palm. He waited for a couple of seconds, but he was still sensing that the energy was static. He didn't want to believe it, but the result was right before him. Did I make a mistake in this approach, or was it the wrong method from the beginning? Felix sighed in dejection. Maybe I should. I'm feeling a sudden tickle in the center of his extended palm. Felix brought his hand closer to his face and started examining it closely, wondering where the feeling came from. Soon, his eyes were widened in agitation and delight after seeing tiny bits of red mist converging together into a long string before breaking apart and repeating the same sequence. Shit, it's actually working. Thrilled and excited, Felix lifted his palm in the air while clutching his wrist tightly, shouting at the top of his voice, "It's FC working!" Alas, he completely forgot that it was already past midnight and most juniors were sleeping. Thus, his shout resounded thunderously on the entire floor, waking up Olivia, Noah, and the rest. Thud thud. Irritated, Noah pounded the wall with his fist, voicing his complaint. He was the nearest to Felix, Thus he knew that he was the one who shouted. The rest, though, they just blamed and cursed each other out loud before returning to sleep. "My bad," Felix apologized near the wall while still having his eyes glued to his palm, which had the red mist still trying its best to converge into a string. Chapter 240: The Three Stages of Elemental Manipulation. Understanding that his agitation and lack of focus were probably causing the string to keep breaking apart, Felix took deep breaths. Calming himself down, after regaining his composure, he narrowed his eyes at the red mist and tried to manipulate it into converging together and actually stay affixed this time. However, just like before, his orders were ignored. Nevertheless, Felix didn't lose focus, but continued to look at his palm. After a couple of seconds, he couldn't help but grin widely at the sight of the red mist heeding his orders and merged to shape up into one long red string that kept hovering on top of his palm. The string was tiny and couldn't be noticed even from 5 meters away. Yet, in the eyes of Felix, this string appeared as humongous as the world. He knew that he had just created an achievement that would last and be told for eons to come. He would be written in the books as the first human to harness and manipulate the elements by his own will. A giant step for the human race had been taken in this small dirty room. Unbeknownst to anyone, rumble and abrupt clap of thunder resounded above the clear sky of the residence, scaring the shit out of everyone. The soldiers on top of the towers lifted their heads and noticed that there wasn't a single cloud in sight. So how the hell did it happen? Hearing the random thunderclap as well, Felix looked at the window and smiled faintly. It seems like the historians didn't lie. The universe did clap for Sir Ardot, the creator of the origin realm. He looked at the string one last time before tightening his hand into a fist, breaking the string into red particles. "Don't clap too soon." Felix smirked confidently while gazing at the infinite cosmos. This is just the beginning. Alas, his moment didn't last for even a second before getting ruined by two voices in his mind. Imagine feeling cocky after creating a single string of poison. Asna mocked. To actually take 10 hours to enter the first stage of manipulation. The J.R. Mungender disappointed sigh was heard in Felix's mind. "I started to doubt my decision of handing you my poison manipulation." Felix's confident smirk abruptly stiffened at the voice of the J.R. Mungender. He believed that figuring out by himself how to manipulate the poison in less than half a day was already a praiseworthy achievement. But it seemed like the standards to impress the J.R. Mungender were quite too steep. He coughed to hide his embarrassment and changed the subject by asking, "Elder, what do you mean by the first stage? Are there more advanced stages? There is no harm in telling you about it, I guess." The J.R. Mungender paused for a second before starting to inform Felix that concurrently there were 3 stages for the elemental manipulation. The first stage was called the inner manipulation, as the name suggests. The poison energy manipulated was the one inside the body. This was supposed to be the easiest stage of the 3, as Felix could already sense the energy inside his body, which facilitate getting control of it. Hearing so, Felix guessed that the second stage had something to do with controlling energy that wasn't absorbed by him. As he expected, the J.R. Mungender proceeded by explaining that the second stage was coined as external manipulation, and to reach it, Felix was needed to learn how to manipulate the poisonous energy and poison itself that were outside of his reach, such as manipulating the energy inside the poison stones without absorbing it or even touching it. Currently, Felix had absolutely no clue how to do so, and he wasn't planning on thinking about it now, since his inner manipulation, which was supposed to be the easiest, was still beyond garbage. The fact that the poison energy needed a couple of seconds to respond to his orders was enough of proof. You should focus only on those 2 stages and forget about the 3rd stage. The J.R. Mungender said, "When I see that you were fit to move up, I will inform you about it then." Felix would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested and curious in knowing about it. However, he knew that it was simply going to mess up with his pace, as he would always be thinking about rushing to reach the 3rd stage instead of focusing on what's available. "Who created this system?" Elder Felix asked. "And is it applicable to only the primogenitors or all races with elemental manipulation?" "Indeed, it was created by us, and was used for billions of years, by our descendants, and newly born races. However, they could only climb up to the 2nd stage." J.R. Mungender smiled. Only the primogenitors possess the requirement to reach the third stage. It seemed like this was the general system that was being operated in the past by the races, who uses the elements. Like the space worm race. As for now, Felix didn't know if it had evolved into something else for each race. Or it was still the same. Yet, what confused him the most was the fact that the third stage was only reachable by the primogenitors. What kind of requirement do they have while the rest don't? As he was thinking about it, his eyes landed on the purplish inscriptions, which were covering his entire body. He suddenly realized that the answer was in front of him the whole time, but he had to ask in order to check if he was right in his assumption. Elder, does the third stage have anything to do with those inscriptions? Alas, the J.R. Mungander didn't bother to answer him as he changed the subject. I see that you are struggling to remove them. Seeing that he had no plans to answer, Felix swiftly dropped the matter as well and requested with a hopeful tone. Elder, please teach me how to hide them. I can't be walking in public like this. Try to order them again just like you did with the poison energy. The J.R. Mungander replied. That's it, although he was a bit skeptical, as he already attempted that method but ended up unsuccessfully. Felix still did as he was told. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the inscriptions just like he did with the energy. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. The hell, why can I feel them now, but not before? He wondered in shock and confusion. Without waiting for the J.R. Mungander to tell him to figure it by himself, Felix worked the issue on his brain for a couple of seconds, before realizing that there was only one answer: him stepping successfully into the inner manipulation stage. Before, he might have received the poison manipulation from the J.R. Mungander, but nothing really changed besides having those inscriptions get engraved on his body. But after 10 hours of grilling practice, he finally managed to create a string of poison on his own, making him truly use poison manipulation. He didn't know if the inscriptions approved of him or something like that after reaching the inner manipulation, but Felix was grateful that he actually could feel them now. He hastily ordered them to withdraw back inside his body, and sure enough, the inscriptions began to slither on his skin, heading in one direction. Felix went to the mirror and noticed that the inscriptions were entering the single letter that was on his forehead, which appeared as. A few moments later, not a single inscription could be seen on Felix's skin, except for the one on his forehead. Felix didn't want it to stay as it appeared like a tattoo on his forehead. He wasn't into that lifestyle in the slightest. Too bad. He kept ordering it over and over to fade away, but nothing much changed. Don't bother to remove it as it is impossible. The J.R. Mungander chuckled at seeing Felix's face turn unsightly instantly. But you can reduce its size until it is barely noticeable, he mentioned. Without a single second delayed, Felix ordered for it to happen, seeing that it was truly getting smaller and smaller until it appeared like a tiny dot on his forehead. Felix exhaled in relief. He truly didn't desire to have his face tattooed. Elder, may I know what are th? No. Cough. Fair enough. Undisturbed at having his attempt to ask about the inscriptions getting shut down like that, Felix let out a forced laugh while walking towards his closet. He took out a towel and rolled it around his nude body. He was naked the entire time as the clothes he had on before were burnt to a crisp by the transfer ritual, and he didn't want to wear new ones when he was literally smelling like shit. Honestly, Felix wasn't even bothered when Asna was looking at his naked body. Don't even mention the J.R. Mungander, who had no interest in such things. Clucked just as Felix opened the door, planning to head for a quick shower. He remembered that there was a curfew past midnight. But then, he also remembered that he was Felix, the captain of the national team. 30 minutes later, Felix was back in his room, feeling more refreshed than ever. As he assumed, the two soldiers, who were standing at the end of the hallway next to the shower, didn't let a single peep after seeing him. They were probably given orders from the director to let Felix do as he pleased. If it wasn't for so, Felix knew that he would have needed to convince them gently. After wearing his pajamas, he went straight to bed, planning to sleep early. If tomorrow they weren't going to leave the camp at first light, he would have spent another hour or two on his poison manipulation. Alas, all of the country's teams were expected to be in Berlin tomorrow as the competition was set to start in 4 days. They were told by George that there would be ceremonies, parties, and parades. All of the nuisance that Felix abhorred being in. Good night, guys. Felix wished softly while closing his eyes shut. Nighty good night, child. Hearing the Jaermungen's deep voice, Felix smiled in contentment at the notion of having him staying in his consciousness for an entire year. However, he was still hoping for the Jaermungender to remain a few more years or even change his stubborn decision on seeking death. Felix had enough time now to brew many plans for it to happen. Chapter 241 Leaving the Camp to my Peep peep. What a pain in the ass. Felix mumbled in annoyance at the sound of the alarm while covering his head with the bedsheets. He didn't feel like waking up as he truly didn't sleep that well. So many thoughts and questions were roaming in his mind about the fact that he was currently practicing two separate cultivation systems. Before, he had in mind to unlock the poison manipulation ability and etch it in his one human bloodline. This would keep recurring on every stage with a different primogenitor bloodline, making him get multiple free elemental manipulations. But now he wasn't so sure of that happening, and he was hoping to see what the Jaermungender had to say about it. That being said, his eyes were still refusing to open up, protesting that the 3 hours of sleep wasn't doing them anything. Sir Felix, you have received a message from Sir George. The Queen asked. Should I read it? No need. Felix murmured softly. He wasn't worried about ignoring the instructor's massage, as he knew that it was most likely going to be a reminder about the helicopter departure. They were already informed that it was going to lift off at 0615 a.m. sharp. This meant he still had like 7 minutes of sleep, and Felix wasn't planning on wasting them. At the roof of the highest building in the camp, 2 large-size army helicopters were parked on a platform that had the letter H written on it in white. In front of it stood the 14 members of the national team, Felix included. Unsurprisingly, 4 members were wearing a different colored team outfit than the rest, entailing that they were the chosen substitutes in the team. But unexpectedly, those 4 were Sarah, Dale, Isabella, and Amelia. The fact that Lexi and Nathan were chosen instead of Sarah and Amelia created quite an outrage outside of the camp. The Maxwell elders and the Lauder elders didn't approve of George's personal arrangement in the slightest, while the Maxwell elders only made their displeasure heard. The Lauders took it a step further and sent an elder personally to the camp in order to change George's mind. Alas, that didn't work, as George was adamant in his choice. Though, he did explain that he chose the team based on composition instead of who was the strongest. Thus, he couldn't add Amelia and Sarah as they were elemental rangers just like Walton, Felix, and Adam. He felt that it was over the top to add those 2 when he already had a monster like Felix, and Adam with his destructive abilities. It was better to keep Nathan as the second frontliner with Noah, and Lexi as the second buffer of the team with Lena. Olivia was counted as a healer. It was a no-brainer that Kenny and Johnson were going to be part of the main team after seeing that the competition was going to be held in the wilderness and for an entire week. Assassin scouts like them were most desirable in this kind of environment. That being said, he did give an opportunity for Sarah and Amelia to challenge either Walton or Adam to replace them. But they still lost horribly. By then both the girls accepted being as a substitute for the team. After they heard what had gone down, Maxwell's elders backed off as they understood that his take was indeed reasonable and justifiable. They might feel pricked by having Sarah not participating in the competition, but they understood that at the end of the day, this was the national team, not Maxwell's team. Unfortunately, the Lauders didn't share the same thought process as the Maxwells. In their eyes, they only had Amelia in the team, and if she didn't make it to the main roster, it was the same as not participating in the world's competition. They sure didn't give a shit about the fact that their junior had lost against Adam and Walton, as they believed that Amelia could wipe the floor with Nathan and take his spot. Too bad. Just as they didn't give a shit about George's arrangements, no one bothered to address their wants and wishes, as no matter who they went to voice their complaint, they were always sent back. Just as the Lauders were planning to involve the media in their drama, the governor of the state himself interfered and threatened to have Amelia kicked out of the team if they keep pestering them over this issue. After so, not a single peep was heard from the Lauders' elders. All right, split up into 2 groups and take a seat. George clapped his hands twice as he said, "Be quick. We still have another flight waiting for us." Hearing so, Felix was the first to walk up to the helicopter in the right, followed by half of the team. The groups were already made before to avoid confusion and wasting time. After Felix fastened the seat belt, he requested from Olivia, who was sitting in front of him, "Oli, wake me when we land." Olivia felt a sudden shiver at hearing him say so. She realized that he said almost the same sentence during their ride on the bus to the camp, and the ambush which followed after was still fresh in her mind. "You jinx, take it back, or I am not sitting with you spooked." Olivia chewed on her lips while inspecting everything in the helicopter with a shifty look. Understanding what she meant, Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Olivia was a believer in superstition, and if he didn't take it back, she would probably be frightened the entire journey, worrying that an accident or another ambush might occur. Thus, Felix turned to Noah, who sat on his right shoulder, and repeated the same request word by word. As expected of Noah, he simply gave him a head nod without glancing in his direction. "You jerk!" Olivia huffed through her nostrils in anger as she unfastened the seatbelt and jumped from the helicopter. She swiftly went to the other helicopter and requested Adam to change seats, who gladly accepted. "Brother Felix, did you have breakfast yet? I can share with you my breakfast." The moment Adam stepped into the helicopter, he began chatting enthusiastically with the dumbfounded Felix. He truly didn't expect Olivia to actually retaliate by sending him Adam, who was always a pain in the ass for him. However, instead of feeling annoyed, he was actually delighted by her finally learning how to strike back when bullied instead of just taking it to heart. "Good on you, little Oli." He smiled faintly while closing his eyes, diving into his consciousness, thoroughly ignoring the existence of Adam. So far, Felix still didn't know if Adam's real personality was always this friendly and tolerant, or he was simply hiding behind the facade of politeness. Whatever it was, Felix would keep ignoring him until the day that facade breaks. Inside the consciousness space, Felix's body could be seen dropping from the air just like when he always enters his consciousness. Alas, the lake which he always fell into was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood two humongous palaces, which took the entire space of the consciousness. Thud, falling face first, Felix smashed into the dome of the J.R. Mungan's palace and started rolling down with a terrifying speed. It didn't take him even a second before reaching the edge of it and getting hurled into Asna's palace, akin to pitched baseball. Boom! His body smashed into the chest of a breathtaking giant statue of Asna, which was holstered into the wall of the palace just like tens of different statues. Felix still had his eyes closed. Unbeknownst to any of this, his body simply kept its journey of colliding with anything in its path of descending. Statues, tiles, even some sharp pointy spears, which sliced Felix's clothes and flesh as he passed by them. Thud! By the time Felix made it successfully into the ground, which was just his soul barrier exposed, his body was broken, wounded, and bloodied. His condition couldn't get any worse. Felix, who was regaining consciousness after reaching the ground, was going to experience the agony of every wound on his body stacked all at once. A moment later, my FC King Spine, a high-pitched shriek resounded in the palaces, waking up both the J.R. Mungander and Asna from their slumber. Just because they were superior beings, it didn't mean that they disliked sleep. Heck, they probably were more familiar with sleep than Felix. "Why is he screaming again?" Annoyed, Asna yawned while opening her eyes groggily. However, soon she closed them back again, too lazy to care. Meanwhile, the J.R. Mungander didn't feel like going back to sleep after waking up. Thus, he teleported outside of his palace and gazed at Felix, who was stealing mist from the gate of the palace to replace the injured parts of his body. His pained and nasty expression was enough to show that he wasn't loving the unexpected pain. "What's with the ruckus?" the J.R. Mungander asked from high above. Breathless, Felix pointed his shaky finger at the palaces and replied with a bit of difficulty, "Elder, I injured my body on the way down." He winced in pain as he asked, "Elder, what's going on here? I doubt that you guys need such big palaces to stay in." If it was Asna, he would have already snapped at her. But for the J.R. Mungander, Felix just pushed his grievance deep within his heart. Not daring to snap at the elder, You should ask that mannerless child. The Jr. huffed in disgruntlement. Felix didn't know what Asna did to make the Jr.'s favorable impression of her take nosedive. But, after remembering that this was Asna, he suddenly felt like it was only a natural outcome. With her personality, only nutheads would enjoy having her around. Asna, didn't I tell you to behave? Felix sighed as he spoke in his mind. He might have agreed to stay 1 year, but if you annoy him, he will be gone the next day. Hearing his voice in her mind, Asna couldn't continue her sleep, especially when she realized that she was being accused wrongly. Chapter 242 Potentially. The only candidate. She swiftly teleported next to them, still in her furry pajamas, and glared at Felix. Why are you taking his side? How can I take his side when I don't even know what's up between you two? He said while stealing some mist from Asna's palace, and created a chair for himself. He sat on it and asked Asna, mind telling me what's the problem? The problem is that you invited him, and he immediately created a palace that reached the soul barrier. She jerked her head away with an upset expression. He even started humble bragging about it. She told me to create a house. The Jr. stroked his long purplish goatee with an honest look. And I did. Felix immediately figured out the crux of the issue after hearing them out. It was clear in his mind that Asna wasn't going to accept having the Jr.'s palace towering over her, especially when she was living in this space for years now. Considering it as her temporary home, she was definitely not going to stay quiet about it. Alright, I am not going to interfere in your matters. But, I do hope that you downsize your palaces to a reasonable height and size. Felix requested. Although he understood the issue, that didn't mean that he was going to start lecturing them on what's right and wrong. They were mature enough to handle their own relationship. In his mind, as long as he had a good relationship with both of them separately, he honestly wouldn't give a shit how they spend their time in his consciousness. Though, he hoped that he wouldn't need to have shattered bones each time he entered his consciousness. I never had an issue with that. The Jr. smiled faintly as he snapped his finger, turning his palace into a 2-story modern building. It seemed like he was curious about living in homes with Earthlings design. If it wasn't for you starting it, I wouldn't have bothered to change my mansion. Annoyed, Asna humphed as she replaced the palace with her previous mansion, returning the balance to the consciousness space. Seeing the lake getting filled back up, Felix sighed in relief, not wanting for the atmosphere to turn awkward and silent. Felix asked the Jr. Elder, did you check the human bloodline system and the previous plan that I had in mind? Of course I did. I wanted to understand how did you manage to gather a piece of my consciousness and awaken it. He soon chuckled in amusement. I didn't expect that you will gather my thinned bloodline in beasts. Why so? Felix asked in confusion. I assumed that you have hunted my descendants and used little Asna to extract my bloodline. He answered calmly. Elder, you jest. Felix waved his hand. I didn't even know before that the primogenitors were the sole reason why the universe was populated with many races and species with elemental affinities. If it wasn't for the Jr. information about the universe's past, Felix would still be under the notion that beasts were the direct descendants of the primogenitors. After all, Asna told him that the beasts inherited those abilities from their parents, who inherited them from the primogenitors. But now he already worked the matter in his mind and understood that beasts were merely one of the many races and species with the primogenitors' thinned bloodline. The only difference was that other races received a somewhat limited manipulation that could only take them to the second stage of the primogenitors' system, while the beasts around the universe straightaway obtained the created abilities of the primogenitors. That being said, not every race had a relation to the primogenitors, as most of the current races were newly born ones, like the human race which popped on the Milky Way galaxy 2 million years ago. If it wasn't for so, the humans should have by logic also gotten abilities unlocked like beasts at least. Now that you know about it, what are you going to do? The Jr. asked with a playful smile. I will carry on collecting the bloodline essence from beasts, Felix said while smiling wryly. He understood that the Jr. was implying whether he was going to aim his gun at races with sand manipulation in order to extract the primogenitors' bloodline from them or not. It was obviously going to be faster than just buying bloodline bottles and hoping to luck out on a few percentages of the primogenitor. But Felix also understood that by doing so, he would probably offend the primogenitor of Sand after he reached origin purity and have him awakened. Ultimately, Felix had no clue about the Sand primogenitor's personality. He might look at Felix's memories and not get bothered by him slaying his descendants, or he could totally snap at him and kill him in an instant. Elder, but first I need to know if I am even able to actually obtain more elemental manipulations or not. Felix smiled bitterly. If it wasn't possible, I will not risk myself using more primogenitor's bloodlines. I frankly don't know. The J.R. Mungander shook his head and clarified. Your case is quite unique. First, you have little Esna at your service, helping you extract the primogenitor's bloodline, which can't be seen or extracted by races lower than us in the social status pyramid. This meant you will have the opportunity to meet up with quite a few primogenitors, unlike the others. Oh, no wonder, Felix exclaimed in surprise. He always was thinking, why did no one actually manage to extract the primogenitor's bloodlines all of those years? If human professional extractors failed to achieve so due to not being that good, why didn't other races manage to do the same? Heck, Felix knew that the witches should be able to notice and extract the essence due to their innate ability, which made them the only potioneers in the universe. Yet, they also failed to notice the primogenitor's bloodline. He didn't think that it would be related to the hidden hierarchy in the universe. But it also made sense. In addition, Little Asna can also help you reach 100 affinity rating, which is the bare minimum to be able to accept the elemental manipulation. The J.R. Mungander said, if you didn't have 100 poison affinity, the ritual transfer would have ended in failure, and failure meant death. Yet most importantly, you are human. The J.R. Mungander teleported next to Felix and gazed at him in wonder, making Felix sweat a little by how close he was. Soon, the J.R. Mungander teleported back and said in befuddlement, your race might be new in the universe and still at the bottom of the social ladder with beasts and such, but in your situation, this actually turned beneficial. Already numb to being looked down upon like this, Felix simply focused on the J.R. Mungander explanation. For other races and species which are related to us, it is impossible for them to have more than 2 elemental manipulations. He paused and dropped a bombshell. Even us the primogenitors weren't able to achieve so. We were locked with the gift bestowed upon us and couldn't obtain even the limited manipulation from races lower than us. It was only common sense for the primogenitors to attempt and obtain other elemental manipulation to further enhance their strength. They might not be able to achieve 3rd stage with them as their main element, but at least they would have them. Yet, it appeared that was quite impossible. The J.R. Mungander looked at Felix oddly and said, but your human race had absolutely no relation to us, meaning you are an empty page that could potentially have more than 1 elemental manipulation. Felix got quite excited at hearing so, as it meant that he could still carry on with his plan. The only change that occurred would be instead of etching an ability in his one human bloodline, he would be trying to convince the primogenitors into handing him their elemental manipulation. However, his excitement soon was snuffed out after hearing the J.R. Mungander say, I said potentially, it isn't certain yet. And if I am mistaken in my deduction, you can probably die the moment you attempt doing so. As long as my chances aren't null, I will manage to find a way. Felix said, smiling confidently. That's good. I am also anticipating that day. The J.R. Mungander nodded his head in approval. Just as Felix was planning on asking about the species of the sand primogenitor, he felt like someone was tugging his shoulder. He quickly realized that it was Noah, trying to wake him up. Elder, the helicopter has reached the airport. I will come back after I take the plane, Felix said while bowing respectfully. Then, he broke into mist particles, leaving the J.R. Mungander and Asna to have a staring contest that lasted for an entire minute before both of them proposed at the same time. Truce. The J.R. Mungander smiled gently as he created a table and 2 chairs. He teleported into one and offered for Asna to sit on the other. Seeing that she accepted his offer, he created a chess-like board with tens of pieces on it. Each resembled a different race. Let's play a game of royalty. Oh, I always wanted to play it with Felix, but that moron doesn't want to learn it. Asna clapped lightly in excitement. Let's have some fun those first matches, the J.R. Mungender suggested. After so, we can put some bets to enliven the game. Deal, Asna agreed with a confident smirk. Alas, her confidence was shattered in only 3 minutes after receiving a soul-crushing defeat. Chapter 2 at 43. The Sand Primogenitor. After Felix opened up his eyes, he noticed that the helicopter was just about to land in a military airbase. The base was packed with soldiers running back and forth, and army jets of all shapes and designs, parked at the side. Get down and head straight for the private jet. George, who was riding in the front seat, ordered Felix and the rest while unfastening his seatbelt. Everyone heeded his orders and got out of the helicopter. Felix looked around and noticed that the private jet was already in its position for liftoff, waiting just for them. The second helicopter soon landed as well, letting the second group disembark. Seeing Olivia, who was wiping her sweaty forehead with her sleeves, Felix couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed to him that even in the other helicopter she was nervous the whole time. Soon, he shook his head lightly at her belief in superstition and started walking towards the private jet. No one was having their suitcases with them as they were going to be sent here by a cargo helicopter in the next couple of minutes. Thus, everyone embarked on the jet and straightway sat down. As always, Felix chose the window seat. Since Olivia was probably still mad at him, he chose a single seat at the way back of the private jet. He didn't want that pest Adam to sit anywhere near him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain speaking. Hearing the abrupt announcement, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and paid attention to the captain's polite words. Welcome on board. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts at this time. We also ask that your seats and table trays are in the upright position for takeoff. Please turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones. Smoking is prohibited for the duration of the flight. I hope that you enjoy your flight as it is going to be a long one. Seeing that the announcement was over, Felix closed his eyes and dove back into his consciousness. He knew that the flight was going to last 10 hours, giving him all the time he needed to continue his conversation with the J.R. Monkhander. You guys are playing royalty. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sight of the J.R. Monkhander and Asna, concentrating on a chess-like board that had only 15 pieces remaining. The rest was lying on both sides of the board. Ignoring his existence, Asna lifted a goblin-like green piece and placed it next to a dwarf-like piece. I use the goblin's greed innate trait for a chance to steal the dwarf's artifact creation innate ability. Immediately after saying so, Asna threw a hexagon-faced dice on the board and watched it roll while holding her breaths in hope. Ting FCK this shit. Asna immediately lost it after seeing that the dice had landed on number 1 when the dice had up to 20. She needed at least 18 for her order to take effect. You better not flip the board again. The J.R. Monkhander smiled faintly as he took her goblin and placed it next to the tens of fallen pieces. Damn. Take it easy on her, elder. Felix couldn't help but defend Asna in pity after seeing that she literally had only 3 more pieces left and one of them was the queen. Meanwhile, the J.R. Monkhander still had more than 70 of his pieces on the board. Such a vast difference only implied that J.R. Mungan's skills in the game were surmounting Asna's by miles. So, do you surrender yet? The J.R. Monkhander asked the sulky Asna, who kept looking at her 2 remaining spiders and the queen, hoping to spot a miracle to save the game. Alas, 3 pieces in the game of royalty was the same as having only the king with 2 pawns in chess. There was no way out for Asna, and even Felix, who barely played this ancient game once in the UVR, could see it as well. Thud. In the end, Asna sighed and knocked the queen down, entailing her surrender. Good game, little Asna, the J.R. Monkhander said, nodding his head. Whatever. Asna looked at the other side and noticed Felix gloating at her. Instead of feeling irritated, she just sneered. Morons who don't even know how to play the game shouldn't be gloating at others. Unbothered by her mockery, Felix coughed to attract the J.R. Mungan's attention and asked, Elder, are you familiar with the sand primogenitor species? Yes. The J.R. Mungander nodded his head while setting up the pieces back up on the board. Felix sighed in relief after receiving a positive confirmation. He truly didn't want to buy multiple bloodlines from different species in order to find out the real species of the primogenitor. He knew that he would be wasting hundreds of millions in the process, and if he was unlucky it might reach $1 billion SC in losses. May I know? Felix asked politely. Instead of receiving any response, the Jarmungandr gestured for Felix to sit in Asna's seat. Seeing so, Asna gladly stood up and gloated at Felix's unsightly expression. Elder, I don't know if you heard Asna or not, but I really can't play the game. Abashed, Felix let out a forced laugh. I know, but you can learn. The Jarmungandr gave him a side glance. You don't want to, I am willing. But do I need to win to get the information? Felix sat down with a troubled expression. Don't be silly. You just need to play a game with me. The Jarmungandr said, chuckling. That's good. Felix sighed in relief. If even Asna, who knew how to play the game, got beaten black and blue by the Jarmungandr, Felix knew that his ending was going to be even more embarrassing than her. As he assumed, the game didn't last for even 2 minutes before Felix got forced into surrendering. Again, the Jarmungandr said, fix your pieces. Felix was also rearing for another round after getting destroyed without even managing to take down 3 pieces of the Jarmungandr. After they sat their pieces, the Jarmungandr gestured for Felix to start first while informing him. During my wandering in the cosmos, I have met with the primogenitor of sand only twice. Once, when I was wandering in her territory, and the second when we made the pact. He knitted his eyebrows. In both encounters, I realized that she is a bit of an oddball. How so? Felix asked while placing down a spider-like piece 4 blocks to the left. She loves riddles a tad too much. The Jarmungandr shook his head in amusement as he made his move on the board. Out of 10 sentences, 1 is definitely going to be a riddle. And if you don't give the proper answer, the conversation with her dies right there, making the atmosphere awkward. That's indeed quite peculiar. Felix scratched his chin in thoughtfulness while looking at the board. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he picked up a dwarf-like piece and placed it next to the spider-like piece from before. I used the dwarf's artifact creation innate trait to create a piece of armor for my spider, Felix said while throwing the dice on the board. Soon, it stopped on number 12. Not bad. With that number you can create a rare ranked set of armor that can tank 2 strikes. The Jarmungandr said. Felix was also pretty satisfied with the outcome. Though it wasn't high enough to create a higher ranked artifact, it was good enough for a start. After seeing that the armor had manifested properly on the spider, Felix gestured for the Jarmungandr to play while asking, what's her name and species? Does it have any relation with her odd personality? The Jarmungandr answered calmly. Her name is the Sphinx, but her followers and worshippers refer to her respectfully as the guardian of knowledge and truth. That's a heavy title to possess. Asna scoffed as she asked, what did she do or was doing to earn it? As I said, I only met her twice, and I didn't bother to interact with her that much due to her troublesome way of speaking, so I don't know much about her. The Jarmungandr lifted a glacial barbarian piece and put it in front of the spider. I used the glacial barbarian to strike down your spider. He threw dice on the board and shockingly it landed on 20. The Jarmungandr laughed in delight while Felix couldn't help but start to despair. He knew that a 5 roll was needed for a single strike. Yet, to roll 20 it meant that the Jarmungandr had 4 strikes at once. The spider with its shiny new armor was able to tank only 2 strikes before getting killed by the 3rd one. This left the last strike, which was used to take the life of the dwarf, which was near the spider. Felix didn't even get the chance to withdraw the dwarf back to safety before getting killed in the first rounds. Losing a dwarf in loyalty was the same as losing the queen in chess. The game was literally doomed after that happens. Elder, with all due respect, but your luck is FC King bullshit. Felix couldn't help but drop the pretense of formality and finally snap. Well, his dejection was understandable as in the last match he got destroyed just like this. See, I told him that as well, and he called me a sore loser. Asna also voiced her complaint. Hee, you guys are too young to understand the essence of this game. The Jarmungandr chuckled while stroking his purplish goatee. If the essence is cheating, I agree with you on that one. Asna snorted in distrust. Felix didn't dare to say it, but he had a feeling that the Jr. was cheating somehow by rigging the dice. Alas, unless he had solid proof, he could only complain in his mind while continuing the game, knowing that he was going to lose miserably. "Elder, you still didn't tell me about her species," Felix said while gazing numbly at his pieces getting taken one by one, leaving him with only 10 to play with. "Oh, being reminded." The Jr. scratched his green-scaled cheek and said casually, "She doesn't have a specific species. She is actually one of the few early chimera creatures." Hearing the term chimera, Felix's hand that was holding a piece stiffened midair just like the rest of his body. He just kept looking at the Jr. in disbelief, hoping that he was joking with him. Alas, the Jr. simply smiled faintly and said, "Your move." Chapter 244, Chimera and the Four Species. Felix placed the piece with a dazed expression. He didn't want to believe it. No, he didn't dare to, as he understood the gravity of this issue. Chimera was a term that could be used for humans, beasts, and even some races. In the case of humans, chimera was more of a nasty insult that was thrown at humans with major mutations from multiple beasts. Some could have a leg for an alligator beast species, a leopard tail, and arms belonging to another beast. This mix and mismatched mutations were unappealing in the public, and some bloodliners would pick on anyone who was spotted with those mutations. Meanwhile, for beasts, chimeras were to be feared and avoided at all cost by hunters and bloodliners. Those beasts were infamous for three things: rarity, strength, and lastly their mismatched body, which was made with different beasts' parts. Felix read in the UVR that chimera's beasts have resulted from interspecies mating. For example, a winged beast mating with a reptile beast 5 generations ago would result in creating a chimera beast with half a reptile body and half a winged body. The numbers quite different from one to another, as in some cases, chimeras wouldn't even get born after tens upon tens of generations. However, the moment they come into existence, they become one of the top predators in their bestial tier. Chimeras were at minimum 5 times stronger than their peers in the same rank and tier. This meant chimeras for hunters were an abomination that shouldn't be marked for hunting unless the damn price was beyond worth it. After all, a fully equipped hunter squad was needed to slay epic beasts. Yet, for the chimeras, even a rare ranked one would need a squad as well. The hunters would not risk their lives on taking down such an abomination unless they were commissioned by their patron, who was commissioned by the client. Needless to say, if the price didn't light up their greed fuse, they wouldn't bother to address the commission. Felix didn't know if he was going to be dealing with this or not. As for the Sphinx to be a chimera, it didn't mean that all bestial chimeras would be having her bloodline essence. After all, chimera was just a term, not a species. Felix was extremely gloomy because for the Sphinx to be a chimera was the same as not having a single species, but multiple ones. This signified that he would need to target all the species, which the Sphinx was made of. It was obviously not going to be as efficient as targeting one species like he did with the Jr. "Elder, may I know how the Sphinx looked like?" Felix asked. Instead of responding, the Jr. waved his hand and a mirror-like screen was manifested in front of Felix. Then, it started to brighten up until a detailed, clear picture of the Sphinx was displayed. The Sphinx had the body of a lion with a golden silky fur, the tail of a golden scaled serpent, the wings of a great eagle, and lastly the head of a woman with a cat's facial features, though her face was resembling a cat. Her eyes weren't, as the pupils were actually golden triangles. Felix couldn't say a word after his eyes landed on this fascinating and captivating creation. Each body part was harmonizing with the rest in such a fine, scrupulous manner. Felix was beginning to doubt the Jr.'s words, that she was a chimera instead of being a unique separate species. "She is a beauty, right?" The Jr. showed an unadulterated gaze of desire at the image of the Sphinx for a second before sighing in dejection. "If only her personality wasn't weird, I would have chased after her." "Tisk, I doubt that you had an actual shot with her." Asna clicked her tongue in mockery, before the Jr. could respond to her taunt. Felix interfered by asking, "Can the primogenitors have children between each other?" "No." The Jr. shook his head firmly. Some of us have even married each other and been trying to have children worthy of being called the sons and daughters of two primogenitors. Alas, no matter what they did, it was just impossible. Felix didn't bother to ask why so. He understood that if the Jr. knew about the reason, the primogenitors would have tackled the issue long ago. This meant no one knew why exactly were the primogenitors unable to bear children with each other. If it wasn't for the fact that they were able to mate with those of lower status as them, they would have honestly believed that they were sterilized or something. Felix didn't want to dive into this subject as it was probably quite touchy and sensitive for the Jr. Thus, he steered back into the Sphinx by asking, "Elder, do you have any idea which species she had the most descendants in her territory?" Felix had to try and lower the species that he needed to start targeting since the Sphinx was clearly a chimera of 4 species. Alas, his attempt ended in failure as the Jr. replied, "I wasn't that bored to take a close look into the followers in her territory. Sigh, I guess I can only buy multiple bloodlines from those species and see which one gave me the biggest percentages in a consistent manner. This plan might cost him a leg, but for now, it was the only one that he had." Felix turned his head back on the board and knocked the queen, declaring his surrender. He was about to lose in 2 moves anyway. He gestured for Asna to take his seat as he went to take a closer look at the Sphinx. As he was peering at its creation, Felix suddenly was reminded that he still had another element affinity that was collecting dust for 2 lifelines. He swiftly turned around and asked in agitation, "Elder, do you know the species of the illusion primogenitor Ha? If we could see his real body, he wouldn't be the illusion primogenitor." The Jr. gave him a side glance aimed for morons. Felix coughed in embarrassment, as he figured that the Jr. had a point. For the primogenitor of illusion, shapeshifting into whatever he desired was supposed to be the norm. The few number and species of beasts in the universe that uses illusion were the only clue he had to find out. If only they were not low-tiered, not reaching even tier 5 and so damn expensive. Felix would have invested in illusion first before sand element. Alas, he knew that if he went in this route with his tragic capital that was barely enough to find 99 essence of the Jr. He would be eating dirt and still not manage to gather even a proper 15 essence. This without mentioning the fact that he needed to reach 100 illusion affinity, which had its energy stones only in auctions. Even the medium-graded ones. Illusion stones weren't even used that much by the bloodliners to fuel their energy, but as a basic material for illusion-based items. It went without saying that those illusion items were extremely useful and competed for by everyone. For Felix, who would need probably up to 10,000 high-grade stones to reach a 100 affinity rating, that would be sheer impossible unless he spent years jumping from one auction to another to secure small batch by batch. The grades of elements, from common, uncommon, to rare, weren't there just to separate them based on their utility or uniqueness. They were separated based on the rarity of their natural resources in the universe. For a rare element like an illusion, it was extremely difficult to find environments in the universe which had its elemental energy. Felix didn't want to waste his already limited resources on an element that wasn't applicable in his current state, though he was still not giving up on it yet. As the moment he finds a solution to tackling those issues, he wouldn't hesitate to start hunting for illusion bloodlines no matter how expensive it was going to cost him. "Elder, you carry on with Asna. I will be heading to the markets," Felix said politely while breaking into misty particles, not bothering to even open his eyes. Felix straightaway requested for the queen to log him in. A few seconds later, his body was constructed in his Androxa house. Felix looked at the time and realized that Mr. Goaty was probably still sleeping. And if he went to his shop, he would find only his assistants, who had no idea about the contract and the huge discount between them. Still, Felix decided to go take a look at the bloodlines in his shop and choose a couple of ones during those 2 hours until Mr. Goaty wakes up. He picked up the car keys on the table and went to his garage. After riding his car, he drove it to the teleportation circle. When he arrived, he sent the car to park itself and entered the building. After a while, Felix could be seen inside Goaty's humongous shop. sitting on a couch and browsing through a holographic list with furrowed eyebrows. The list was displaying the prices of Tier 5 epic bloodlines. Obviously, those bloodlines were from the 4 species of the Sphinx. Felix wasn't pleased in the slightest with the prices of the eagle species, as they were 20 expensive than the rest, but it was quite understandable as flying beasts were popular within the ranks of the bloodliners, due to having a chance of unlocking wings morphing abilities. Whatever. It will be sold again, Felix thought to himself. After a couple of minutes, Felix closed down the list. He already marked the bloodlines that he wanted, and now he could only wait for Godi to wake up and conclude the deal. Better check for Chimera bloodlines. Instead of leaving the shop, Felix opened another search bar that was exclusive for the items in this shop, and starting typing Chimera beasts, Sand Element, Tier 4 to 7, Rare and Epic rank. A split second later, he found only one result, and it was a Tier 4 rare beast, which was being bidded on for the past week or so. The other bottles were probably already sold out or needed to make a commission first to get them. Felix clicked on the image of the beast, enlarging it. After seeing that it had the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion, he shook his head in disappointment. He knew that the bloodline of the scorpion, which almost had zero relation to the Sphinx, was going to make it even more difficult to find her essence inside. He didn't want to do experiments right now when he was broke. The 1 billion and the 300 million that he had was soon going to be only 300 million SC after paying for those bottles. Felix had this much only due to Luby pulling through and giving him the money for 4 bottles from the 7 bottles that he had given him. This meant Luby still needed to pay back for those 3 bottles. However, this time Felix gave him only 2 weeks delay instead of a month, and if he didn't manage to pay him back in time, he would be switching to using a non-exclusive contract with multiple shops. Honestly, Felix hoped that Luby could manage to pull through and find a way to bring his shop into public and start getting enough liquidity. His items' quality deserved that much attention. 2 hours later, after a vicious negotiation with Godi, Felix was able to leave the shop with the serial code of the bottles. They weren't negotiating the prices, but the delayed payment, just like Felix had enough of Luby's delays. Godi also had enough of Felix asking to pay later every goddamn time. But Felix managed to pacify him by mentioning that after this transaction, he would be always paying upfront in his next purchases. Shortly after, Felix sent the serial codes to Badidi and told him to be on hold about the coordination. Felix still had no idea which hotel they would be staying in for the next 4 days in Berlin. Chapter 245, Finding the Problem. Fixing the Problem. 8 hours or so later. Everyone, get out of the UVR. The plane is about to land. The Queen sent George's message in everyone's minds. Felix immediately logged out after hearing so. He rubbed his eyelids before pulling the curtain of the window up. He leaned against it and started gazing down at the beautiful and magnificent capital city of Germany. Berlin had only a few small-sized skyscrapers like most European cities, who decided to keep their firmly established buildings with grand historic meaning instead of demolishing them for space. Felix loved this about European countries, as it set their culture apart from those industrial-focused countries. In fact, he knew that a decade down the line, Europe will be one of the most popular tourist hotspots for outsiders from other planets. Though, Felix believed that in this timeline, it was going to be happening way sooner than that. Shortly after, the plane landed successfully in a private airport that was a bit far from the center of Berlin. This time, they were welcomed grandly, as Felix saw from the window more than hundreds of people waiting to welcome them while standing on a wide red carpet. Irked, Felix knitted his eyebrows at the sight of the reporters waiting eagerly for them to disembark and assault them with never-ending questions and flashes of cameras. "Guys, please give the country a good image before the reporters," George requested out loud while giving Felix and Noah quick glances. Alas, both of them just acted like they didn't see it. "Sigh. Watch your steps as you walk down." In the end, George gave up on his attempts to make them accept interviews and just gestured for them to head down. Felix waited until everyone went down and got surrounded by the media before he followed after them. Too bad. The moment his foot touched the asphalt, the reporters ditched everyone and gathered around him, pushing and pulling each other, trying their best to shove the mic in front of his face. Yet the worst of all was the never-ending noise of them speaking together at the same time, making Felix massage his temples in irritation. "Mr. Felix, can you share with us the name of your legendary bloodline, sir? Felix, what are your expectations about the world's competition? Do you believe that you can take down Slavia, the Ice Queen of Russia? What's your take on your third position in the current most famous elite list for the bloodliners, sir? Felix, please, stop pulling me. I am first, sir." Felix, seeing the terrible state Felix was at, George ordered the security guards hastily to do their jobs and keep them from pestering Felix any further. He believed that Felix might just say FCK it and jump above them, running away. But in reality, Felix just walked through them, and any reporter in his path was pushed to the side gently, clearing the path for him. However, the reporters weren't giving up yet as they kept shoving those mics near his face while walking beside him. "Please, Mr. Felix, just one comment for your fans on the internet. They will really appreciate it seeing that the cameras were on him and probably broadcasting this on live." Felix took the microphone from a random reporter and said with a charming smile, "I appreciate the support." Leaving that polite comment behind, Felix gave the mic to his owner and carried on his walk. There was no point to attract hate from his internet fans when it could be avoided with one single line. "All right, back off." The security guards surrounded Felix and started blocking the reporters from getting in his path. Seeing that he was a lost cause, most reporters went back hoping to continue interviewing the rest. Alas, they found out that no one bothered to entertain them anymore, except for Adam, who accepted their questions again in a polite manner, leaving him behind. Felix and the rest entered the black Mercedes cars, which were waiting to pick them up. "Please take us to the hotel," Felix requested from the driver politely. "I apologize, but we were informed to listen to only Mr. George's orders," the driver said in English with a thick accent while glancing at him from the back mirror. "I see." Felix nodded his head in understanding while looking from the window at George, who was answering a question after another without stuttering. From the look of it, George was planning on staying a while until he addresses most of those reporters' questions since no one in the team bothered to be interviewed by them except for Adam. Felix didn't want to wait, as he was too eager to reach his room and start practicing the poison manipulation. Carrying on from where he left, "If you take me to the hotel in under 15 minutes, I will tip you with $10,000, Felix promised with a faint smile. "Don't worry. You won't lose your job after. We will be there in 10 minutes, the driver said in elation while turning on the engine. Then, he drove off, leaving the two Mercedes behind. "That punk, can't he wait even 10 minutes?" George scolded Felix in his mind after seeing the car leaving him behind. Though, his expression was stoic and solemn as he kept throwing promises to the media that the USA was going to emerge as the final winner. He said so, as he didn't want to expose that his team had leaks on the competition's format. After all, only countries with capabilities and channels inside the ESG organization would have been able to secure those leaks. 15 minutes later, Felix was sitting on the carpet in a large-sized clean room. The hotel chosen was a 5-star one, giving Felix finally a decent room with a good bed and an actual bathroom. Let's try with a small poison ball. Felix decided to step up his inner manipulation as he had just finished creating successfully a poison of string again. The only issue he was met with was the delayed response from his energy that lasts for a couple of seconds before manifesting. He didn't know what was causing the problem, and he didn't want to ask the J.R. Munkinder before attempting to find a solution on his own. However, instead of tackling this issue first, he wanted to do an experiment and see its results. Soon, he closed his eyes and started imagining a ping-pong red ball. He extended his palm forward and ordered for his energy to take that shape on top of his palm. After a 5 seconds delay, Felix noticed red mist emitting from his pores and starting to converge into a ping-pong ball. Seeing so, Felix felt quite moved again. The fact that he could manipulate poison to his wishes and desires was just a fantasy that he had for a long time. He was always activating abilities and seeing them in action. Yet, he always felt like an outsider, detached from the element that he was using. He could touch the element and feel it in his skin, but never control it. Thus, to see with his own eyes, the poison element responding to his wishes was truly a dream come true. That being said, the dream was merely in its infancy stage, as it was evident that Felix needs to work on the delayed response if he wanted to actually use his manipulation in battles. The string had 2 seconds delay while the ball needed 3 seconds. Felix murmured as he wrote the results on a screen. After he finished typing, he returned to his practice. But this time he manifested a long snake, and it took a whopping 7 seconds for it to appear undisturbed by the results, which were getting worse and worse. Felix merely noted them down and carried on his practice. Next, he manifested a green warhammer, which took 10 seconds. Then, he decided to step up his game and manifest himself standing yet. That wasn't all, as he took his time to place down as many details as possible in his mind before giving off his order. Then, he waited and waited until a long 30 seconds passed by. Felix's eyelids kept twitching in annoyance throughout the entire duration due to Asna's jeering laughs, and the J.R. Mungan's disappointed sighs. "Laugh all you want. I still believe that my results are optimal," Felix said in a composed manner. He might get annoyed by their voices, but he wouldn't let it affect his self-esteem or his drive at improving his poison. 30 seconds to create a somewhat detailed version of himself was indeed extremely long. But, with the data that he gathered, he could start tackling the issue and see what could he do to lower the delay to the bare minimum, or in the best case remove it entirely. After brainstorming for a couple of minutes, he came up with one hypothesis to the cause of the delay. He wanted to understand the problem first before trying to fix it. From the few gathered data, he reasoned that the delay was caused by his non-familiarity with using poison energy in his body. He theorized that since energy was inside the body, and it could be felt, it should be considered as part of the body like his limbs, senses, brain, heart, and such. If he saw energy from this angle, it quite meant that he had just received an extra limb or a sense, and he wasn't adapting to using it like the rest of the limbs. Hence, the lack of familiarity. Felix believed that practice and repetition should be the key to solve this, and make his inner poison energy be responsive instantaneously. In turn, the abilities created would also manifest in a heartbeat just like the unlocked abilities in his bloodline. Elder, is my deduction correct? Felix asked. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Close enough, the J.R. Mungander said. Agreeing, Felix smiled widely while waving the poison version of him away from his face. Now, he was planning to start by practicing with small creations until he completely removed the delay from them. An hour later, Felix had to stop as his inner energy was about to be fully consumed. He beamed some of the medium-grade poison stones and put his left hand on them while continuing to practice at the same time. The energy enters through his pores from one hand before exiting from the other in a different and unique shape, like dolls, small cars, beds, etc. All of them had different colors as Felix was changing the inducements each time. Just as Felix was in the process of manifesting a blue car key, he received a Queen's message from George. Felix, if you are not planning on joining the evening parade with us, then please attend the night banquet. It is hosted just for the captains of the teams. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Not interested, Felix replied nonchalantly. If you attend, I won't bother you with the rest of the activities in the next 3 days. George tempted. Hearing so, Felix stopped his practice for a second as he took a second to think about it. He knew that there were quite a few activities, meetings, ceremonies, speeches, and all of that nuisance that he wanted to avoid. If all of this could be avoided by going to a banquet late and leaving early, not spending even an hour, he didn't mind it anymore. When will it start and end? He asked. 9 p.m. and it will last for 3 hours max. Be sure to dress formally and build good relations with some teams. No need to antagonize everyone as we still don't know if alliances will be allowed in the competition. George requested. Felix voiced his agreement and requested the address of the banquet. Tiring after getting it, Felix told the Queen to not send him anyone's massages until 1000 p.m. and also to alarm him so he wouldn't forget about it due to engrossing in the practice. Alright, let's carry on. Chapter 246 The Captain's Banquet 1000 p.m. sharp. Peep peep. Felix's focus was broken by the bracelet's alarm going off over and over again. It's been 7 hours already, he murmured in surprise. He truly felt like he spent just an hour or two on his practice. Alas, the small mound of broken black stones lying next to him was enough proof that he was just too engrossed in his manipulation to notice or even bother thinking about other matters. Plus, he didn't see any drastic improvement during his practice, as every manifestation had almost the same delay or slightly above the other. Though, to make sure if he really didn't improve during those 8 hours of practice, he decided to create the same string, the same pinball, and the same snake, which he took data of. Immediately, he extended his palm and ordered for the string of poison to manifest. After waiting for only a second and a half, the mist converged as a string on his palm. Felix couldn't help but grin widely in delight at the fact that a half-second was shaved from just 8 hours of practice yet. This wasn't all, as the following ping-pong ball and the snake almost had the half a second removed. Hee. If I kept practicing like this each day, it wouldn't be long before I start using small-sized abilities of my own creation. He laughed in elation while standing up from his meditation position. The results were satisfactory, and now he only needed to be putting effort to remove the delay and start using poison manipulation to his pleasure. Rumble. Hearing his stomach complaining again at him fasting since he entered his hotel's room, Felix pressed it with his hand and beamed 3 food containers. However, after remembering that the banquet was going to end in an hour and it was quite far from his hotel, he realized that he would not make it if he ate here while still undressed. Might as well eat in the banquet. Deciding so, Felix retrieved the food containers in his spatial card before beaming a formal black suit on the bed. He removed the sealed plastic and placed down each part of the suit separately on the bed. He started to undress, leaving only a t-shirt and boxers. He swiftly wore the pants first, followed by the white shirt before throwing the jacket on it. He went to the mirror and fixed his pitch black tie and hairstyle. He already got a haircut in the camp, thus he wasn't struggling to fix it up. Asna, how do I look? Felix asked, feeling satisfied by his reflection. Meh. I have seen better, she replied playfully, mimicking Felix's voice when he said the same to her months ago. You are truly the next level of holding grudges. Aren't you annoyed and somewhat amused? Felix chuckled as he went back to the bed and wore brown leather shoes. After seeing that he was ready, he left his room, heading to the elevator. On his way, he made sure to inform one of the designated drivers to the team to bring a car in front of the hotel. Tiring the moment the elevator opened up, Felix noticed that it was already full with multiple bloodliners belonging to other teams. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Their team uniforms and different mutations gave them off. Even without them, Felix realized that they were bloodliners, as this hotel, just like a few others in the capital Berlin, was fully reserved for the country's teams and their staff members. Good evening, Mr. Felix. It's an honor to meet you. The instant Felix stepped into the elevator, he was greeted with enthusiasm by a teenager, who appeared to be a Middle Eastern. Likewise, Felix smiled politely as he nodded at him. Then, he turned around and faced the door of the elevator, not adding anything else. Seeing so, the teenager also decided to respect the cue given to him and dropped the conversation that he was building in his mind. Tiring, Felix nodded his head politely at the teenager before stepping outside of the elevator. He looked around him while walking to the entrance, eyeing the packed hall with juniors coming in and out. No one seemed worried about getting assassinated, as Germany's government went all out in the protection and security that was provided. Police officers were roaming the streets and even some army troops with firearms. This gave a sense of safety to those juniors and also the instructors. If it wasn't for them, George wouldn't dare head to the parade that was happening downtown with the rest of the team. Heck, Felix heard from his grandfather that he arrived in Berlin with the elders 1 hour after their plane landed, but they were held back from entering the hotel and meeting up with them. They were told it was due to the safety of the participants. Thus, they could only reschedule the meetup later as they still had 3 days of free time. After Felix went outside of the hotel, he stood still and waited for his ride. Thankfully, the car arrived after only 2 minutes. Felix sat in the back and requested, "Please take me to Hotel Adlon Kempinski." The driver nodded his head in compliance and took off. 10 minutes later. "Have a nice evening, sir." The driver pressed a button on his dashboard, opening up Felix's door automatically. "I will call you in half an hour to pick me up," Felix said as he closed the door after him. "If you are planning to stay only half an hour, I will be waiting for you for here to arrive," the driver said with a polite smile. "Much appreciated." Felix thanked him for the gesture and walked on the red carpet, heading to the host, standing before the hotel entrance. "Welcome to Adlon Hotel," the host asked politely while holding onto a list. "Can I have your name, Sir Felix Maxwell?" The host immediately scrolled down on his list that had names placed in alphabetical order. After reaching the M section, he found Felix's name written boldly with the country he represented. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Sir Felix." The host bowed slightly while gesturing for Felix to head inside. "Where the banquet is being held?" Felix asked. "In the second floor," the host added. "You will find it after exiting the elevator." "Thank you." Saying so, Felix walked inside with a straight back and in a well-paced manner. He didn't know if the banquet was still going to be full or not, as only 40 minutes were remaining before it ends. Though, he didn't give a shit as he was coming here to feast and get gorge off his back for the next 3 days to continue his practice. Shortly after, tiring Felix stepped inside the second floor after the elevator opened up. Like the host said, the banquet wasn't that hard to miss, as classical music came from an open gate at the end of the hallway. Felix walked straight to the gate, and immediately after he entered, his slits thinned slightly, adjusting to the brightened hall, which resembled an ancient restaurant with its classy and antique design. "I guess they already ate." Felix scratched his chin at the sight of the empty sets of tables, which had only leftover food or untouched food. The waiters were coming back and forth, taking with them those delicious-looking dishes. As for the captains, Felix noticed that they were standing away from the tables with wine or champagne glasses while formally conversing with each other. Since their numbers had surpassed 190 in this hall, their quiet chatter was turned into unbearable noises. If it wasn't for the classical music playing in the hall, burying their chatter, no one would have bothered to remain in the banquet. After Felix found a clean and empty table, he sat on it and gestured for one of the waiters heading in his direction to bring him the menu. When he got it, he skimmed it with his eyes and chose 4 dishes before returning the menu to the waiter, who was on hold next to him. "Anything else, sir?" the waiter asked politely. "A bottle of your finest wine, if you will," Felix said, smiling faintly. Receiving his full order, the waiter bowed slightly before leaving. Based on the empty tables, Felix believed that his order wouldn't take more than 15 minutes tops. Instead of going to socialize with the rest of the captains and waste his time with baseless flattery, Felix poured himself a glass of champagne from a half-filled bottle, which was already on the table. He started to take small sips while inspecting the captains with an intrigued expression. From 190 or so captains, Felix recalled only 7 of them, who made it to the Earthlings team and performed somewhat above average in the games. The rest he had no memory of them, as the Earthlings team always ended up with 20 to 30 casualties after each game, making the Bloodliners change continuously. Few survived for more than 10 games, making them popular on the planet. Even Felix with trashy memory could still remember their names and faces. "Oh, she is still as beautiful as ever," Felix couldn't help but praise sincerely after his eyes landed on a stunning silver-haired girl with a bun hairstyle. She was wearing a tight black dress, which reached her knees, light makeup that added a bit of warmness to her cold and stoic expression. She was sipping from a glass of wine in silence while listening to the chatter of 2 men with her. Felix didn't understand what they were saying, but he knew that if they wanted to impress the Ice Queen of Russia, they should forget it. He wasn't ashamed to admit that in his previous life, he had quite a crush on her, just like probably the majority of males in the world. Thus, He knew quite a lot about her, and he actually still remembered most of it. As far as he knew, her personality was extremely in line with Noah's. They share the same indifference and serious attitude towards life. They don't have a sense of humor, nor do they care to have one. Even their elements were the same. The only difference between them would be the level of muteness. While Noah was going full mute on everyone but his sister. She could talk only when serious matters were the subject. Just as Felix was staring at her without bothering to hide his interest. She also noticed him, sitting all alone in the middle of tens of empty tables. Captain of the U.S. team he actually came. Sylvia raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. She expected that he wouldn't be attending this banquet to avoid getting harassed about his bloodline, and most importantly to stay away from those captains, who would definitely offer Felix to ally with their teams. As she assumed, the moment the captains noticed Felix, their conversation subject changed from talking about the content of the world's competition to the known intel or rumors about Felix. Even the two men with her got into it. As one of them said, using the universal language, "I heard that his bloodline was from twin-tailed swamp viper. Really, my sources told me that he was bound by contract not to reveal any information about his bloodline." The other man refuted his information. "Oh, that makes sense. No wonder he always refused even to provide the name." "Excuse me, gentlemen." Seeing that they got finally distracted by something else, Sylvia excused herself politely and went in Felix's direction. For real, is Sylvia really going to take the first move and introduce herself first? Even better, if he sent her back. There is no point in embarrassing myself. Tisk. All of this fanfare just because he awakened with a legendary bloodline. Different thoughts and views were coursing in the captain's minds at the sight of Sylvia approaching Felix. They were planning to visit Felix and see if they could build a good relationship with him, which would definitely benefit them in the competition. They didn't make the first move because they were worried about getting rejected and sent back in public. Thankfully, Sylvia came to the rescue. Even Felix was quite surprised by her proactiveness, as he knew that she was a proud woman who would never put herself lower than others. "It seems like I am truly quite charming tonight." Felix smiled faintly while staring into Sylvia's ocean-like eyes as she got closer and closer to his table. Even when she was about to reach him, Felix still didn't stand in respect or gesture with his hand for her to share the table with him. He just kept waiting to see what she had in mind. Thank God he didn't do anything. As Sylvia walked right past him without stopping for even a split second, she merely gave him a single side glance as she continued her journey to a door that had a bathroom sign on it. Chapter 247. Suppressed desires resurfacing again. "I guess my handsomeness is not there yet." Felix chuckled in his mind while sipping from his glass of champagne as nothing happened. He knew that what she did wasn't intentional, as the path next to his table was truly the shortest of them all to the bathroom. Plus, she wasn't childish to provoke him like this for no reason. She was elected as the captain of Earthling's team in Felix's previous life due to her serious attitude and maturity. Of course, that was merely the cherry on top, as the real reason was her leadership, overwhelming strength, and astonishing demonstration in the world's competition. Currently, Felix didn't know her exact integration, but he was certain that she was at minimum a lesser purity in the first stage of replacement. For her to be in such a high integration percentage only meant that her affinity rating was above 75 and she was integrating with large amounts each phase. However, the exact data about her wasn't shared by her or the Russian government. The only thing which they announced proudly was Sylvia's successful bloodline replacement with an epic Tier 2 one. A month ago. This actually made her the first one to pull it off in the world, as the rest of the bloodliners at that point in time weren't ready to replace their bloodline even if they were at origin purity. Adding everything to her breathtaking beauty only resulted in her being respected and sought by most bloodliners, males and females alike. Meanwhile, in the eyes of Felix, Sylvia being the first one to reach the first stage of replacement amounted to nothing. The number of first-stage bloodliners that he had killed had far surpassed the number of attendants in this banquet. As for her beauty, with a goddess living in his mind, she appeared the same as any girl. Thus, he didn't have any thoughts of wasting his time chasing her down, even though he had a crush on her in his previous life. Alas, His nonchalance to the entire interaction had just made the interested captains in approaching him forego those thoughts and just carry on interacting with each other. They knew that if it was them, they would have at least gestured for Slavia to take a seat. But he didn't budge from his place. If he treated Slavia, the current #1 bloodliner in the world, like that, why would he bother to treat them any better just like this? Slavia did Felix a favor unbeknownst to both of them, letting him enjoy his upcoming food in peace, after having enough of feasting his eyes on the beauties. Wearing their homeland cultural dresses, Felix switched his sight to the dazzling males, wearing suits or tuxedos. The most up-to-date novels are published on Late Novel World. Calm since he was as straight as a pole. He merely checked their mutations to pass time until his food gets served. He is truly big. Felix's eyes couldn't help but land on a giant bald-headed man, who reached 2.5 meters in height, towering over everyone in the banquet. Unlike his terrifying size, he had an abashed smile as he conversed with a couple of girls, who didn't even reach his waist. Damn. No wonder they nicknamed him as the Colossal of China. He mused. He then switched his sight from him to a slender man with long ashy hair, reaching his waist, looking at his gentle visage as he conversed and laughed with multiple captains. Felix's memory was refreshed at his identity. His nickname on the internet was quite easy to remember. The Maestro of England, William something, I believe. Yeah. He is a sound elementalist. Felix rested his hand on his chin as bits of memories about this man resurfaced in his mind. Just as Felix wanted to check another one, he suddenly cringed at the thought of his nickname given to him by the internet. While Slavia, the captain of the Russian team, was nicknamed on the internet as the Ice Queen of Russia due to her ice element and cold treatment to most people, and the other two due to unique characteristics about them, Felix had gotten the worst nickname anyone could think of. The moment Felix noticed how the people were referring to him on the internet after the national finals, he never stepped a foot in it again. He would rather not get nicknamed than get a shitty and cringy one. Thankfully, he was safe from thinking about it as the waiters brought him the dishes and the bottle of wine after only 10 minutes. Guten Appetit, the waiter said after placing down the dishes on the table. Thank you. Without further ado, Felix emptied his mind and focused on seething his hunger by finishing off a dish after another. Even though he was eating quite fast, his table manners were impeccable. The captains, who were still glancing at Felix from time to time, didn't show any mocking or weird reaction to him eating in a banquet. After all, that was the goddamn meaning of it. An elaborate and formal meal for many people. As Felix reached his fourth and last dish, Slavia exited from the bathroom and walked towards the open hall. Choosing the same path again, Felix didn't notice her coming from behind him, as his mind was entrapped by the food's deliciousness. Thus, he got quite surprised when he smelled her enticing perfume as she walked right next to him with her black high heels, not making a single sound in this noisy hall. After lifting his head, he was met an enchanting view of her exposed pale back due to the design of black dress. Yet, Felix wasn't enchanted by this alone, but by the two breathtaking butterfly-like wings attached slightly above her rear. The wings were gray and striped with blue lines, but since they were folded to the limit, minimizing their size, Felix noticed just as much. Since her wings were attached closely near her rear, Felix's eyes automatically focused on it. Seeing her peach going up and down with the rhythm of her walk, Felix's desires resurfaced for a second before he suppressed them again. Feeling a sudden heated look aimed at her back, Slavia turned around and noticed that Felix was having his head lowered, probably looking at his feet. Seeing so, she tilted her head in confusion before continuing on her path. God damn it. It's just an ass. Can you chill? Felix complained while looking at his trouser. Well, his willy shouldn't be blamed for reacting like this, as it was quite a while since he relieved himself. After all, he couldn't contact Nora due to the fact he wasn't in the VR pod those past 3 months. If he slept with her while using only the bracelet to connect, it would get messy even in real life. Unless he turned off the shared senses, making his body feel nothing from what he experienced during sex in the UVR. If he did so, it would be meaningless to even have sex in the UVR, as his real body's biological needs wouldn't be fulfilled. In other words, Felix spent the last 3 months doing absolutely nothing, but suppressing and suppressing without an outlet. Now even simple simulations like seeing Slivia's rear were enough to poke those desires. Should I take one home tonight, he wondered while feasting his eyes on the beautiful array of girls, glamorous and brightening the evening with their diverse visage. Alas, he soon removed that idea from his mind as he knew that not one of them was an easy catch. There was no way in hell they would want to spend a one-night stand with him after talking for just half an hour. He wasn't that confident in his appearance to pull it off. Those girls were proud captains of each country team, and they might look beautiful and charming in different dresses, but they were definitely not sweet and that easy to convince. Unless Felix showed an interest in a real relationship, none of them would bother to waste time on him. Girls like Nora were few in between, and if Felix attempted to pull the same shit on those girls, he wouldn't like the outcome. Screw it. Might as well connect the VR pod in the hotel's room and contact Nora, he thought to himself as he continued eating peacefully. After a while, Felix finished eating the last dish as well, not leaving any leftovers. He wiped his mouth and drank 2 big gulps of wine. Then, he stood up while fixing his tie and sleeves. He glanced one last time at the captains, who were clearly not planning to leave anytime soon, and turned around, heading to the open gate. He was quite thankful that no sudden drama rose in the 20 minutes that he was in the banquet. He feasted his eyes on the beauties and seethed his hunger. His night wasn't ruined by any childish actions or unnecessary provocations. Now, he was heading to the hotel to play with Nora in the UVR, hoping that his lucky streak continues and not meet with her gorilla brother, who would definitely cockblock him. Peep peep. 2 days later. Inside Felix Androx's house. In the bedroom, the noisy alarm sounds abruptly went off at 7 in the morning. Turn it off, Felix, Nora murmured softly with her eyebrows knitted in irritation. Well, her annoyance was understandable, as they were going at it from midnight to dawn nonstop, leaving her only 2 hours of sleep before this damned alarm woke her up. This was happening every night for past the 3 days, which they spent together in bed. Well, Felix thought that by doing it once, he would curb his desires, but in reality, they just erupted like a volcano, making him contact Nora 3 times in a row to finally feel satisfied and cleanse his mind from those thoughts. Peep cluck. After Felix turned off the alarm, he stretched on the bed while gazing at Nora with a content smile. She was sleeping like a kitten, covering herself in bedsheets while in a curved position. Seeing how cute she appeared, Felix went and kissed her on the lips before whispering, "I will go back to reality and won't be returning for the next week or 2 weeks. Hearing so, Nora merely made acknowledgement sound without opening her eyes. After he received a response, Felix didn't bother to get out of bed as he logged out straight away. Chapter 2 and 48 for Epic Tier 5 Bloodlines. The result TSDSDSD. A few moments later, the VR pod opened up while emitting smoke outside of the lid. Felix disconnected the nutrition needle from his bloodstream and the tube that was attached to his willy. After getting out, he immediately went for a morning shower, which lasted 15 minutes. Then, he called for room service to bring him his breakfast and leave it in front of the door. "Morning, guys," he called in a relaxed manner while gazing from the window at the breathtaking view of the sun slightly above the sky of Berlin. "Morning," Asna yawned in her bed as she responded. "Good morning," the Jr. answered gently while sipping coffee from a mug and watching series on TV. It seemed like either Asna had influenced him the past few days, or he was slowly adapting to modern life. "If I get lucky with Lady Sphinx Essence, I will be making a breakthrough to the first stage of replacement today," Felix informed them with an eager expression. He was expecting the 4 bloodline bottles to arrive today, as 3 days had gone by since he gave Badidi the coordination of this room. "Finally, you will get rid of this snake's bloodline," Asna fired shots while brushing her teeth. Hearing so, Felix knitted his eyebrows as he remembered something he ignored for a quite long time now. "Elder, what's going to happen to you if I replace your entire bloodline?" "Oh, don't worry about me." The Jr. smiled faintly. "Nothing will affect my consciousness. Felix found it a bit hard to believe, as the only reason that the J.R. Mungander woke up was due to reaching 99 in integration. Thus, there was no way for J.R. Mungan's consciousness not to be related to the bloodline. However, just as Felix wanted to question the J.R. Mungander about it, he heard him say, "The moment I woke up and saw how your bloodline integration system is all about, I split my tiny consciousness and placed a part in your human bloodline. So don't worry. As long as you don't die, I am not going anywhere. I am glad you did so." Felix's worries evaporated immediately at his clarification. He knew that J.R. Mungan's means were completely off the charts, so it wasn't that hard to believe his words. Felix looked at the time, and noticed that there were still a couple of hours before Bedidi brings him his bottles. Thus, he decided to go for another round of practicing his inner manipulation. So far, he was almost about to shave off a full second. However, the medium-grade stones he consumed to achieve so were in the hundreds, leaving him with only a couple more before running out. Thankfully, Felix anticipated so and bought another 1K from the fuzziest shop after purchasing the 4 bottles. Now, they were coming as well in one single delivery. 4 hours later, Bedidi brought Felix his stuff and took off. If the hotel's room weren't just a bedroom and a bathroom, Felix would have asked Bedidi to stay and wait for him until he finishes the filtration process, so he could hand him the bottles and send them to Luby. But Felix couldn't risk letting Bedidi see what he was doing with the bloodlines. He trusts him not to be nosy but not to keep his secrets. After getting the delivery, Felix prepared everything needed for the replacement next to him while he was sitting on the carpet. He lifted the first bloodline bottle that belonged to the Ebon Desert Lion and started to withdraw the content until the large needle was filled to the brim. Felix flicked the needle tip once before placing it on his chest. He took a deep breath and penetrated his heart with it. Without waiting a split second, he injected everything inside and repeated the same process until the entire bottle was emptied. After doing so, he said with a hopeful tone, "Asna, it's your turn." This was the moment of truth that would decide Felix's entire first stage speed of advancement. The 4 bottles were all tier 5 epic rank, just like he was using with the J.R. Mungander. So far, Felix never got less than 12 from using only 4 bottles. Felix honestly was hoping to be just getting the same without lowering it any further. Too bad the first bloodline results didn't put a smile on his face as Asna informed him that she found only 3. Felix didn't stress on it that much as he still had 3 more bottles. Alas, the second one turned out to be empty. Then, the third one came, and still nothing. Felix was left with 1 bottle, and 3 essence gathered. In total his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the abyss. Still, it was attached to one final string that might pull it up. Felix's hand was shaking as he held into that string. He looked at the empty last bottle in his hand and said while gritting his teeth, "Please, just one." He was waiting for Asna's news, and he felt like every second was taking forever to pass by. After waiting for merely 3 seconds, Asna informed him while yawning, "I found 7 in this one and some memories about the Sphinx." Hearing so, Felix couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This 7 might have just pushed the total to 10, which was quite a shitty result considering that he was using such high-tiered bloodlines. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm, but Felix wasn't complaining that much as he would take 10 any time without batting a blink. The fact that the Sphinx was a chimera of 4 species truly scared the shit out of him, making him assume the worst. Thankfully, 10 was still manageable. Good work, Asna. Felix nodded his head in appreciation before requesting, "Please continue holding into those memories to yourself for now." Felix felt like it was better to see the memories linearly as he did with the J.R. Mungan's memories. The history might not be complete, but he would at least get a better view than just watching random pieces of memories without knowing which one was earlier than the other. Asna voiced her agreement and followed it with a question. "Are you going to use 10 all at once or just one?" "I will go for 10. Felix smiled as he clarified, "with the Elder's bloodline having the biggest percentage. I doubt that I will be feeling the same hellish pain that I went through after 50 anymore." He grinned as he beamed the 4 filtered bottles, leaving only a new bottle with the 10 Sphinx bloodline. Plus, Using 10 all at once is probably going to give me a useful mutation unlike before. Felix always desired a mutation from a primogenitor's body. The Jair mutation only made him appear stunning and dashing. But Felix believed that was a wasted opportunity. Hardworking bloodliners, who always strive for the best, never replace a bloodline with lower than 15. First, this gives them a straightway new passive, replacing the old one. Second, with such a high percentage used, they were bound to receive a useful mutation that could be even better than an active or passive ability. For example, Claw's morphing ability consume elemental energy each second, draining the bloodliner of a well-needed resource. However, those with mutations receive the same claws with the same strengths and weaknesses without losing a single ounce of their energy. This mutation could actually turn permanent if the bloodliner received an ability related to those claws and decided to etch that said ability in his one bloodline. This, of course, would make him stronger than his peers without mutations. Adam and Noah, the first ones to reach origin purity, took a month's break to prepare themselves for integrating 15 all at once. Felix heard from Olivia that both of them succeeded yesterday in doing so. He still didn't check on their mutations, but they must have gotten something good from how Olivia sounded. Speaking of Olivia, she was actually already in origin purity, but she still didn't ask Felix to hand her the tier 2 epic bloodline that he bought for her. It was clear that she wasn't ready yet. Felix didn't rush her as he knew that it was better to prepare and integrate a lot at once, then replace the bloodline for the sake of replacing it by using one or such. If Felix wasn't scared shitless of integrating a whopping 15 at once, he would have waited as well until he gathered that amount. Alas, Felix's difficulty integrating with 10 at once was probably the same as integrating with 20 or more for the others. That amount was already too much to handle, even for Felix. He didn't want to get greedy lest he ends up getting killed just because of adding one. Old Snake, come and watch him get tortured with me. You will love it. Asna's loud voice traveled wide and far in the consciousness space like yelling at her neighbor. Tell him to hold for 10 minutes. The Jr. shouted at well. The episode is about to end. Felix. The old snake. FCK. I can hear him. Stop yelling in my mind. Felix replied in irritation while rubbing his temples. Though he was annoyed and eager to start, Felix did plan to wait 10 minutes obediently without voicing a single complaint. He was glad that the Jr. was interested in series and movies. Heck, he would be glad if he got interested in anything actually. As long as he gives up on seeking death. 10 minutes later. Go ahead, child. Hearing the Jr.'s elderly voice, Felix snapped his eyes wide open as he took the needle, which was already filled with the Sphinx bloodline, and stabbed his heart with it, injecting everything within his bloodstream. Chapter 249 3 Mutations Without Delay. Felix drank the 4 pain relief potions first, followed by the double percentage potion, which allows him to experience half the pain. After doing so, Felix waited patiently for the pain to set in. Since the hotel's room wasn't really that soundproof, Felix put a leather belt in his mouth and bit on it. Seconds went by. Then minutes. Asna and the Jr. were sitting on one couch, each holding a bucket of popcorn. One was flavored with caramel and the other had a purplish fluid on top of it. However, they weren't eating it as their eyes were fixated on Felix. Asna was looking at him in eagerness and sadistic joy while the Jr. was observing him in curiosity. Both of them soon shared the same entertained expression after seeing Felix's face get twisted like a rope as he bit on the thick leather belt with all of his strength. Asna was a bit disappointed by not hearing him scream with his high-pitched voice like a little girl instead of him just letting out muffled-out noises. However, looking at his watery eyes and snort running down his nose was more than enough to get her in a good mood for an entire week. After a couple of minutes. Oh, he is receiving the first mutation. Intrigued, the Jr. said as he noticed Felix's spring green hair with purplish tips was getting completely reshaped from its roots. The color was changed to sunflower blonde with some random locks turning wholly pitch black. This led Felix to have some tips in blonde while some in black. However, This sense of chaos and erraticness gave a peculiar sense of harmony in the eyes of Asna and the J.R. Munkander. The feeling was the same one that Felix experienced when he first saw the Sphinx. Yet still, the hair mutation wasn't over yet, as surprisingly even its strand straightness was turned into being slightly wavy, with the hair's never-growing thickness. Felix started to resemble a lion with a fluffy golden mane. Thankfully, the hair stopped growing after almost burying his entire head in it. This blocked Asna and the J.R. Mungander from seeing his unsightly expression, but they could guess that he wasn't doing well by how loud his muffled noises got. As they assumed, Felix's eyes started to bleed buckets, forcing him to close them shut while holding into them tightly with his hands. He kept rolling on the carpet, spreading his blood all over the place, making a mess. Yet, Felix didn't seem to care about anything, as the only thing that was on his mind was the agony of having his eyes forcefully getting changed. That's right, even his violet serpent-like eyes weren't spared, as his slits were enlarged to the maximum before getting reshaped from thin slits into a triangle with sharp endings, resembling two pyramids. One was straight, and the other upside down, just like the pupil of the Sphinx. They were golden in color instead of black. After this process finished, his iris's color was switched gradually from violet to pitch black, appearing as darkness reigning over two golden shimmering pyramids. However, this scene couldn't help but get stained with blood, as by the time the mutation finished, Felix's eyes were completely red. Fatch. The moment the second mutation ended, the third one followed after, making Felix want to scream at the top of his voice. Who could blame him, though? A huge bulge was starting to emerge slightly above his rear, appearing like something was trying to push its way out forcefully. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened, as Felix's skin finally couldn't take it anymore and ruptured wide open, letting out a long bloody stained tail. Asna raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight, as the tail wasn't serpent-like, but actually resembled a lion's tail. Its golden fur could be seen from its unstained patches. Most importantly, the end of the tail bulgier and bushier, just like his hair. The fur of this bulge was black, contrasting with its golden color. Whoosh whoosh! The instant the tail reached 1 meter in length, it stopped growing and began to flail aimlessly without control. It seemed like its nerves were already wired to the nervous system, making Felix's agitation and agony move it like that. Fortunately for Felix, not a single mutation appeared after this one, as the replacement process was about to finish. Unlike the other integrations, this one was the messiest of them all, as the entire room was painted with drops of blood. Walls, bedsheets, carpet, and even the ceiling weren't spared, all of this due to his stained tail hurling blood in every direction. God knows how long it would take for the hotel's staff to clean up this mess. Fortunately, the golden tail started to relax its movement until it remained still, just like its owner, who landed on his back after the feeling of nothingness assault his being. That feeling had marked the end of the replacement process. Finally, Felix managed to let out only a soft sigh of relief before his eyelids were closed shut. In the end, he couldn't handle the exhaustion and relaxed his muscles, making him lose consciousness instantly. Nothing beats the old days of seeing him getting tortured without worrying that he might end up dying. Gratified and content, Asna stretched her arms behind her back as she stood up from the couch. She was planning to head back to her mansion and continue her sleep. Seeing that Felix was lying on the ground like a corpse, the J.R. Mungander lost interest and teleported to his bedroom. 12 hours later, Arga's soft groan escaped from Felix's lips as he woke up to the nasty feeling of having every inch of his body pricking him due to the aftermath of using such a large percentage to replace with. Thankfully, he wasn't as weak as in his earlier days, making his body not get wholly ruined and on the border of crippleness. Thus, he moved his hands slightly next to him, trying to find the rejuvenation potions. Bless. He completely forgot that he was rolling on the carpet and not remaining in his position where he placed the potions. After touching here and there without finding anything, he realized it as well. Damn it. Exhausted, Felix attempted to open his eyelids, but they felt as heavy as a brick. Still, with enough persistence, he managed to open them slightly, letting him see everything in red due to the stagnated blood blocking his sight. However, unlike the last time during awakening, where his vision was hazy and confusing. Everything appeared clear as crystal in his eyes. It's like he was looking through red glasses. This made him pretty confused, but he didn't bother addressing it now, as the only thing in his sight were the bottles lying on the carpet a couple of meters away from him. Seeing that the distance would be hell to reach in his messed up condition, Felix decided to give up on them and use his revitalization passive. Without further ado, he activated his corruption aura and let his body absorb the poison and heal up back in shape. While his energy was being consumed like there was no tomorrow, his body was getting healed even quicker than using rejuvenation potions. Felix never bothered to use his passive before, as the moment he got it, he was already past 50 in his integration. After it, his head was starting to hurt due to Jair Mungen's oppressiveness. Felix couldn't activate abilities when his head was about to split into half by that nasty headache. Thus, he used rejuvenation potions until now, when the headache wasn't a problem anymore. 30 seconds later, crack crack. The moment Felix tried to stand up after feeling all right again, every pressure joint in his body started making noises, relieving their stiffness. Feeling comfortable, Felix took it on himself to stretch the remaining joints while walking towards the bathroom. He wanted to clean up his eyes first as he might be able to see clearly, but everything appeared in red, even his overgrown hair, which was impossible to miss. After reaching the sink, Felix opened the tap and cleaned his hands first from the blood. Then, he brought his face near the sink before starting to smack it over and over again with water while simultaneously running his hands on it, trying to remove the stagnated blood in a thorough manner. His eyes bled way too much compared to the last time. This took some effort to finally clean them and let Felix's vision return to normal. The first thing Felix did after regaining his sight was lifting his head and see his reflection in the mirror. He wanted to see how the mutations appeared. Immediately after seeing his golden triangle-like eyes and overgrown deep yellow hair mixed with pitch-black locks, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. He got to admit that he preferred this appearance way more than the first one, especially the darkened irises with their golden triangle-like pupil. He noticed before that the Sphinx had those eyes and he was quite fascinated by them. "Ah, I need a haircut again," Felix sighed exasperatedly while holding his hair with both hands, keeping it away from blocking his face. If he let go, his head would be completely buried down to his neck. There must be something else right, still holding his hair. Felix looked underneath him and didn't notice any mutation on his front. However, the moment he turned his head and saw the golden tail touching the ground motionlessly akin to a dead snake, his eyebrows couldn't help but start to twitch. He always expected that he might get a tail mutation from the Sphinx, but he didn't think it would be from the lion species. He assumed that since the Sphinx tail was serpent-like, he would also be getting a furless serpent's tail. He actually wanted the serpent tail since he received one as well in his second stage of replacement in his previous life. The tail he received made rattling noises that had a small chance of messing with the senses of his foes. Yet, looking at the golden tail with its bushy end, Felix didn't know if it had a hidden ability like that. Honestly, he was hoping that it had, as those were the 3 mutations that he obtained. So far he didn't notice any benefits from them, besides making him look extra dashing just like the Jair monk and his bloodline. Felix didn't FC King use 10 all at once to be extra handsome. Chapter 250 The Sphinx Eyes. Let's take a shower first, before figuring things out. Smelling the nasty stench that his body kept emitting, Felix curled his lips in revulsion as he swiftly entered the glass door behind him. Just as he closed the door, his tail swung to the left without his control, shattering the glass door into tiny pieces, still holding the doorknob. Felix glanced speechlessly at his tail that was flailing left and right playfully, worried that he might break the other 3 glass doors too. Felix clenched his tail tightly from the middle and started showering awkwardly with one hand, using it to clean himself up. First, he wasn't having any difficulty with his body, but after reaching his overgrown hair, he couldn't handle it with just one hand. In the end, Felix just smiled bitterly as he thought, the room was already threshed. Adding a broken shower is nothing, I guess. Thus, he let go of his tail and wished that it behaves properly for the next 2 minutes. Alas, before he learns to control it, The tail was resembling a child that just wants to play around and create trouble. By the time Felix finished showering, the 4 glass doors were all destroyed, filling the bathroom floor with sharp pieces of glass. Yet, Felix simply threw a towel on himself and walked on them unbothered. After reaching the mirror and seeing that his wet golden hair was dripping with water akin to a waterfall, Felix didn't want to leave the bathroom anymore. He already FC'd up the hotel room, and there was no need to flood it as well. Screw it. Might as well cut it now. Impatient and quite bothered, Felix beamed a small black box, which held all the kits needed for his daily uses, like glue, screwdriver, hammer, and such. He opened it up and pulled sharp scissors. He then measured how short he wanted it to be and started cutting it slowly, lock by lock. After a while, he put down the scissors and checked himself in the mirror. Seeing that his face was in the open with only a few golden and black locks of hair dangling slightly down, he smiled faintly in approval. Though, he didn't keep looking at his reflection for long as he swiftly started cleaning the floor from both glass and hair. It took him more than 15 minutes to finish. When it comes to blood in the room, he could ask for room service to deal with it since the blood already dried up, and they would probably need to replace the carpet and bedsheet with newer ones. But he wasn't that lazy to not clean up after his mess in the bathroom. After he finished, he went to the door and pressed the light switch, wanting to turn it off. However, instead of turning dark, the bathroom actually turned brighter and clearer. This made Felix witness a whole new world as his eyes were feeding him plenty of new details, making him doubt that this was the same bathroom. Weirded out, Felix narrowed his eyes at a tiny minuscule piece of glass that was lying at the corner of the shower. It was tiny to the point Felix believed that it had the same size as a grain of rice, yet he was capable of even seeing the light reflection on its surface. That's how good his vision got. And he didn't dare to believe it. He knew that abilities followed after eye mutations were extremely rare and wished upon by every bloodliner after all. If they managed to keep them permanently, that's the same as having a vision passive belonging to them that consumed not a single ounce of mental energy. Although Felix was quite agitated and excited by the sudden gift, he still didn't forget that his vision was pretty normal before clicking on the light switch. Thus, he clicked on it again, wanting to check what was the cause. Immediately after, his vision was back to average again, like his eyesight score dropped from 4010 to merely 910. Felix wasn't a retard to not figure out the weirdness of the situation. The turned-off light bulbs in the ceiling were more than enough for him to conclude that he was showering earlier in a FC-king pitch-black darkness. The bathroom's door was closed. The light bulbs were off, and the bathroom had only a small glass window, which was showing a gloomy cloudy sky. Anyone who stepped into the bathroom wouldn't be able to even see his fingers. Yet, Felix didn't even notice that the lights of the bathroom were off. Only now did he understand that his eye mutation had enhanced his eyesight to the point he was able to see as clear as daylight in total darkness. That being said, Felix recognized that he simply didn't just get a normal night vision, but actually the Sphinx vision, which was clearly 100 times better so far. He only noticed 2 traits about it: night vision and super enhanced eyesight in daylight. There might be more, or this might be just it. This was the difference between unlocking abilities and actually possessing mutations. Since Felix's eyes mutated to the Sphinx, this meant he was able to possess all of her eyes' abilities that she owned. Elder Duque. I told you that I don't know her that well. The J.R. Mungender denied his question before its completion. Although his attempt ended up in failure, Felix's excitement wasn't hid in the slightest. He was more than satisfied by getting those 2 traits for now, and with enough time in his hands, he might discover the rest. Heck, he could even ask the Sphinx after he reaches 99 and wakes her up, as he did with the J.R. Mungender. Though, this method wasn't guaranteed. Just by this, using 10 was beyond worth it. Felix grinned widely in satisfaction while leaving the bathroom. He didn't care if the lights were on or off anymore, as he simply went to the closet and got dressed. After doing so, he called for the room service to bring him dinner, as he didn't eat for half a day. During his wait for food, Felix kept playing with his tail, seeking to control it. Alas, he orders it to move left and the tail ends up standing straight. Although he was familiar with using tails, That was a long time ago. Hence, he needed at least a couple of days to get familiar with it, and a month or two until he starts using it just like his other limbs. Knock knock. Hearing the door getting knocked, Felix stood up from the carpet and waited 10 seconds in front of the door. After hearing the withdrawing footsteps of the hotel's staff, he opened the door and carried inside the food plates, which were being placed on the ground. He sat on the carpet again and started wolfing down a dish after the other like he didn't eat for ages. If he wasn't worried about his tail smashing the table into two, he wouldn't be eating like a barbarian on the floor like this. He already figured out that his tail's strength was more than enough to splatter someone's with a single playful swing. After a while, he burped in satisfaction as he emptied all of the dishes. He soon stood up and went to clean his hands and mouth. Then, he placed the dishes on the table and went back to his position on the carpet. The replacement went pretty well, but now it was time for Felix to etch an ability in his one bloodline. He had to do so now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be getting that explosive enhancement to his entire being. Energy capacity, mental energy, physical strength, enhanced senses, mental defenses, etc. All of this would receive a large enhancement compared to what Felix was getting whenever he reached a small milestone, like 15, 30, 60, etc. Before, Felix's body was merely taking small benefits from each integration. However, after he etched an ability in his one bloodline, he would be getting the real deal. That being said, the enhancement wasn't going to be great for everyone as it was related to the rank for the bloodline, where the ability was being taken from. Let's take the physical strength enhancement as an example. The boost after each replacement was always limited to 1000 BF in case the bloodliner etched an ability from a legendary bloodline. It didn't matter the tier of it. It could be tier 1 or tier 7 legendary bloodline. The enhancement was always limited to 1000 BF. After doing extensive research, the humans had found that the cause of this limitation was fundamentally due to the fact that they were etching only one ability instead of 2, 3, and more in each process. Frankly speaking, 1000 BF wasn't that bad considering that uncommon bloodliners receive merely 200 BF extra boost. Rare bloodliners 400 BF boost. And lastly, epic bloodliners get at most 600 BF boost. Those numbers might appear small, but they were added to the already 1000 BF that a bloodliner obtained from 1 to 99 in his integration. When Felix was at Origin Purity, he also reached 1000 BF, adding it to the massive boost from his super strength passive, and he got 2950 BF. If it wasn't for this massive strength, Felix's body wouldn't be able to handle a single projectile fired from a peak first stage epic bloodliner. This was just an example of the physical strength enhancement. As for the energy capacity, mental energy, and the rest, they had their own limitation and specific increase related to the rank of the bloodline as well. Felix hoped that the known enhancement limit was different in his case, since he was using the primogenitor's bloodline, and also his human bloodline wasn't the same as the others due to merging with Asna. After taking deep breaths, Felix requested in his mind, "Can you guys please help me etch poison immunity and peak active ability into my one human bloodline?" Upon hearing his voice, Asna and the J.R. Mungender glanced at each other across the table. They were each holding few Uno cards in their hands. Soon, they narrowed their eyes at each other and said simultaneously, "Whoever loses will help him out." Half a minute later, I won. The J.R. Mungender was looking speechlessly at Asna, who was dancing on the table in pure delight and excitement. Well, her happiness was understandable, as she lost 20 times in a row in the previous days. The amount of information that the J.R. Mungender had extracted from her after she lost those bets would make Felix drop into the ground with foam in his mouth. "Can you stop vexed?" the J.R. Mungender complained while creating a new set of cards, as the old ones were utterly ruined by Asna's barbaric dance moves. "Heh, can't I express my joy?" Asna snickered. "Did I complain when I caught you cheating in royalty? No wonder they switched to another game." The J.R. Mungender's essence of winning the game was found out eventually. "You did complain, and quite a lot actually. Not embarrassed in the slightest by getting exposed like this." The J.R. Mungender merely shuffled the cards and said, "Let's go for another round." I still didn't find the essence of winning this game. Not so fast. Help him out. Asna jumped from the table while pointing her finger at Felix, who was talking to himself like a retard, requesting over and over for help. Upon getting reminded of what Felix said, the J.R. Mungander placed the cards on the table and said to Felix, "Kid, aren't you looking down on my bloodline a little bit too much to request for 2 abilities instead of 1?" Felix, who was about to enter his consciousness and check on the reason for their unresponsiveness, felt a slight shiver coursing on his spine after hearing the J.R. Mungander's voice. He knew what the J.R. Mungander was implying, and he didn't dare to believe it, as it was going to affect so many plans of his. Chapter 251: The Etching Process. Alas, the J.R. Mungander didn't care about his plans as he chuckled. Your one human bloodline can't even handle having 1 ability etched in it without Asna's continuous oppression. Don't even mention adding 2. The moment Felix heard so, he couldn't help but sweat heavily from his forehead at the previous plan that he had, which was etching poison immunity and poison manipulation in his one human bloodline. Poison immunity was a must ability for Felix, as without it, he would be the first to get affected negatively by his own abilities. It wasn't just him who was required to do it, but every bloodliner with a destructive element, such as ice, fire, magma, lightning, etc. As for those with elements like a plant, water, and such, they didn't need to, as their elements were soft and gentle. This meant Noah and Adam didn't have any other alternative than keeping those resistances in order to carry on treading their bloodline path smoother. After all, if they unlocked an ability that includes being inside of it without a single resistance, the sight wouldn't look pretty. Thankfully, after they etched the resistance, it would be theirs, which meant they could totally upgrade its rank from low, intermediate, advanced to even getting a complete immunity, though they wouldn't be able to make it that far as to upgrade a resistance. A bloodliner was required to expose himself to the vicious side of their element continuously. Since Noah was an ice elementalist, he would need to expose his body to a freezing degree until even with his resistance he would feel the cold. Felix wasn't required to do any of this, as he straightaway unlocked poison immunity, and with it, he would be able to use poison manipulation to its maximum potential. But now he realized that his thinking was too shallow. Asna told him that with her being merged with him, he wouldn't be stopped at just 6 abilities etched in his one human bloodline like the rest. In fact, she told him that he could etch 9 abilities. This also meant that Felix could potentially etch 2 abilities at once instead of 1. But that information was given when Asna was considering that Felix was going to use Tier 7 bloodlines or below, not the primogenitor bloodline. This signified that his original plan was bound to fail no matter what, as even if J.R. Mungander's poison manipulation was considered as an ability and Felix unlocked it at 99, he wasn't going to be able to etch it. After all, there was no way that he could give up on poison immunity at this point in time. Felix couldn't help but thank his lucky stars that Asna's information was crap about the J.R. Mungander's poison manipulation being an ability. As of now, he believed that he could give up on etching the peak active ability and etch only poison immunity in his one bloodline. However, after J.R. Mungander heard his thoughts, he couldn't help but facepalm at his retardation. "Child, is it just me or you were getting stupid by the second cough? Did I say something wrong?" Felix's sheepish smile stiffened mid-sentence, as his delayed wit made him realize how moronic his thinking was before. God damn it. I am the FC King primogenitor of poison. How can my body not be immune to poison? Felix slapped his cheek once to make himself never forgot this again. Do you see what I was dealing with for the past years? Asna sighed. At least he figured it out by himself. The J.R. Mungander chuckled as he told Felix, "Those inscriptions in your body weren't just for decoration." Felix massaged his reddened cheek as he nodded his head in understanding. Well, Felix shouldn't really be blamed, as his mind was still fixated on his bloodline system since he spent a couple of decades using it only. Now that he was practicing another system, and also a vague one, he was bound to forget or confuse some matters. That being said, he quickly switched gears and grinned in excitement as now he was able to etch his peak active ability again. All right. Are you certain about your choice? The J.R. Mungander asked. The moment the process ends, I won't be able to remove it as it will be ingrained in your own being permanently. Yes, Felix nodded in a firm manner. He already considered deeply each ability's strengths and weaknesses before making his decision. For super strength, he was bothered about losing it since it was literally his backbone in the fights. Without it, a single projectile from a higher-leveled bloodliners would mess up with Felix pretty badly. That's due to his body defenses being as terrible as his integration level. But Felix could only give up on it and wish dearly that in the first passives of the Sphinx that he would get another defensive ability. As for poisonous aura, poison bombs, poison pillars, poison absorption, and poison revitalization, Felix didn't care about losing them, as with poison manipulation he was bound to create them again or an even better version than them. Meanwhile, for ultra-infrared vision, he wouldn't lie and say that he wasn't butthurt about losing it. However, he got a new vision enhancement which might not be as useful as infrared vision, but it had its own advantages. Lastly, for the fourth active ability, Felix was actually torn whether to etch it or the peak ability. That's how good it was in his eyes. However, in the end, he chose the peak one due to its usefulness even in the future in comparison to the fourth active ability. That being said, Felix wasn't going to lose them all at once after the etching process begins or something like that. Felix would be losing them only after reaching each minor step and unlocking the new sand abilities. For example, after he integrates 5 and reaches 15, super strength and poison immunity would be replaced with 2 new sand passives. This would keep going on in 30, 45, until 75. As for 99 origin purity, Felix wasn't going to replace anything in it since the peak ability would already be etched in his one human bloodline. Just like this, a successful replacement stage would pass and open a path for the next stage. This process would keep repeating until he reached peak 6th stage of replacement. Upon seeing that Felix was ready, the Jarmongander snapped his finger casually, and Felix winced in pain for a split second before he felt normal again. I am done. The Jarmongander lifted the card deck from the table and shuffled it again. He looked at Asna and said, "Be quick and ask what you want." That's it. In utter disbelief, Felix opened his eyes widely after hearing the Jarmongander excusing him like this. He understood that the Jarmongander was going to have meticulous control of his bloodline just like Asna could manipulate her memories to her own will. However, he expected that at least the process would last for a minute when compared to the normal etching process that lasts for over 15 minutes to 20. Yet, it was evident that he was still underestimating the Jarmongander's capabilities. Damn. I wonder how others will feel if they knew about this. Felix smiled wryly as he stood up from his place. You see, the normal etching process that everyone experiences wasn't as instantaneous as this, but quite troublesome and time-consuming. For a bloodliner to etch an ability in his one bloodline, he would need specific gadgets and help from an essence extractor since the process was related to genetics. That's right. A bloodliner does not just think about it, and the ability will automatically etch itself in his human's bloodline. If the process was this simple, humans wouldn't have been stuck in the purification realm for at least 2 million years. They tried possibly everything to break through the bloodline shackles and not just replace the bloodline with another. That was done before and it provided nothing but a change of bloodline. There wasn't a clear or explosive increase in strength that would make the replacement realm be an actual realm. However, Mariana changed this by stepping out and inventing the etching process, which made the bloodliners keep the ability and also get an explosive enhancement corresponding to the bestial rank. If it wasn't for so, Mariana wouldn't have been glorified as a prodigy with monstrous intellect and respected from a generation after the other. Felix didn't know exactly the core of the theory that Mariana relied on at that point in time since that was related closely to genetics. But he knew that for a bloodliner to etch an ability, they would be required to purchase 6 genome specifier needles and contact a trustworthy essence extractor with a good reputation. After making the contact and creating a solid contract between them, the bloodliners proceed to use those needles for extracting the part of the genome sequence that was responsible for the ability's existence. The full genome sequence of the beast was referred to by all as the bloodline's essence. Those needles were called genome specifier for a reason, as they were invented by the human race to automatically draw those parts without the bloodliner needing to do anything. He just needed to buy 6 needles each correspondent to an ability. After those parts of genome sequences, where the abilities exist, were drawn into the needles, the bloodliner would then send them to the essence extractor for a reading. The bloodliner would inform him about the ability that he was planning to etch in his one human bloodline. The extractor would then read those parts in each of those needles and see which one was responsible for the ability that the bloodliner had chosen. After so, the extractor would isolate that part of the genome sequence and place it in another highly advanced needle, which appeared like a gun. This needle was called the imprinter, as it would be the one responsible for etching that said ability in the human's one bloodline. By then the extractor sends the imprinter needle and the 5 genome specifier needles back to the bloodliner. After the bloodliner received them, he would simply need to use the imprinter needle on his body, and it would automatically etch the ability in his one human bloodline. This process lasts between 15 minutes to 20 minutes. After so, the bloodliner injects the essence back from the 5 needles, returning those abilities in their place. With this, the bloodliner would have finished the first etching process, and obtaining the explosive enhancement of having the essence truly merged with him. Unlike normal integration, since the etching was permanent, this meant any mutation that was related to the etched ability would remain permanently as well. As it could be seen, the process wasn't efficient and instantaneous like having the owner of the bloodline taking care of it by himself. But humans did their best to make it less troublesome and problematic as possible than Mariana's original method. Improvements like inventing those needles, making the extractor occupation teachable to the masses instead of holding the knowledge, and creating foolproof standard contracts that could be used between bloodliner and extractor. After all, the extractor literally receives the extracted 6 abilities of that bloodliner in his hands, leaving the bloodliner defenseless like a commoner. If it wasn't for those contracts, which forbid the extractors from seeking up the requests like putting the wrong ability in the imprinter or screwing with the bloodline essence by mixing it with random genes and such, no one would have dared to give strangers such a power over them. However, with Queen's presence towering over everyone, those extractors didn't dare mess up the bloodliner's request. Since the moment they signed a contract concerning the life of another individual, the queens would have the right to make a move on them based on their thoughts only. There would be no such a thing as free will anymore, as if the extractor thought about harming the bloodliner and planned on going for it. The queen will hear it and see it. She would act based on the terms signed in the contract. If the punishment written was death, she wouldn't hesitate to explode the extractor's consciousness just like she was doing with the players in the SG platform. Thankfully, Felix didn't need to deal with any of this bullshit with the existence of Asnat and the JR Munkander, since one of them was possibly the best extractor in the universe and the other, well, it was his own bloodline. Hopefully, I received some good enhancements. Impatient, Felix closed his eyes, planning to head to the measurement center and test out his body and energies. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.